right, welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the IndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. And today we are going to be talking about how Rogan triggered the left once again. And this one is surprising because we would expect, oh, we've got just silly in the building already. What's good? Saying the old that old picture of Anna makes it, yeah, me too, makes me miss the old times when things were simpler and Anna was pretty. For the record, I still maintain that Gisele was sorry, is it Gisele? I'm sorry, I'm terrible with names. But congratulating me on the rebrand and the IndianJesus. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. For the record, I still maintain that CRYBABY was a brilliant concept. Too bad that YouTube peeps didn't properly appreciate it. Great to see your views go up recently, though. Thank you very much. And don't worry, CRYBABY will be back. If you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, the podcast, I Didn't Read Your Book podcast. I also think it's a very brilliant idea, and it will be coming back. I'm just doing a little bit right now to kind of, get the direction of the ship, and then I'll be adding that back in when I'm comfortable with where I'm at. So if you haven't heard, but thank you guys for joining me, and welcome to the party. So if you hadn't heard, Joe Rogan did one of the things that he very rarely does, and he appeared on somebody else's podcast. He was on the Lex Friedman podcast, and interesting enough conversation. They talk about a lot of different things, but it's Lex is a pretty dry type of guy. He's not really super exciting. You're not necessarily going to get crazy moments out of his show, but an interesting conversation. But of course, because it's Joe Rogan, then that what was said is going to be spun into a whole thing. So without further ado, let's just dive into the clip and see what happened. Please do
the Trump era.
Please do let me know if there's no sound. Sometimes StreamYard is terrible with that stuff. Oh, we got Lopaka with a brand new profile picture. What's going on, Lopaka? Glad to see you here. Welcome to the party. You have not missed anything yet. Yeah, let's dive into it.
Is also going to be one of the weirder.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. You slowpokes. I gotta slow it down for you slowpokes. Type a 1 in the chat if you speed up your videos when you watch them, or if you just watch, and type a 2 if you just watch at regular speed. Where are my other ones? Let's go.
Times when people look back historically about the division in this country, he's such a polarizing figure that so many people felt like they could abandon their own ethics and morals and principles just to attack him and anybody who supports him, because he is an existential threat to democracy itself.
But don't you think it's not a cause, but maybe like a symptom? Like it's going to get, you said it got real weird. Maybe it's going to get weirder.
Yeah, I think it's going to get weirder. He's going to run again.
You think he wins?
Well, he's running against a dead man. Biden.
So that was a big point there about that got spun into a whole thing that he's running against a dead man. But as we see in context, what he's really saying is that like he's running against a man who's barely alive, not like a dead man. Oh, we're gonna get him like that. So already we've got something that seems like a big deal. Oh, he's a dead man, but like that's not what he meant. Come on. Let's run that back.
He's gonna run again.
You think he wins?
Well, he's running against a dead man. Biden shakes hands with people that aren't even there when he gets off stage.
Yeah.
I think he's seeing ghosts.
Yeah.
Did you see him on Jimmy Kimmel the other day?
No.
Well, he was just rambling. I mean, if he was anyone else,
rambling man.
If he was a Republican, if that was Donald Trump doing that, every fucking talk show would be screaming for him to be off the air. And by the way, I'm not a Trump supporter in any way, shape, or form. I've had the opportunity to have him on my show more than once. I've said no every time. I want to help him. I'm not interested in helping him.
The night's still young. We'll see.
If I have him on, the night's still young?
Yeah.
You think I'll have him on?
I think you'll have him on.
Really? Why do you think that? Because you'll have Putin on?
And you're competitive as fuck. No, I think ultimately, I mean, you've had a lot of people that I think you may otherwise be skeptical. Would I have a good conversation? Which I think is your metric. You don't care about politics, so can I have a good conversation? And I think you had like people like Kanye on, for example, and you had a great conversation with him. I think I think
but Kanye's an artist. Like, but Kanye doing well or not doing well doesn't change the course of our country.
Yeah, but you don't. Do you really bear the responsibility of the course of our country based on a conversation?
I think you can revitalize and rehabilitate someone's image in a way that is pretty shocking. Look at the way people look at Alex Jones now, because Alex Jones has been on my podcast a few times.
But yeah, how do they? Which direction?
The people that have watched those podcasts think he's hilarious. And they think that he definitely fucked up with that whole.
So real quick, just, you know, because I'm not really stopping this and you know, giving commentary so far. This is just a clip from the podcast that Rogan did with Lex. And then I want to watch this clip, and then we'll get into what you know, is exploding everybody's brain.
Andy Hook thing.
And if you can hear in the background, there's some hammering and stuff. I didn't know that they would pick the exact worst time to do it, but there's something wrong with the little awning in front of my front door, and I'm trying to mute anytime Morty goes to bark, but just work with me. Just work with me.
But he's right more than he's wrong, and he's not an evil guy. He's just a guy who's had some psychotic breaks in his life. He's had some genuine mental health issues that he's addressed. He's had some serious bouts of alcoholism, some serious bouts of, you know, substance abuse, and they've contributed to some very poor thinking. But if you know the guy, if you get to know him, like I've known him for more than 20 years. And if you know him on podcasts, you realize like he is genuinely trying to unearth some things that are genuinely disturbing for most people. Like, is the guy that was telling me about Epstein's island fucking decade ago, at least. He was telling me about it. I was like, what? You're telling me there's a place where they bring elites to compromise them with underage girls and they film them? Really? Like, what? Cut the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Like, no, President Clinton's been there. Everyone's been there. Like, what? It sounds like nonsense. And not only is it true, but people keep getting fucking murdered for it. Did you see that latest Clinton advisor that got murdered about it?
Yep.
Yeah. Hung with an extension cord, shot himself in the chest 30 miles from his house, and they're calling it a suicide.
And now even Elon Musk is asking, where's the clientele list?
Yeah.
We should probably see who's been to that island.
Yeah.
That's a whole other thing that we definitely got to get into. I'm waiting for there to be something more, because obviously the fact that we don't have that list from Joanne Ghislaine, whatever the hell you want to say her name is, you know, the that client list and who has been on that island, that I cannot wait until we get something. Right now, it's just the story is that we don't have the information. But oh man, I cannot wait until we get that. What does Alpaca got for us? They're installing a wire and bathroom cam. Big Brother is watching you. It's only a matter of time, brother. It's only a matter of time.
Probably see who's been to that island. And there's probably more of those kind of things out there that haven't been exposed.
Yeah, but sort of to push back, you had those conversations with Alex Jones. Wouldn't you be able to have the same kind of conversation with Donald Trump?
That's the problem.
No, it's not the problem. You revealed that Alex Jones is a human being.
Yeah.
He's fucked up. He has demons in his head. He's obviously chaotic all over the place, but there's some wisdom to the perspective he takes on the world. Even if though he is often full of shit, he's able to predict certain things that very few people are willing to bring up. So isn't Trump...
I mean, I would love to see a Trump episode of JRE, but I do think that what he's saying, what Rogan is saying, is, you know, it makes sense, and I kind of don't want to give away. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Same way, fucked up person, egomaniac, whatever personality things you can talk about. Isn't it worthwhile to lay it out? Like, who's going to, if you listen to interviews of Trump, who has the balls to call him out on his bullshit?
Chris Walls did.
No, calling out somebody on their bullshit is easy when you're just being adversarial. But as a person who is genuinely, empathetically trying to understand,
yeah,
I think you're really good at that. Like, you pulled him in.
I don't know if he would genuinely be there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I think he would be putting on a performance, and that's.
You don't think you can break through that in like 30 minutes?
I need more time than that. And he doesn't do any drugs. That's the thing about
Oh,
Alex.
yeah,
You can get
yeah.
Alex high,
Yeah.
get him drunk, and he'll start talking about interdimensional child molesters.
Yeah.
And then you get the real Alex.
Or maybe you have somebody else on as well to introduce chaos, like Alex.
No.
They have to be one.
That would be amazing.
I would have to be just me and him. That would be a focused thing. I would have to like really take time with Trump. But also, I'm not well versed enough politically to know all of the corruption that's been alleged and to understand what the whole Russiagate stuff.
So that's why he needs somebody like a Tim Pool on one side, and then like a Kyle Kalinske or Jimmy Dore on the other side. We have both anti-establishment people from the left and from the right. And then he's there for the name value, and you've got Trump in there. And oh man, that'd be crazy. Apocalypse Trump would piss off Rogan for sure. I don't know, man. I honestly think that they would get along a lot better than, I mean, at least compared to other politicians. I feel like, what politicians has he had in there? He's had Dan Crenshaw, Tulsi Gabbard, Bernie Sanders, a couple smaller like Congress people. But I don't know. Why do you think he would piss him off? Why do you think he would piss him off? I don't know that he would definitely say some shit where Rogan would be like, hold on, hey, whoa. You can't just gloss over that. That for sure would happen. That definitely would happen. But I don't know if he would piss him off. That's an interesting thought. What, Lopaka, why do you think he would piss Rogan off? I'm interested to know.
What's real? Like how much of it's clear that there is more than one organization that's involved in communicating with Russia before the 2016 elections. So it's pretty clear that the Clinton administration was involved. It's pretty clear that the Trump administration had some communication with some people in Russia. It's pretty clear that Hunter Biden had some very suspicious dealings in Ukraine. And there's a lot going on there, man. And it's hard for anybody to parse. It's really hard for anybody, and especially to have an objective assessment of.
Just a real quick aside. It is hard for anybody to get all of this information. And that's exactly why I think punditry is an important role. And I think it's very easy for somebody to be a bad pundit, to be disseminating information in a bad way. But most people just don't have the time to sit and read the news all day. And because we live in this global community now, the what's relevant to you geographically has become the entire world. And so we need people who dedicate themselves to watching the news, reading this, reading that, and then bringing what's important to us, even if they have some type of bias and whatever. As long as they're upfront about that, they're still doing a huge service to all of us, so that we can go out and do the things that we do. So Lopaka said Trump would piss off Rogan for sure. And I asked why. He said he would outsmart him. Trump plays 4D chess. And Trump is a master debater. I mean, I don't think that's very interesting. That's very interesting. I do not think that would happen. But I also don't think that it would be I also don't think that it would necessarily be a debate in that way. I think it's when you watch the Joe Rogan Experience, it's not necessarily a debate, even if he disagrees with the person. It's more of a conversation and a discussion. And it's not really like one person is taking a side and it's not like that. So first of all, I think that there's so much that they would agree on in general, that I think the biggest benefit to Trump of going on Rogan would be normalizing him. He's known by these little snippets, these little sound bites. And yeah, they can, just like Alex Jones, they can be really bad. They can be bad. But when you get them in a room for 3 hours, you get a more well-rounded picture. And it's clear that Rogan realizes that would help him. But Yeah, that was. I definitely don't. I definitely don't see that happening. But that's why we need to see it happen. So remember, Trump drops Moab. Well done, well done, well done.
Exactly what's going on, and then to be able to do that and broadcast it publicly, that's quite a project. And I think if you really want to do that correctly, it's something that I would have to research for a long time and to really and I don't have that kind of time.
Not for maybe for certain people that you're really curious about. Like you have that kind of time for Bob Lazar.
Yes,
but maybe not for Donald Trump.
So that's the clip that's getting everybody all up in arms. And I figured who better to take us through the woes of the left wing than our favorite people in politics, the Young Turks. Let's get this.
By the way, I'm not a Trump supporter in any way, shape, or form. I've had the opportunity to have him on my show more than once. I've said no every time.
So I wanted to make sure that we watched the clip on our terms, because I don't know what they are or are not editing for their own benefit, knowing that they do edit for their own benefit. So we just watched that. It was like, what, a 7-minute clip, completely from the beginning of when they brought the topic up all the way through. They were talking about Alex Jones, all that stuff. We saw all of that. We just saw it. So let's see what the Young Turks, why they have. Hey, we got Call Me Touch in the building. What's going on? Welcome to the party. What's going on? Thank you for joining us. We are just talking about Rogan triggering the left once again. So yeah, let's see what their take on it is.
I don't want to help him. I'm not interested in helping him.
So already, obviously we had just watched that clip, but already you would think that the people on the left or anti-Trumpers would be happy that the biggest podcaster in the world doesn't want to help Trump. But I guess that's too much to ask for.
Yes, that was Joe Rogan revealing that he has actually turned down Donald Trump as a guest on his podcast multiple times. He was being interviewed by host Lex Friedman, who pushed back, saying that he thinks Rogan would actually be suited to have Trump on, will likely have Trump on in the future.
So already, I hate these. Oh man, these people are insufferable. So like, Lex and Rogan are friends. That's the only reason that Rogan was even on the show. I don't know if you've noticed, but Rogan doesn't really do other people's shows. So the fact that he was even on Lex Friedman's podcast is shows that they have a level of familiarity, a level of friendship. And so Lex saying like, I don't know, I think you are gonna, there's time left. Remember how Rogan responded to that? He's like, oh, you think I am gonna have him on? And it was a joking back and forth kind of thing. And maybe Lex was legitimately saying, or maybe Lex legitimately believes that Rogan would have Trump on, but that it wasn't a serious conversation like that, in the sense that, no, actually, I think you're wrong, Joe. I believe that, I can tell the future, and you will have Trump on. What say you? That was not the conversation. So already we're getting loose with the framing.
Rogan's explanation for why he won't is telling, though. And so I want you to pay close attention to what he's saying here, because he reveals that he understands the power of his platform and the responsibility that comes along with it.
Who ever said that he didn't understand that? I'm pretty sure that he understands that he's got, maybe it was when Spotify came knocking with $100 million fucking dollars. But I'm pretty sure he knows.
I think I'll have him on.
I think you'll have him on.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you think that?
I mean,
see, exactly what I just said. Oh, really? Why do you think that? Not some like, hey, you're calling me a liar? What do you mean? That's how they characterize it. And then they cut to the clip. But they put it in right at the beginning so that you're not even thinking about it.
you've had a lot of people that I think you may otherwise be skeptical. Would I have a good conversation? Which I think is your metric. You don't care about politics, so can I have a good conversation? And I think you had like people like Kanye on, for example, and you had a great conversation with him.
Yeah, but Kanye's an artist. But Kanye doing well or not doing well doesn't change the course of our country.
Yeah, but you don't. Do you really bear the responsibility of the course of our country based on a conversation?
I think you can revitalize and rehabilitate someone's image in a way that is pretty shocking.
So let's just stop there for a second, John, because Rogan has had all sorts of people on his podcast who have promoted or said all sorts of incredibly irresponsible and even dangerous things on his podcast.
Yep.
And that's what he got in trouble for, mainly and specifically with Dr. Robert Malone when they were talking about the ivermectin and the mRNA vaccines. Didn't right after Rogan say publicly that he was going to be more, more particular about who he brings on and pay attention to that effect? Isn't that exactly what you guys wanted? Wasn't your whole issue is that he's platforming these people that they're just people that he wants to talk to? Not like Robert Malone isn't a real doctor. Like, he's a real doctor. But the issue was that you're bringing on people that have this effect, and you're not paying attention to that. So now he's acknowledging that. So I'm sure Anna is about to, give him credit.
But, it is interesting that for Rogan, Trump is his red line.
Yeah. Look, I wish I could say I knew more about who he...
What? Why is that interesting? It's interesting how Trump is that red line. Why? The podcast says Rogan had Trump's kids on. Remember, I was saying when Republicans do a show, they have to look like saints. Trump doesn't want the image of him hanging in a pot studio. I don't know if I accept that. I think that Rogan's show has transcended the pothead that he is. I think, like I said, there's a lot of politicians that have been on the show. There's a lot of serious people that have been on the show. I don't think I don't think people think that of Rogan's show when there are legitimate people. Like, yeah, if they're just having a comedy episode, then it's going to be like that. But I don't think that people generally look at the guests as if they're going there to hang out in a pot studio. I don't know. We got Jamie Dean in the building. Maybe one day we'll get Jimmy Dean back. But until then, Jamie will have to do. And Jamie says, Lutch, maybe Jesus. But Anna is still better than... I'm better than you, okay? I wish I had a clip of that up. We should get a montage of all Anna's catchphrases. Anyway, diving back
on in the past, like if you had told me he had Trump on in the past, I would not be surprised about it. I'm just as unsurprised that he hasn't. I really don't care who he has on a show. It strikes me as, does he often have politicians on a show?
Oh, that sounds like somebody who's done their homework. How are you going to do a news segment on a guy having politicians on his show and not know if that's something that he normally does? Simple Google search. Simple Google search.
National figure.
Yeah, he's had politicians.
He does?
Yeah, I mean, when she was a politician, Tulsi Gabbard was on. He had Bernie Sanders on. Okay. I'm sure there are other politicians, but I'm not remembering.
Okay, yeah. Look, I think again, he approaches like 50% of like a well thought out point. He understands that bringing someone on his platform.
Again, just immediately with the dumb, meathead bullshit. Like, I guarantee you, Rogan is smarter than you are. Mr. John Irola, I think his name is. Come on, guy. Come on. Lopaka says, but going on Joe's show is kind of like that. He has to get you to drink and stone to get what he wants. I hope you're joking, because obviously that's not true. It's funny if it's a joke, but if you actually... this is the entire point, is that it's sad that I can't just laugh at this joke. Because if it is a joke, that's funny. But there's people who really think this. So the sad thing is we've left that world. Well, we all know, of course, Rogan's smart. Of course, Rogan is good at, having these conversations with people who are way smarter than he is. And he's good at extracting information in a way that the rest of us, the normal people, can understand these highbrow things. That's what the Young Turks are doing. Thank you. Okay, good. Just making sure.
Would help them by promoting them. And he understands that having a serious conversation with them and treating them as a serious person, bringing them on, does help to rehabilitate their image. Of course, at the same time, he's helped to, by his own words, rehabilitate the image of people who are arguably as bad as Trump, who might not be politicians, like literally elected politicians or those who are presumably going to run for office in the future, but are definitely political actors. Alex Jones doesn't mainly do movie reviews. So look, again, maybe he doesn't.
But they were already friends before Alex Jones was Alex Jones. He's not. Rogan and Trump aren't friends. That was that seems to be the obvious point there. That like, oh, he rehabilitated Alex Jones's image, but that was by virtue of them already being friends. He's not just reaching out to canceled people to help them out. But I guess that's just too smart. That's too highbrow for the Young Turks.
Now, thinking about this, maybe there's gaps in his thinking. I find that pretty easy to imagine. Maybe he's being disingenuous. To be fair to him, he hasn't had Trump on.
Yeah, let's be fair to him. Okay, we're going to be starting now? Because you certainly haven't been being fair to him so far. Maybe he's a half-fault that wouldn't surprise me.
And I have no doubt that if he wanted to have Trump on, he could. So I'll give him that credit.
Right. So
what do you mean, no doubt? Like he just said, he had multiple offers. The level of projection and it's so sad that they're like jealous girls, little girls. Jamie Dean says Rogan and Jones were friends before the frogs were even gay. Exactly. They've been friends for decades. They're just So yeah, if you weren't here, sorry, they're doing work on my house and Morty might be bugging out. But yeah, they've been friends for a long time.
I didn't want to talk about this to either give him credit or not give him credit. I think that it's
Yet here you are, knowing that nobody's going to fucking watch your channel unless you mention Joe Rogan.
An interesting conversation because this is the first time that he has acknowledged that he has a lot of power with this massive platform that he's built.
Except for the time that he publicly acknowledged that he has massive power or he has power with this massive platform that he's built. Or maybe that was only on the channel for she didn't get that information, or maybe she just didn't look.
And I think that's relevant given what he got a lot of criticism for during the pandemic, which was the promotion of a drug that is not in any way proven to work either as a prophylactic or as a treatment for coronavirus. And that was ivermectin. And he continued to double down on that, didn't care.
And vaccine skepticism and a lot of other stuff too.
So,
which all now has become legitimized. There's not one thing that he said in the past 2 years that has not now become legitimized. It only wasn't legitimized because they told you it wasn't legitimized.
So for me, I mean, look, if I had to either decide to give him credit or take credit away, I think that even though he acknowledged something important, that acknowledgement makes me reflect
Lebaka here, savage,
back on some of the irresponsible stuff that he did on his show. And it's like, okay, why did you do that then, right? And then he'll argue,
I'm all for the brunettes. Brunettes!
Well, I'm just, I'm an MMA guy, and I'm a podcaster, and I do comedy. Like, you shouldn't be taking medical advice from me.
Correct. You should not be taking medical advice from a podcast. If you are, then you're dumb. That's all.
Then why do you constantly have on people who talk about medicine and public health crises?
So let's talk.
How dare you? How dare you use your influence that you took years to build to have conversations that you would like to have about things that you like? How dare you? How dare you? That's all he does. That's the only reason he has people of that level in there is because he can. The entire point was always just to talk about stuff that he found interesting. So why would he, like, what is, I don't understand what the, like, they're saying all of these things with a subtext of this is all wrong, but they're not actually pointing out anything wrong about anything. They just are butthurt.
About that real quick, because, you know, he has all sorts of people on who, of course, push the vaccine skepticism. You've got Robert Malone, you've got Brett Weinstein, Peter McAuliffe. Malone worked on the mRNA technology and has complained about not getting his credit for those contributions. And
even the way that she says that, she's complained that he has not gotten his credit. Well, is he complaining that he didn't get the credit that he deserves, or did he not? Because the way that you say it makes it sound like he doesn't actually deserve the credit, but you're not presenting anything that says otherwise. So what's a common criticism of people on this channel? People just saying things. You just say things. You don't make it true by just saying things. You have to back it up with an argument. Baga says they made Alex Jones look like a nut, but Alex was actually right about a lot. Common theme. Now, I'm not saying I, am an InfoWars fan. I follow Alex Jones, but the fact is, if you start an Alex Jones was right jar, you're going to be putting pennies in there. And if you're going on dollars, then quite a piggy bank.
And since he's salty, he started pushing the vaccine skepticism because, of course, everything in this country is about me, narcissism. Who cares if people are going to die?
I don't know if I have enough, because it's been so long since I actually was paying attention to the Young Turks that I don't know if I have enough recent examples to show how fucking amazing the irony is that Anna Kasparian is talking about, oh, it's just all about me, and narcissism. You would know, wouldn't you, Anna? You would know. And about Rogan, one of the most generous people who's always trying to get people up and, help them out and help their careers and all of this shit. It's just, you either, this is a clear demonstration. This is a litmus test. If you are either on the side of believing this crap, or you're interested in reality. You don't have to hate the Young Turks. You don't have to love Joe Rogan to disagree with how this news segment is framed.
Disgusting. He's had Gavin McInnes on. And what's interesting is after he made that point during that interview about how his show can really rehabilitate someone's reputation, he then proceeded to rehabilitate the reputation of someone that you actually mentioned. John, let's take a look.
Look at the way people look at Alex Jones now, because Alex Jones has been on my podcast a few times.
And again, we went over this already, but they are friends already. So if they were friends, if Trump and Rogan were friends, then I'm sure Trump would have been on many, many times by now. Many times. In fact, it would be weird if Trump were friends with Rogan and hadn't been on, because he'd been somebody, in the zeitgeist since the 80s. So why wouldn't he be on? But that's not the situation, is it?
Well, yeah, which direction?
The people that have watched those podcasts think he's hilarious. And they think that he definitely picked up with that whole Sandy Hook thing.
He is hilarious.
But he's right more than he's wrong. And he's not an evil guy. He's had some serious bouts of alcoholism, some serious bouts of, substance abuse, and they've contributed to some very poor thinking. And if you know him on podcasts, you realize he is genuinely trying to unearth some things that are genuinely disturbing for most people.
The Posner family had to move 7 times because of Alex Jones's lies about Sandy Hook being a false flag operation. Their son was gunned down in that mass shooting.
And therefore, Trump not being on Joe Rogan is, wait, what were we talking about?
Yeah.
Their son is dead. And to add insult to injury, Alex Jones lied about them, called them crisis actors, and then his lunatic audience
Why are we even talking about this? Why are we even talking about this? How is this relevant to whatever point? I don't. Again, I mean, I'm genuinely asking because I don't understand the point that's being attempted to be made here. But I thought we were talking about Rogan and why him not wanting Trump on his show was telling. That's what you said, Anna. You said it's very telling. If it's very telling, I don't know. I haven't been told.
To threaten the lives of the parents who lost their son.
Well, that's true, but to be fair, he only did that for many years.
Many years.
And in the words of Joe Rogan,
the arrogance.
But what do you mean? But what? Like, is it possible that a broadcaster can do? Let's pretend that that's the only bad thing that Alex Jones has done. Is it possible that maybe that one bad thing is too bad? Then at that point you can't rehabilitate him, and it isn't. He thinks that every other shooting, up to and including the shootings of this week, were false flags. He still tells his audience that they're false.
Again, how is this relevant to what we're talking about?
Flags. He still tells them that politicians are literally inhabited by Satan. Like this week, if you just took what he said in his show this week, it would be enough that you should write this person off. But no, he's just funny. He's not actively trying to destroy people's lives and inculcate xenophobia and racism and bigotry and anti-Semitism and all that. And like, I cannot imagine that Joe Rogan does not know this.
Joe Rogan's unwavering.
But that's precisely why you don't have to imagine that Joe Rogan doesn't know this, because he just said that he knows this. Like, what? I mean, I don't understand again, I don't understand. What are we doing? Baka says Alex not only said shit, he backed it up, and he would go personally and take pictures and have 100% truth. I thought he was a nut, but he's trying to tell the truth. Yeah, and he's not always he's not always right, and I don't listen to him that often, so I don't know what his what his style is besides the clips that you would see anywhere else. So I just I feel like I have other sources to listen to for if Alex Jones uncovers something that's legit, it's gonna trickle down to Tim Pool. Tim Pool will get a hold of it. If Tim Pool doesn't get a hold of it, Kyle Clancy will get a hold of it, or one of these people that I can trust more directly will get a hold of it. Jimmy Dean, why are we platforming Young Turks? Because I didn't have anything else to talk about today. That's why.
Loyalty to Alex Jones blows my mind. It really does, especially since I don't listen. There are plenty of people in this country who are struggling with addiction issues, alcoholism. They don't go around directing hatred and death threats toward people whose children were slaughtered in a mass shooting. Just saying. I could be, maybe I'm.
What are you just saying? Again, what are you just saying? We're more than 2/3 of the way through this segment, and not one single point has been made. They've showed that Joe said Trump he won't have Trump on his show. Then they said, okay, he understands the impact of his show. Then they moved over to everything that Alex Jones has done wrong. What is your fucking point? What value are you giving to anybody who's watching this non-ironically?
A little unhinged here by mentioning that, directing violence toward people whose children were slaughtered.
Who's unhinged? I think she's unhinged.
Is unacceptable under any circumstance, even if someone is struggling with alcoholism. So rehabilitating Alex Jones's reputation, not here for it. But the other thing, not here for it, I want to just quickly mention is, yeah, I mean, look, Joe Rogan will turn on his own beliefs, his well-established, talked about beliefs on his podcast to defend Alex Jones. He caught feelings when I called Alex Jones a fat F. He caught feelings over
a fat F? Oh my goodness. Did he catch feelings? I don't remember hearing anything about Rogan giving a single fuck about what you say about anything, but what do I know?
For that.
Really?
He did. And I asked him about
it. Seems like John didn't hear about it either. I don't know. You tell me. If somebody that you sat next to at work was in a beef with Joe Rogan, you think you'd know about it? I feel like I'd hear about that. Especially if I said that I sure as shit would hear about that.
And I was like, you don't think fat shaming is even a thing? You think fat shaming is totally fine.
That's not what he said. Well, those are two conflicting statements. Either fat shaming is not a thing, or it's totally fine. Both of those things cannot be true. And he said the latter. But thanks for your lie.
But for some reason, when I called Alex Jones that, which by the way he is, let's call a spade, he caught feelings. Because you could fat shame.
What does that mean? What did he say? I noticed how they have clips for everything else. What feelings did he have? Did he send a tweet? What did he do? Because I legitimately did not hear about this, and I highly doubt that Joe Rogan would say that Alex Jones is not fat. That sounds a little out of character for him. I don't know him personally, but it's just a little out of character to be like, no, Alex Jones isn't fat. Do any of you see Rogan actually saying that? Or, since I have no idea what she's talking about, did she say something else that was completely ridiculous and that was part of it? And so she's saying he caught feelings, that he caught feelings because of all the other bullshit she was saying, and that was just something that's in there that she can actually say now that she doesn't expect you to know what the fuck she's talking about, and so you'll just believe what she has to say. I guarantee you it was something like that, where she was talking about a bunch of different things, and Rogan was just like, no. And the only thing that she can hang on to is the fact that she called Alex Jones fat. And a fat F.
Everyone else, but don't fat shame his buddy Alex Jones. Okay. Anyway, listen, he understands the power he has with his platform, yet he is super irresponsible with it on a regular basis now. He's decided to surround himself with all sorts of right-wing lunatics and conspiracy theorists. But the other thing I want to just quickly mention is that he could actually use his platform. He can interview whoever he wants. I don't have a problem with that.
Really? Because it sounds like you're dedicating an entire news segment on your own channel to talking about who he has on his show. Sounds like you have a problem with it.
Whoever you want. But if you're going to interview someone who's a controversial figure, just know what you're talking about and just be informed enough to challenge what they're saying when they're BSing your audience. Yeah. So like a good example of him handling a guest perfectly was Dave Rubin. He had Dave Rubin on. Dave Rubin made a fool out of himself.
And of course, you will revel in any opportunity. Now, I agree. Dave Rubin often makes a fool of himself. But it's just like, of course, out of you had that ready for like, okay, whenever the next time Rogan does something, we can bring up Dave Rubin. Like, you know that. Opaka says that, I guess in response to Jamie here, because I didn't know what the hell this meant. Alex said that the elites worshipped the owl. He did special ops and went in a canoe and recorded the elite beating off in white sheets in front of a huge owl. Should I? Oh, wrong arm. Should I get this guy covered up then? I don't know. Maybe I should get that covered up, or maybe you can get me into some super crazy parties. That was 10 years ago, and so I mean, not Rogan, but Alex Jones has been doing real news for a long time, and he has a style that's very not buttoned up. Let's put it that way. He's not very buttoned up, and it's very easy to write him off. And again, I never followed him. I never took him seriously. But I'm learning the people that I did take seriously have been lying all along intentionally. So even if Alex Jones is wrong about every single thing he's ever said, all that does is put him on par with you, Anna.
Because Rogan was informed enough to counter Dave Rubin's idiocy when it came to the US Postal Service, when it came to building code regulations. And it was great to see because he dismantled Dave Rubin's idiotic arguments in real time. Love to see it. It was interesting. So,
I love to see whenever anything goes the way that I want it to go. But if it doesn't go the way that I want it to go, then it's completely horrible. And I don't really have a point. I just want to sit here and complain about it and call it the news. Okay? Jimmy Dean says he can interview whoever he wants as long as you publicly denounce them. Yeah, exactly. Because and remember, the whole thing is that Trump didn't want to have Rogan didn't want to have Trump on the show. That sounds like something that these people would be celebrating because they know their whole thing this whole time is, oh, how are you platforming these people? And you're doing so much harm to society by doing this. So stop platforming people that we don't like. Now you've decided not to platform somebody we like. How dare you? Or in the words of Jake, how dare you? I'm good. I'm mad that he's not here so that we don't get some wild fucking rant from him. But John's idiocy is doing just fine.
He can interview whoever he wants. The problem that I have is that he seems to allow his loyalty for some of the worst people in this country to like cloud his better judgment. And I'm not okay with that.
Yeah, it's annoying. Again,
I'm the arbiters of what Joe Rogan should be okay with, and I don't think he should be okay with this, and therefore I'm disappointed. You see the elitist thinking that you know what's best all of the time, and any deviation from what you think isn't just different or difference of opinion or different values. It's evil. Like, chill the fuck out. Chill. Not everybody has to think exactly what you think. And that's exactly right, Lopaka. They hate Rogan because he's open to listen. He was and is open to listen. Jamie Dean says, Rogan really should have moderated the Trump-Biden debate before the 2020 election. Yeah, that would have been awesome. That would have been great. All right, let's see what these guys... Let's see if they finally have a point. I'm not holding my breath, but let's see.
Like I would love to, first of all, let me be clear, to never hear about him again in my life. But
oh my God, let me be clear. If I could never hear about Joe Rogan, that's news, guys. It's news that John Ariola never wants to hear Joe Rogan's name again. I'm glad I know that. Howard Stern, does he might run for president? Oh, that wouldn't even be fun. That wouldn't even be fun. Howard Stern is so old and out of touch that, like, if he had tried to run in like 2010 when he was just kind of, veering off, that might have been fun. But he's just some old guy now. He's just a fucking boomer now. I don't know. There's nothing there. Jamie says lefties have benevolent God complex. What? Well said. Well said.
More importantly, if he just wants to have a chat show where he smokes weed and he talks to people, and
which he does,
clearly he just wants to hear something interesting. That's
right. Good. So we all are on the same page. Joe Rogan's not trying to educate anybody. He's not trying to affect politics. He's not trying to convince you of religion. He's not trying to get you to do drugs. He just, John Ariola just said it himself. He just wants to hear something interesting. Me too. That's why I go and listen to Joe Rogan, to hear something interesting. That's what most people do. So I'm glad we're all on the same page. I'm glad that we're not taking this platform as something that it's not supposed to be. Lopaka says, he was so cool when he started, and then he sold his soul. Well, actually, I used to kind of agree with this, but Tim Pool made a great point about how Howard Stern has always been an establishment guy. Even when he was on, in his early days, before K-Rock and all that stuff. I don't know if you guys are old enough for K-Rock, but where he got his start, he was a shock jock, but that was still, you still had to be on the radio. You still had to get, you still follow the FCC. And so you were coloring in the lines, and, it was edgy, but it wasn't anti-establishment. They let you do that. They let Howard Stern be Howard Stern. So that was the bar of, of what was allowed. So yeah, it was cool, but he sold his soul from the beginning. he was always part of the machine. It's just that the machine has gotten, yeah. I don't know about you guys, but it's 92.3 K-Rock in Jersey. I think it was out of New York. But yeah, that's always who Howard Stern was. So if you think about, okay, in the, I guess it was the late 90s, Howard Stern was coming up, but he was on, he was on established stations. He was being followed by the FCC. He had to follow those guidelines. It was then, maybe like 2007, I think, when Rogan started. And Rogan had nobody to answer to. And then he just did that. He just kept doing that. So very, very, very different. Nobody, we got to give a credit to Howard Stern for doing what nobody really had done before. That's definitely true. Nobody can take that away from him. But to say that he was just doing his own thing and then he sold his soul was sold long ago. I remember that. Type a 1 in the chat if you are old enough to know what this means.
That's what he wants. He wants to have on a brain scientist or an MMA guy or whatever, and he wants to hear something interesting.
Again, yes, that is exactly what I'm interested in.
He's not interested in knowing enough about it to know if this is a reputable person, if this is a serious person, if it is.
Again, good. We understand. This is not a news source. Unlike this, this reputable platform.
Responsible to expose my audience to this person. And I doubt he cares. I doubt even if he had the capacity to be prepared for all of his interviews, he wouldn't want to, because his goal is not to learn and better understand all these topics. It's to hear something cool.
Right. What is the criticism? What is the criticism? That has always been what it was. Y'all motherfuckers who never watched the show turned it into something else because Joe was cool enough to get somebody that you cared about, but you didn't know. But bro, this is always what it was. You're looking down on it, yet they get 10, 15, 20, 100 times the views that you do. Just trying to be cool. Just trying to listen to cool shit. Just trying to hear something interesting. That's it. You're trying to make a mountain out of a molehill. What does Jimmy Dean say? Yeah, but there are also people like people of the machine that got out. Like Bill Maher. He's out of the machine. You don't think that he's just an establishment. Okay. And Stephen Fry. I'm not too familiar with what Stephen Fry is saying these days. But you've got to and to that point, again, Bill Maher is on HBO. Everything he says and does is checked off and approved by the corporation before he does it. Without him, obviously there's terms of service in place for different things and da. But like my point is, Bill Maher's not just some rogue guy. And again, just like with Howard Stern, definitely want to give him credit for what he was doing with Politically Incorrect when nobody had really done that before. But he was still coloring inside the lines. You didn't really I only know this because Rogan talks about, being an early podcaster, but, not really starting the whole thing. But, Adam Carolla and, like the Opie and Anthony show, that being, they had the level of issues that they had with the FCC. Is the FCC? Yeah, the FCC. Compared to what Howard Stern was doing is maybe comparable, but he definitely, they stepped the game up, and so even Opie and Anthony were still part of the establishment. They're doing, they're pushing pushing it as far as they can take it, but they still have the overlords who say yes or no. I'm not. I think I saw. Lapaka's talking about Fart Man. I think I saw it live. I don't remember. I'm young enough where I don't remember if I saw it live. I'm pretty sure I did because my brother would have been watching the MTV Awards at the time. But Jamie Dean, so what do you mean by this? He's not stuck with HBO. He's got FU money. Yeah, but he is with HBO. So if he were to leave HBO and start another show on his own, and you're saying you think that it would be exactly the same, maybe he doesn't feel like he's got that that ceiling. Maybe he doesn't feel like he's being crushed by the establishment. But that only further goes to my point that what he thinks is, whoa, I'm Mr. Politically Incorrect. Yet nobody at the station has an issue with what you're saying. Maybe what you're saying is not that far out of the box. Just maybe. Use that FU money and find out. Get off of HBO. Start your own show. Start it on YouTube. If you've got all this money, you'll bring in the subscribers. You'll get all them. You'll get not way more money, but you'll get money. Maybe it is more money. Who knows? You'll get to keep a bigger chunk of what the show makes. We know that for sure. So let's see. But I definitely think that Bill Maher's show would change dramatic, or at least Bill Maher's, his positions. I think they would change dramatically, not immediately, but over time as he stopped being in this bubble. And Jamie disagrees. I'm saying to say yes. I'm saying it would be the same. Maher has said in the Rogan interview that HBO agreed to be hands off, but that's my point. They would agree. They wouldn't agree to be hands off of Joe Rogan, because Joe Rogan might not say, or might say things that they don't like, but they trust Bill Maher not to need to watch over him like that. Which again goes to my point. If they don't feel like they need to watch him that closely, then clearly he's not an issue to them. Which just goes to show he's not saying anything outside of the box. He's just regurgitating the left-wing talking points. Even if it's him making, even if it's him calling out something on the left, it's not some unique take. It's just the same take that every other left-wing YouTuber has, except 5 days later because his show's on a fucking weekend. I don't understand, and if you do think his show would be the same, then how well do you think that show would do if it wasn't on HBO? How well do you think Bill Maher would do if he was doing the exact same show and it wasn't on HBO? That's really the question there, because if it wouldn't do that well. He's not saying anything that great. It's just because he's got a primetime spot and he's got the name and he's already got the infrastructure around him. Exactly.
And then largely forget about it and move on with his life. He's not coming out of all these conversations with a dramatically changed worldview. He'll talk to someone a month later who tells him the exact opposite thing, and that'll be cool and interesting.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. But if you ever have watched a Joe Rogan episode, you know that he will very often pull information from previous conversations, previous episodes. And I don't know how you want to differentiate the person, a smart person telling a dumb person a fact, and then that dumb person accumulating a shit ton of facts from smart people. Where's the line between a dumb person with a bunch of smart facts and just a smart person? Because at some point, that dumb person with a bunch of facts goes into smart person territory. And I'm not proposing to draw that line, but you got to draw it somewhere. And Rogan's got a lot of facts.
And all of that is fine. And if everybody who was a fan of him just accepted that...
Again, it's all fine. We have no issue with it. We're not even going to dedicate a single news segment to it.
That's what they were getting. I would be fine with it. The thing
Whoa. Back up. Did he just say that people are not aware that they're getting all of that? Oh, I just want to find something interesting. I think that's what he said. But that's so dumb. that I'm going to give him a chance. Maybe I'm dumb and that's not what he said. Let's see.
About it and move on with his life. He's not coming out of all these conversations with a dramatically changed worldview. He'll talk to someone a month later who tells him the exact opposite thing, and that'll be cool and interesting. And all of that is fine. And if everybody who was a fan of him just accepted that that's what they were getting,
we accept. Thank you, John Ariola.
I would be fine with it. The thing that bothers
Okay, then you're fine with it. Good, great, no issue. Moving on.
me is when people think that their fandom means something that it doesn't. If you're a fan of Joe Rogan, that's fine. If you're a fan of Jordan Peterson, that's fine. But what you're a fan of is not curiosity and intellectual like rigor, and that's not what you want. That's branding. That's all that is. They have branded these people as being for guys who are more curious and interested in the world. No, guys that are curious and interested in the world can go to the goddamn library and they can read a book about basically anything.
And then become a doctor and then say the things that I was interested in when I was listening the whole time, right? That would be the logical conclusion after going to the library to read a bunch of books, to get a bunch of facts, to know a bunch of things that are interesting, which is exactly what you seem to have a problem with. Right as you're saying you don't have a problem with it. This is the insanity that creates the two different worlds that we all live in. Like, there's people that listen to this stuff and they're like, just another story. Like nothing that just happened. This isn't a long clip. We have 1 minute left of a 13-minute clip, and I haven't been able to play more than 30 seconds without being like, hold on, wait, what the fuck? But there's entire swaths. This video alone is from today, right? Today, yeah, this video is from today, and has 100,000 people watch this. Now, only 4,000 of them liked it. And they have 5 million subscribers. So they only got 100,000 views. So you do the math there. But there's still 100,000 people who watch this. And I don't think that most of those people are views like this, where we're making fun of them. But this is news. This is news. Let's finish up. Let's see what they got.
If they want to, they can talk to these people. You are specifically going to a person who's going to give you a really chopped down, easy to understand version of this. It's not really going to challenge anything that you already believe. And all of that is fine. Just be honest with yourself about it.
Okay, fair enough. We've been doing that. You, as somebody outside of the community of people who listen to Joe Rogan, didn't know that because you don't listen to Joe Rogan. But people who listen to Joe Rogan are quite familiar with the idea of not taking it further than just a couple of guys or a guy and a gal just hanging out, chit-chatting. You're the only one who seems to have an issue with that. But you said you're fine with it. As long as we understand that. We understand that. But you're not fine with it. So either I don't get logic or you're a fucking liar.
Yeah. Well, they won't be. So looking forward to whatever comes in 2024 during that election process. It's going to be great. Don't worry. Gavin Newsom, who has destroyed California, is considering running in 2024, which is really looking forward to that.
He probably won't make it on the show either, though, if I had to guess.
Thanks for watching the Young Turks. So really,
yeah, you better fucking thank me for subjecting my fucking brain to that. Like, what just happened? So I was thinking like, okay, maybe it was just, maybe they're just up in arms about Rogan and they really don't like him. And, I haven't watched the Young Turks in years. They, have been just fucking crazy, as kind of we just saw. And, I used to trust them. I used to listen to them. I used to, be like, I don't want to say a fan, but I used to be a follower of theirs. But yeah, maybe it's just the Rogan stuff. So why don't we take a look at some of the other stuff that they put out today, and we'll see if it's just as crazy, or maybe they just have that hard on for Rogan, and when Rogan comes up, then they don't know how to be fair. And then everything else they do is perfect. Lapaka says, Obama removed the law that prevented news from using any propaganda. Yep, Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday, right? Now it's like a communist state with news reporting. Yeah, and I mean, of course, the Young Turk, like having a YouTube channel, you can say whatever the fuck you want, and I don't, I don't begrudge anybody for. It's so ironic because it's like I don't begrudge the Young Turks specifically for having videos that have a lot of reach, but like the whole thing about as long as you're just saying, as long as you're saying, okay, well, this is what it is, and you're not trying to lie to people, then we're good. But that's precisely what they do. So how do you have the gall to say this is what you should do? Well, we don't need to do it, but this is what you should do, and this is what everybody else should do, but just not us. So let's go through just one day of Young Turks videos and see what you see. Let's see.
Democrats like to say that no one needs an AR-15 for self-defense. That no one could possibly need all 30 rounds.
So this video is called Right-Wing Political Ad Sees Democrats Dressed as KKK Gunned Down with AR-15.
But when this rifle is the only thing standing between your family and a dozen angry Democrats in Klan hoods, you just might need that semi-automatic and all 30 rounds.
That's Jerome Davison, who is running for Congress in Arizona. And if you had to do a little bit of a double take there because he was accusing Democrats of being the ones of wearing those hoods and sowing all the terror in the country.
Why would we do a double take? Oh, you're assuming that people are still believing the lie that you propagated about how the party switched. Just one day, all the Republicans were like, okay, okay, on the count of three, we'll switch to batons, and we'll be the this party, and you be that party. Okay, ready, go. That never happened. That's a lie. That's a flat out lie. Like I says, yes, I agree. Dumb people should have a voice also. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that is how it should work. But even I mean, that's not even the issue. That's not even the issue. We're talking about Joe Rogan, who has doctors and scientists and shit on his show. Like that's. But we're on to the Dixiecrats. The Dixiecrats.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. He is making
makes sense.
The claim that it's not the right wing that's spouting white replacement conspiracy theories. That it's the Democratic Party putting on the hoods to terrorize black people in this country. And he claims we need the assault weapons. We need the assault weapons to what? To murder Democrats?
Yeah.
Based on the
oops, because I think the situation that was presented was that they were trying to come and kill you. So that wouldn't be murder. That would be self-defense. Right? Being right is Young Turks don't care about
false
that.
premise that they are part of the Klan?
Who? A false premise? How dare you?
What is this?
That, I think, is actually the part that bothers me least about this. I mean, it's deranged. Like, it's ahistoric, and he knows that, yeah, back in the day, if you were to go back 100 years ago, members of the Klan probably would be Democrats. And if they were alive.
Okay, so we agree. Then what is your issue? Yes, obviously it's a political ad. It's not a fucking news report.
Today they wouldn't be Democrats. I mean, like you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't claim that the Democrats are just constantly like virtue signaling to non-white Americans and giving them things. And also simultaneously they're the actual KKK.
Unless the virtue signaling is the bigotry. There's something called the bigotry of low expectations. And always saying that black people need our help because we're so much better than them is racism. Oh, you didn't think about that. You're just talking out of your ass for hours a day. Gotcha. Okay.
Or maybe you can. I don't know. A lot of Republicans probably
I realize you don't know.
Like imagining that everyone is as racist as they are. So who the hell knows? But that is the part that bothers me the least. The fantasy that is conjured up there bothers me so much more. It's like I've talked multiple times on the show about how ridiculous it is that these people think that they're going to have to defend their house from a roving band of marauders. KKK.
Yeah, it's almost like, there's been riots all over the country for the last 3 years over minuscule things, right? Like Come on, man.
Otherwise, you think that deranged 16-year-olds should be able to buy AR-15s if that's a necessary consequence of you being able to gun down a horde of KKK members as they storm with lawn equipment across your yard? That's what you think? As I always say, I play Dungeons and Dragons.
It's okay, cool, bro. Didn't mean to pause it there, but it's so crazy how like they can look across and be like, oh, this doesn't represent reality. We understand that. It's a political ad. It's meant to drum up emotion. It's meant to be that. But how come you can't do the same thing looking at your own news report, which is supposed to represent reality, and see that, oh, wait, this isn't in line with reality? Maybe they can, and they're lying to you because they don't give a fuck about you. They just want your money.
Every week. I'm going to play tonight. In that game, I'm a sorcerer, and I have such a better connection to reality than you will ever have. You're a crazy person because I know that I'm playing.
Do you, though? Do you, though? Do you really have that good of a grasp on reality? I didn't know he was going to say that. Just a coincidence, I guess.
Playing a game. You think that you're being real. That's all madness. And I'm sure
projection!
He doesn't believe any of that. The thing that makes me so deeply sick about this ad is that in the same way that the audience, when they see that ad, know everything that's going on there with the parts that need to be played and all that, he knows the role that he needs to play to get elected in the modern day Republican Party.
Right, that's what a political ad is. Now, if he was giving a speech and was saying, the Democrats in their hoods, and okay, now we've got a story. But this is just, oh, fuck, we got to do a show today, right? Like, all right, let's find something. We got to find something, guys. Come on.
And the whole thing is just utterly disgusting.
Your show? I agree.
When a disgusting racist gunman opened fire in a Buffalo supermarket to murder black people, he was motivated.
Why does it matter what color they are? Why does it matter what color they are? Is murdering people not enough of a bad thing? Everything has to be racialized. Does he cosplay when he plays D&D? I would bet my bottom dollar that he does.
He was encouraged to do that by right-wing domestic terrorists who want to slaughter you. Let's just keep it real.
What? Oh, we're keeping it real. Is that what we're doing? How about you back up anything that you just said? How about that?
But what if you wanted
Tucker
to be
Carlson is not a
interviewed by them?
Democrat.
I love when she does this. I love when she does this. She makes a point, and then she'll, you know, if you're doing
To
something
slaughter
like,
you.
if you're
Let's
stop. Okay. If you're doing a show like this, you know, you have some kind of shorthand or some type of signal so that you don't talk over each other. And you know, if you're in the same room, the easiest thing is to just look over when you're done talking, so the other person knows, oh, now it's my turn. Let's see how Anna does with that.
keep it real.
But what if you
Tucker
wanted to be
Carlson
interviewed?
Who want to slaughter you. Let's just keep it real.
Here's the look. So if you were getting that look and you were hosting a show, you'd probably think, okay, it's my turn to talk.
But what if you wanted
Oh, but she's not done.
Tucker
to be
Carlson is not a
interviewed by them?
Democrat. Tucker Carlson, who sows fear and paranoia among white individuals in this country, is not a Democrat. Democrat.
Is that news? You mean the largest conservative host is not a Democrat? Wow, I'm learning so much. I'm so glad that I'm watching the Young Turks.
Have tons of issues, okay? Putting on the white hoods and trying to slaughter black people is not one of them.
Yeah.
It's not one of them. I don't know how you're keeping calm, and I did not expect Dungeons and Dragons to make an appearance in the context of this story.
I
I'm fired
understand.
up because I'm sick of this garbage. This is why
She doesn't even let him, like, she tries to add some levity. I didn't even think Dungeons and Dragons would come. And then he's trying to play off the joke that she's making. And she can't even let him get a word in edgewise because she's so fired up.
in the context of this story.
I
I'm fired
understand.
up because I'm sick of this garbage. This
She's
is why.
fired up. She's fired up. Don't talk while Anna's fired up. Serious business.
Why Republicans want to burn history books. This is why Republicans lied to the American people, including parents, to trick them into thinking their kids were learning some curriculum called critical race theory, when in reality they're not.
Yeah, it's just applied principles of critical race theory. My apologies. My bad.
Because they want to institutionalize, okay, the revisionist history that they fantasize about. So Americans are ignorant. So Americans don't
What's that fantasized history that you're talking about?
understand their own identity. And
Yeah, we need to give them their identity. We need to tell you that you are a white person and therefore you're this, that, the other. You're a black person, therefore you're this, that, whatever. You were born female, but you like wearing pants instead of skirts. We need to tell you what your identity is. You don't understand your own identity. Oh, we got Trevin in the building. What's going on, Trevin? I don't ever want to hear that we're not going over left-wing sources. I've been waiting for you. Glad to see you, buddy. What else did I miss here? Lopaka said I would definitely make her pay half the check. She wouldn't let you pay, okay? She's a strong, independent woman, and she would do what strong, independent women do. Oh, shit.
they'll be just super vulnerable for exploitation. Super vulnerable for the kind of disgusting.
Hold on, I missed what she said. Hey.
Ignorant, so Americans don't understand their own identity.
Oh, yeah.
And they'll be just super vulnerable for exploitation. Super vulnerable for the kind of disgusting disinformation that you saw in that video.
So if you don't understand your identity, then you're at risk for disgusting information that we saw. Am I connecting dots that aren't there? You use the word identity a number of times. It all connects. Like that. This. They're saying the quiet part out loud. As long as you listen, it's right there. It's right there. All of this identity stuff about whether it has to do with gender identity or race identity or whatever it is, you need to be given your identity. They get to decide your identity. Because otherwise, you're at risk. You're at risk.
And the thing that really fascinates me is the unending obsession with violence. Oh, the right wing can't get enough. There's never enough mass shootings in the country for the right wing. There's never enough assault.
For the right wing? For what? What? Because it's the right wing that, spins up stories about about every shooting and turns it into a giant fucking thing. Like, what are you saying, woman? Jamie Dean says someone should make an internet filter that automatically blocks white liberals grandstanding from showing up on your feed. It provides nothing to society. Well said. All right, Trevor, what do we got? Trans have decided their identity, yet the right wants to whine about calling them their new names. Okay. I don't like what?
Weapons, never enough high capacity magazines, never enough people getting slaughtered within our borders for the right wing.
Who is the party that was just for federalizing the legalization of murdering unborn babies? Now, I'm pro-choice. I think that, you should have the right to murder your baby as long as it's inside of you. Up to a point. But that's what it is. It's murdering a baby. You should have that right because it's your body and that little fucker can't survive without you. And if you pull consent from giving that entity life, I believe you have that right. But we have to admit that that is what it is. Okay, that's why I said that entity. You are killing that life. You are killing that fetus. What other word would you use for that? And you know what? even if it's a baby dude, baby women, matter just as much, Trevin.
Love it. It's the #1 death cult, not in this country, in the freaking world. Okay, there hasn't been an unarmed black person who got shut down by a cop that they didn't delight in. Let's just keep it real. You'll see an unarmed black person running away from the cops, and right-wingers in America are falling over themselves to defend the cop because they love it. They love seeing it. But you're gonna put out an ad claiming that it's the Democrats putting on the white hoods? Man, I don't know what this guy's end goal is.
But you do.
Of course you do. It's, the ability to protect your family from people who want to cause you harm. That seemed pretty obvious. Right? I mean, am I wrong there?
He wants to be interviewed by Tucker Carlson. He knows that Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to be interviewed by Tucker Carlson too. I mean, okay, so he wants safety, and he wants a little bit of he's running for office. He wants to get on Tucker Carlson. Okay, fair enough. What else has he done wrong?
Carlson doesn't care if he lives or dies, but he wants to.
I don't care if Tucker Carlson lives or dies. That doesn't mean I don't want to be on the show, and that doesn't make me a bad person. I'm sorry, I don't care for obviously I don't want him to die, but everybody that I don't know personally, and some of the people I do. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? If the guy who lives 4 houses down died, it's not going to really affect my day. He's my neighbor. Like, what are we saying? I'm missing the issue.
Slaughter you, okay? Yeah. Not personally. Tucker Carlson would never get his hands dirty, but he encourages others to want to slaughter you.
Who?
To slaughter you?
Who? How? Who? What? Who wants to? I'm confused at who wants to slaughter who. I don't want to slaughter anybody. Put a 1 in the chat if you would like to slaughter anybody, and then we'll go from there. We'll see who it is that you guys want to slaughter, because I don't want to slaughter anybody. She's yelling at me that I want to slaughter people, but nah.
No. And you're putting out this ad. It's hilarious. It really is hilarious.
It's disgusting.
No, it's
obviously. And you correctly identified it. Like, a core part of being a right winger is fantasizing about an excuse to be able to start killing people. Like, most are not just going to go out and kill a random person, but they really want a justification for it.
All right, the left needs to arm itself. Gun laws aren't going to change.
All right, I'm with that. Hell yeah, left wingers, arm yourselves. Fuck yeah. There we go. Jamie Dean wants to slaughter demons. Okay, so Jamie Dean wants to slaughter demons. Does anybody want to slaughter people of any sort? Whether that be living people or unborn fetuses. I'm just looking for slaughter. She's talking about slaughter. I'm just trying to find who is trying to slaughter who. Lamaka says, if you own an AR, you will slaughter. I have 3. Gang, gang, brother.
Right wing is vicious. They can't wait to slaughter people.
So again, I've heard this goddamn word slaughter about 17 times in the last 5 minutes. And I have, what do we always talk about? Just saying things. This is the entire platform of the Young Turks. Just say things. And maybe the people who watch are so dumb that they don't actually read the news, just like us. They don't actually know how the government works, just like us. They don't know how politics works, just like us. They don't know what anybody else is thinking, just like us. And maybe they'll believe us. There you go. So, okay, we've got... So Jimmy Dean wants to slaughter demons, and Lapaka says demons aren't people. So I guess Jamie Dean wants to slaughter... Oh, there you go. There you go. So it's somebody who is doing you harm. That's the only time that slaughter would come up. She definitely is a drama queen. And Trevin says the Christo-fascist state. I have not heard that term, and as a very open atheist, I have not felt any signs of people trying to eradicate me. I definitely agree that, you know, we live in a country where religion is relied on way too heavily and has way too much, you know, impact on our politics. But I don't really think anybody's trying to eradicate me. I mean, unless, Trevin, you are one of those Christians that wants to eradicate atheists, but that might be projection then.
They fantasize about it every day. They even put it in their political ads. The left at this point needs to be smart, get trained.
Why do you think that was in the political ad, Anna? Why? Take whatever you're thinking and go one step further before you open your fucking mouth. Maybe that was in the ad because it's relevant. Because people actually feel like they are being attacked by groups that are against them ideologically. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just some dumb guy, right? You got a news show, so you must know better than me. But maybe it's relevant. Maybe that's why it's in the ad. Like it says, the Pope has joined the 3 major religions. The Pope said he welcomes all atheists. There is a place for them. Well, I'm glad he thinks so, and that Trevin is, in fact, incorrect about the Christo-fascist state wanting to eradicate atheists. You know, if you were talking about the, you know, Sharia law in places like Saudi Arabia, then yes, you would be correct. But not happening here. I mean, at least not in Jersey. I don't know, like maybe in your state, but it's pretty safe to be an atheist here. I mean, you might turn some people off. You might not be friends with everybody, but they're not going to, in your words, eradicate or try to eradicate you.
Arm yourselves. I don't know what's coming at this point. But how many times does the right wing need to tell you that they want to slaughter you for you to do what's necessary to protect yourselves? I'm sorry, gun laws aren't going to change. They're just not. We have one side of this country that's full of lunatics who salivate over mass deaths,
yeah, the left,
murders, and then you have the other side that's like still playing patty cakes, hoping that the Democrats are going to protect them. Get armed. Buy your guns. Please keep them safe. Lock them up. I don't know if you're ever going to need to use them. I hope you don't. But at this point, I'm getting increasingly uncomfortable at the thought that you have right-wing lunatics who are heavily armed, constantly telling us that they want to slaughter us.
Yeah, this is exactly what she's talking about. Where is it? Yeah, hey, we got Bull Rush in the building. What's going on? So, really all you missed is that Rogan went on Lex Friedman's podcast and said that he didn't want Trump on his show because he didn't want to help him. And for some reason, the Young Turks are mad about that. So we're just going through, and I was like, maybe they just have a sore spot for Joe Rogan and are saying this ridiculous shit because of that. So we're looking at just today, in the last 24 hours, what have they put out? And it's wild. But yes, Jamie, she's talking about the so we're at 7:38 here. So let's just go back since Jamie and
Democrats like to say that no one needs an AR-15 for self-defense, that no one could possibly need all 30 rounds. But when this rifle is the only thing standing between your family and a dozen angry Democrats in Klan hoods, you just might need that semi-automatic and all 30 rounds.
Now, let me just say, of course, this is a ridiculous situation. Of course it's a ridiculous situation, but only because of the Klan hoods. Let that sit for a second. It's only ridiculous because of the Klan hoods. I don't know why that was chosen. That was a weird choice, but like they dress in all black, not in all white. So I want to thank Lopaco for giving me the opportunity to once again highlight the very important definition of atheist / atheism. So Lopaco says, atheist means you are your own God. Jesus did say we are all our own gods. That's wonderful for Jesus. And if you are somebody who thinks you're your own God, then good for you. But That is not what atheist means. Atheist means a theist. Theist means belief or somebody who believes in a god or gods. And a, the prefix, means without. So we have a person without a belief in a god or gods. That's it. That's it. There is no other conclusion that you can draw from a person being an atheist except for the fact that they do not hold a belief in a god or gods. You don't know what they think outside of that. You don't know what their morality is. You don't know how much money they make. You don't know what color they are. You don't know anything except the fact that they do not hold a belief in a god or gods. That is it. That is it. Trevor says the Pope is not American and has no say on what the Christian right is doing right now. Good point. It's obviously this thing always fucking jumps. Sorry. It's obviously a stretch to say eradicate. Well, then don't say it. But our non-belief is not welcome in the country they want. That's just not true, Trevin. That's just not true. The numbers of, they call them the nuns now, because the polling is always about which religion do you follow, this, or none. And the nuns have been increasing since the 70s. I think it's something like 40. I want to say it's something like 70, but I don't think that's accurate. But I don't know exactly what the numbers are, but it's been going up significantly. And most people just don't care. Most people don't call themselves atheists because they think that atheism means I believe there is no God. But most people, most Americans are in fact atheists. So I'm understanding that Joe does not want to have Trump on because he doesn't want to help or rebuild. Yeah. You missed the part of Lex's interview where Joe was talking about his CIA buddy. That's not what we're not going over the Lex Friedman podcast. Of course, it's a ridiculous situation. Is it though? I wish Emmett Till had a 60-rounder. Well, I mean, now it's ridiculous for 2022. I don't, I don't think that the KKK is really a heavy force in 2022 in most of the country. Maybe there's some strongholds that I don't know about, but yeah, I don't know. So, but anyway, let's get back into that and then jump back into where we were. So, okay. So we were at 738.
We're heavily armed, constantly telling us that they want to slaughter us. Okay, and we're just sitting ducks.
Yeah, I mean, look, the fact that you apparently can't run for office as a Republican without pointing a gun at somebody, the fact that they're even doing other primary ads. I mean, I'm sure you covered a couple weeks ago the Greitens, was it?
Yeah.
It was like, I want to kill other Republicans. Like, again, with any extremist movement, it is not one thing. It is constantly having to one-up itself. All of them want to stand out. All of them want to be the better, purer version of it. And so, you know, if he's pointing a gun at fake KKK members in one ad, what happens in 2 years? What happens in 4 years? And they're already threatening to kill each other during primaries. They already sent a mob to murder their own vice president. That was a couple years ago.
Number one death cult in the world. Largest death cult in the world. The American right wing.
Holy fucking shit. In the time it took for me to take a piss, there was about 5 different claims, ridiculous, wild claims made. We got to back that up just because I missed everything. Jesus Christ. Let's see. Let's go back over this. And it's just crazy. It's just crazy. How are you spitting out false claims at this rate? It's insane. Sharon says, just because the non-belief and non-followers are increasing in this country doesn't mean there's an active effort to put church in the classroom and to make church and state not separate. I agree with you, but that's not what you said. You said that they were trying to eradicate atheists. Now you're moving the goalpost and walking it back to something that does not mean eradicate. I agree with this. Obviously, as an anti-theist, I agree with this. And as somebody who knows what's going on in this country, I agree with this. This is obviously true. But that's not what you said. You said we live in a Christo-fascist state that is trying to eradicate. Words matter, dude. When you say things, they mean things. So if you don't mean what you're saying, don't say it. Or just pick better words that actually mean the thing that you mean. Is that what he said? Death call? What's all right?
Fake KKK members in one ad. What happens in 2 years? What happens in 4 years? And they're already threatening to kill each other during primaries.
Are they though?
They already sent a mob to murder their own vice president. That was a couple.
Yeah. So what is that about? What mob was sent to kill Kamala Harris? I mean, I definitely am sure that Kamala Harris is the vice president. I have not heard of a mob being sent to murder Kamala Harris. Am I alone? I'm waiting for like, oh my God, you didn't hear about this in the chat, but okay, I guess so. That's just a lie.
Years ago.
#1 death cult in the world, largest death cult in the world, the American right wing. They love death. They tell us every single day, and when they tell you who they are, you should believe them.
To think that this is good faith, which a lot of people do, is terrifying. To think that this is where you're coming from at the beginning of a conversation. Oh, gotcha. Hey, we got JH in the building. What's going on, JH? Thank you for joining us. We're just trying to take a look at some left-wing news and see, is it as crazy as they say? And so far, it has been. And so obviously nobody was trying to murder Mike Pence on the 6th. Like, what? Oh, man, I just needed a second. But yeah, so the entire, there's a death cult in this country, and it's the entire right wing of the country. Okay.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks.
Oh, that's the tagline. The biggest death cult is the right wing. That's your tagline. That's your closing. That's what you've got for us? To just throw bullshit at the people that you don't like and expect us to be like, oh yeah, that was so informative. Okay, so let's see what they really meant, since you're inside the heads of people at the Young Turks. So Sharon says death cult as in pro-death penalty, pro-war, pro-profit over people, pro-fossil fuels, pro-for-profit healthcare, and that lets 45,000. That lets. I don't know what that means. But so pro-death penalty is not the same thing as a death cult. Remember how we just had that conversation about you saying that but you originally said that a Christo-fascist state wants to eradicate atheists, and that's not that's not quite the same thing as this. The things that you're listing here, same thing. And you're going to tell me the Democrats are not pro-war? You're going to tell me the Democrats are not pro-profit? Okay. Oh, got it. I guess we're done, guys. Them's the facts. We're done now. Jesus Christ. So we've only made it through one video. We've been going for an hour and a half. And all we've watched is a clip and 2 like 10-minute videos. There's that much bullshit in all of this. So Trevin, I suggest that you stick around for a minute, because your gods here are getting called out by some random dude on the internet.
Let me ask each of you to introduce.
If you spent money on Match, Tinder, OkCupid, and other popular dating sites.
So this one's called Dating Apps Exposed for Secretly Funding Campaign to Overturn Roe v. Wade.
Some of that cash was funneled into the campaign to eliminate abortion rights nationwide.
That's right. As major corporations across the country pretend that they support women's reproductive rights, that they will pay for the travel costs to get their female employees out of the state to a blue state so she can get an abortion if she needs one. In reality, behind the scenes, they have been bankrolling the very politicians and very individuals who have chipped away at our rights, who have stripped women of their reproductive rights. And Judd Legum came correct with his reporting here on this issue. He has a newsletter called Popular Information. Please check that out. But for now, let's take a look at the next video that gives us more details into how this happens, especially by these dating sites. Let's watch.
Match Group, which owns Tinder and other leading dating sites, donated $137,000 to the Republican Attorneys General Association, known as RAGA. This money came directly from Match Group's corporate treasurer. RAGA, in turn, played a central role in a Supreme Court case that just invalidated the constitutional right to an abortion. A member of RAGA, Mississippi Republican Attorney General Lynn Fitch, was in charge of the legal strategy behind Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health, the case that the Supreme Court used to overturn Roe v. Wade, which was the law of the land for almost 50 years.
And Match Group, by the way, doesn't just stop there. They support all sorts of unsavory individuals, including...
Wait, was that all the evidence? That was it? As if Republicans haven't been fighting against Roe v. Wade since it was passed down? Really? The dating apps? Yeah, because without dating apps, people would never be against abortion. Is this serious? Did I miss something?
Republicans who want to implement even more draconian laws against us. Let's watch.
With Roe overturned, RAGA is using...
No, that really was her point. Wow. Wow. So because, I mean, I'm speechless. I'm speechless. I'm trying. I don't
money from Match and other donors to further undermine abortion rights across the country. Republican attorneys general already working to restrict access to abortion pills and prosecute people who assist women in obtaining abortions. RAGA is also spending to defeat attorneys general who support abortion rights. It's already reserved $682,000 in TV ad time to try to oust Wisconsin's Attorney General Josh Cole.
Inexperienced, dangerous. Josh Cole, wrong for Wisconsin.
Wisconsin has an 1849 law on the books banning abortion, but Cole said he won't enforce it. RAGA is trying to replace Cole with candidate Eric Toney, who has pledged to enforce the abortion ban if elected. The result could be a ban on abortion in Wisconsin without
I'm barely even listening to this because I'm waiting for something like how can whatever this I need to hear something about how this RAGA group was around before the existence of dating apps. To think that pro-life people wouldn't be pro-life without dating apps is crazy. In terms can actually at least progressive wing isn't what? I don't know what you're saying. Okay, give me 1 second here. I'm gonna play this, but I gotta go do the thing so the guy doesn't get electrocuted outside. 1 second.
Legislative action.
So, John, there was a lot of positive press coverage when some of these companies came out and said that they would support their female employees, that they would pay for travel costs if necessary, so they can leave the state to go get an abortion in a state where they have much more liberal laws on reproductive rights. And it infuriated me because these are corporations who have funded these terrible politicians handsomely, right? And in this case, we're talking about, attorneys general and all of that. This is what's really going on. It's important for people to know that, okay? These are not companies that are looking out for you. They're looking out for themselves, and they'll use any tragedy as an opportunity for a little positive PR push.
Yeah, I think it's a little, in some cases, a little bit complex. Like, seeing that there are some corporations, like, so for instance, there were corporations that directly said, and he actually on Popular Information was cataloging this, said, okay, following the insurrection, we're not funding these candidates anymore. And then like 6 months later, they're like, no, we're probably gonna start funding them again. That's, I think, a great example of the sort of thing that you're talking about. They pretend in the moment to care about the stuff they don't. In the case of like identifying the individual like companies that are owned by this conglomerate, like it is possible that some of the execs at those lower down companies support this, but the fact that they're owned by a company that funds it, like how much control of that is, I would want more information about that.
Say a thing. What are you saying? if maybe there was a thing when there were these companies and the small, but then it's like if you ever heard the simulacrum of English, where it's just a video of people like saying English, using English phonemes. Is it phonemes? Is that the word? Like sounds that you would make in the language, but they're not actual words. It's like like it's actual sounds that would be in English, but you feel like you're having a stroke because it doesn't make any sense. That's how I feel.
I can say that I really blame them. No, identifying it can still be a useful tool if it leads to people putting pressure on them, and then perhaps that leads to a ripple effect that changes the corporate giving that they do to politicians. And also, even if the
corporate giving that they do to politicians,
even if the corporations were consistent and they said, we stand for reproductive rights and we're funding it, I still don't like that because I don't think that your healthcare should have anything to do with whatsoever with your job. I think we fundamentally need to break that.
I think what he's getting at is that if you can't, like, this is so ridiculous. So I think what he's getting at is that it's better for the dating apps if people aren't pregnant. So they're, but like, it's not. It's better for the apps if people can get abortions so that they're more amenable to having sex. And then if they do get pregnant, then they can have the procedure and go and use the app more. No, I don't see the deception. I got up for a second. Maybe I missed a key piece, but I don't. I have no idea what's going on. I have no clue what's happening in this clip at all.
It's so weird that it's so closely tied together.
What do you mean? I actually think it's great to have a system in place where if you're a woman who wants to practice your reproductive rights, you'd have to go to your boss, typically a male employee, we are in America after all, and ask him for permission and
So it's not like women are making more money than men right now, and women are more educated than men right now, right? Because that would be really silly if she was saying that, and that was the case.
Funding so you can travel out of state to get an abortion. Who doesn't want to tell their boss that they need an abortion?
Yeah, that's great. Or the idea that someone could like interview for a job and not get it, and that's gonna screw them when they're forced to give birth to their rapist baby later on. Like none of these things should be tied together. All of it is sick. And I'm glad that the judge, his beat.
Holy straw man, Batman.
Is constantly corporate giving, basically, who they're funding and all that. It's just, I'm glad too that he identified there that they're now shifting. They had been funding to get Roe overturned. Now they did that. Now they can put their money to other things because it's a reminder to people that when the Republicans say this is just about sending it back to the people and letting the states decide, that's just a slow.
See again with the fucking condescension. When it's just about sending it back. No, like it's about sending it back to the state. Like that's what it is. There's no like that's what it is. I get that you're mad about it, but there's no underlying thing. That's just what it is.
That they're using right now. They then are going to go and try to.
It's not like he said, "Oh, when they say this, they actually mean this." As ridiculous as whatever he might propose, he didn't do that. He just said it with a voice to make you, the stupid TYT viewer, think that, oh, well, that must be not what it is then, because he said it with a funny voice. That's what they think of you. That's what they think of you. But yeah, no, keep looking up to these people.
Change all the laws at the state level, and even worse than that, try to make it in whatever capacity they have to enforce the law outside of their own state borders. Like they are trying to make it so that if a woman leaves their state, has an abortion and comes back, that she can suffer legal consequences as well. They don't give a damn about states' rights. They don't give a damn about the people.
They give a damn about people not dying, and they believe that the fetus in your body is a person. So their whole thing is that they don't want people dying. If you don't understand that, that's okay. A lot of people on the left don't understand that. But you're running a news show. Do better. Jordan says, this site and many other companies fund Republicans because that's who will pass laws that benefit them. Yeah, that's called politics. What do you mean this? Who are you referring to with this site? This site meaning the Young Turks or the dating apps? And either way, what's the issue? If that's who will benefit them, then do you think that people on the left don't do that? I'm very confused. I am a very confused streamer right now.
They will try to change the law in whatever arena they think they can win in. That's why they did it through the Supreme Court and not through, the executive branch or legislative branch. They can't win those right now, so they went with the one that the structural impediments to democracy allowed them to dominate.
Again, yes. Politics is winning the things that you want to win. You lost. I get that. You're upset that you lost. But what is immoral here? You're missing that part. You're just bitching. It's not just about sending it back to the states. There's no underlying thing. This is one move. This is a move one step closer towards the Christ. I thought we got away from that. I thought we said there was no Christo-fascist state. We just went over this. So no, there is no underlying thing. Yes, it is just about sending it back to the states. And the fact is, there's a difference between people having we talk so much about this, how there's a difference between American values and religious values, but that there is a big overlap. And if your religious values or science tells you that a new being is created at the moment of conception, which is a fact, then ending that is on par with murder. We don't like murder. Murder is bad. Do I really need to explain that more? I'm trying. I mean, like, murder's bad, right? I mean, give me a 1 if you need me to further explain why murder is bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Lopaka. They will say whatever they need to say.
And look, I think Judd Legum's doing really great work in calling out this issue because, again, we need someone to cut through the positive, press that these corporations get. Just simply.
We need somebody to cut through the actual real press because, people that we don't like are getting positive press.
By virtue signaling.
People aren't listening to us just rag on people and just talk bullshit all day enough. So
that's all they do. They engage in virtue signaling. Whether we're talking about supporting Black Lives Matter, I mean, do they really support Black Lives Matter? Do they really support what Black Lives Matter wanted to accomplish, which was police reform? Because if they did, they certainly have the money necessary to help fund that effort. Or do they just use that as an opportunity to do positive PR? You see the same, I think you see the same thing with reproductive rights. And you're right, corporations should not be in any way advertised as what will save us when we're going through a crisis. They're not interested in saving us. Most of the societal ills that we're dealing with in this country come.
All right, guys, I'm not going to play that super loud video, but I just want to stop real quick. Thank you guys for being here. And please do hit the like button if you're enjoying what you are watching. Hit that subscribe button and make sure you ring the bell so you never miss the party. Yeah, if you go back and watch the replay of this, it's still going to be very entertaining. I promise that. But if you're not in the comments, if you're not in the chat, like my man, Trevin right here, then you're missing the party. So what does Trevin say? There is no overlap. The framers did not put Bible or fetus in the Constitution. Well, but they put man, meaning human. So if you believe that a fetus is a human, then it's covered. Right? If a human is a human, then it's a human. I don't know how much more simply to put that.
From the fact that we have a political system that is corrupted through campaign donations by corporate interests. That is why there's a disconnect between our lawmakers and their own constituents. Their constituents are very clear about what they want. Their lawmakers give them the middle finger because they're not representing their constituents. They're representing corporate interests that are bribing them through legalized bribes, but still bribing them. And then
okay, so again, those are all fascinating claims that I would love to learn more about. Do you have anything, or are you just saying it? This is not news. This is just an op-ed. which is fair enough. But as they were claiming with Joe Rogan, people should know that. People should know, hey, we don't have any authority as a press. Don't listen to us any more than you would listen to Joe Rogan. I would be fine with that. What, you want to come up here? Come here. Come here. Stop in the show because you want to get on Daddy. Oh, come on. All right. There we go. More. Say hi to Morty. Hi. Oh, you got to look at the camera. There you go. Yeah, I mean, it's so sad. It's so sad that this is again, and that's why I said irony and projection, because they are getting mad at Joe Rogan for being Joe Rogan, yet they are essentially the same kind of thing, just not as good. And they're mad that they're not as big, I guess. I don't know. So Alpaca says, I wonder if she puts out on the first night. Something tells me it's going to take 6 months. Nah, these liberal women, they're empowered and liberated. So I bet you get in the first 10 minutes. She is married, though. So Trump says, quoting the First Amendment, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Okay, so where does that allow murder? You haven't answered that. This is another case of you not engaging with the argument and just saying the things that you want to say and saying the things that you think. I understand your position, Trevin. And guys, I'm sorry, we're not gonna stop the whole show just to deal with everything Trevin says. But you're not engaging with the fact that people believe, based on science, based on DNA, that when a conception occurs, a new human being is created. Therefore, it is not your body as the woman. It is somebody else's body. Ending somebody else's life is not allowed. Where does this make it okay to kill somebody else? You are not engaging with the argument. The argument is that the fetus is, in fact, a human baby. And again, that is based on science. That is based on the creation of unique DNA. There is no other point from conception to birth that makes sense to draw the line that is less arbitrary. There's places that make sense, but they're arbitrary. Whether you want to say the heartbeat, brain function, nervous system, viability, whatever it is, that's arbitrary. Conception is not. Unless you want to argue that DNA is not created at conception, we can have that conversation. But that's what happens. I'm sorry you didn't get proper sex ed, but that's what happens.
In addition to that, of course, they're personally invested in these companies by buying individual stocks, so they
fuck up for the win always.
Screw us in that way as well.
Yeah.
But it's just, they don't care about your reproductive rights. Corporations don't care about anyone's rights. They care about
exactly
one thing.
So stop falling for their bullshit just because they put a rainbow flag or a Ukrainian flag in their fucking Twitter bio. Of course they don't care about you. They care about profits. That's their sole their sole purpose for existing.
One thing only, period. What they care about is maximizing their profits because they literally have a fiduciary responsibility to do so, to care about.
Yeah, they have a responsibility to care about the people whom have invested time, money, etc. into them in the interest of getting profit. What you are just saying things. You're not reporting on anything. You're not pointing out a problem. You're just, I may as well read the dictionary or listen to somebody else read the dictionary.
Nothing other than maximizing profits.
Thanks for watching.
In fact, that would be significantly better for my education. So I think that I'm really. It sucks that who is it? That Tyler's not here, because Tyler, we have a couple. I have what? 1, 2, 3, 4 more videos from today, but I don't know if we can. I don't know how far we can make it. Let's try this last one, because I have something else, but let's try this last one. We'll dive into this video, see if we can make sense of it. Maybe, okay. We did a video about Joe Rogan, and they did a video about Roe v. Wade stuff. So maybe it's just, we just caught the two things that really, are a sore spot for them. So we have Mitch McConnell. Remember, this is all just in the last 24 hours. I'm not like trying to dig up their worst. I'm just randomly looking at the last 24 hours of what they've done and judging it based on what it is. So we have Mitch McConnell wants workers desperate so he can keep lining his pockets. So, okay, I'm with you. Fuck Mitch McConnell. Somehow, though, I'm not confident that I'm going to agree with her take. But let's see. Let's keep an open mind, and let's see.
The other.
Oh, wrong one.
McConnell is salivating over the thought of Americans running out of money and becoming so desperate for survival that they are free and open to be exploited by corporations who will treat them poorly and pay them so meager, like such meager wages, they won't even be able to pay their bills. That's what Mitch McConnell is salivating.
Okay, so that's the claim. Now let's wait for the evidence.
Over as we speak. Why do I say that? Well, he recently gave a speech and he was talking about the labor shortage. Okay, and he wanted to express some optimism about the labor shortage. For anyone who's concerned about all these positions that are going unfilled, he says, you've got a whole lot of people sitting on the sidelines because, frankly, they're flush for the moment. Meaning they have so much money, they don't know what to do. So they're not working. What we've got to hope is once they run out of money, they'll start concluding it's better to work than not to work.
So to me, that sounds like if you've got enough money not to work and you don't want to work, then you don't need to work. But if you don't have enough money and you need to work, then you need to work. It really does seem like I'm just reading the dictionary.
This is
Let's get to a point.
How detached from reality our politicians are. And I say our politicians because remember, there were also some corporate Democrats.
What did I miss? What did I miss? People are flush right now, so they're not working. If they don't have as much money, they'll think more about working. Let's continue. I mean, because again, with the elitist bullshit, they assume that, they, because of their messaging and their propaganda, that just hearing a right winger talk about money, oh, he must be wrong. So maybe, what am I missing? What was the quote? You got a whole lot of people sitting on the sidelines because, frankly, they're flush for the moment. Okay, if you were flush, meaning you've got cash, you're good, right? Are any of you trying to do more work than you need to do? They're flush for the moment. What we've got to hope is once they run out of money, he's not saying they hope these people run out of money. He said we hope that once they do run out of money, they'll start concluding it's better to work than not to work. Jamie, what am I missing? This is the most bland statement I've ever fucking read. What we've got to hope is once they run out of money, not that they run out of money. Once they run out of money, they'll start concluding it's better to work than not to work. What's wrong with that? What is she right about? I'm not even saying she's wrong. I don't even understand what the point is. Like, yes, that's how money works. If you have it, you don't need it. If you don't have it, then you need it. In order to get it, you work. So if you don't need it, then you don't have to work. And if you do need it, then you've got to work. I mean, is that what she's right about? Then okay, yeah, yes. If you need money, then you've got to work. But that doesn't seem to be the point that she's making. And I don't know what the point that she's making is. I mean,
our politicians are.
Help me out, guys. I'm feeling dumb as hell right now.
And I say our politicians because remember, there were also some corporate Democrats who wanted unemployment benefits to end prematurely in the middle of a global pandemic. So Americans who felt unsafe going back to work would have no choice. They would be desperate and they would take any job regardless of what the risk would be to both their health and honestly their minds. You know, going to work every day with that fear of getting sick with coronavirus, not a good feeling. But let's get back to Mitch McConnell's argument here.
So let's see, maybe Trevor's got it for it. So Trevor says, Mitch is talking about the working class being flush with money because of the 2 checks we got in 2020, as if our wages have moved with inflation. Our minimum hasn't changed in 10 years. But Mitch, so you're talking about the working class being flush. So you're telling me that in 2022, the Young Turks is taking issue with a statement that Mitch McConnell made about the working class 2 years ago because of money that the government gave out because of. So our minimum wage hasn't changed in 10 years, but Mitch thinks we're flush. We're not flush, Mitch. We're losing money because of price gouging. Yeah, but like, okay, I mean, maybe I'm coming at this that Anna must be wrong, and because this seems like an obviously, you know, Mitch McConnell is out of touch. Obviously, those checks are not, you know, enough for people to be out of work for 2 years. So let me take a step back. I'm going to go back a little bit from when she was reading the quote, and then let me just get a wider. Maybe you guys are picking up on it, and I'm just too close to it. So let's try this again.
They'll start concluding it's better to work than not to work. This is how detached from reality our politicians are. And I say our politicians because remember, there were also some corporate Democrats who wanted unemployment benefits to end prematurely in the middle of a global pandemic. So Americans who felt unsafe going back to work would have no choice. They would be desperate and they would take any job regardless of what the risk would be to both their health and honestly their minds.
Which was way overblown by the government and the media.
You know, going to work every day with that fear of getting sick with coronavirus, not a good feeling. But let's get back to Mitch McConnell's argument here. So Republicans have long blamed, get a load of this, have long blamed that $1,400 direct payment to Americans for worsening inflation and helping keep people out of the workforce.
So okay, it sounds like Trevin's right, and that this is that's Mitch McConnell's position, and clearly that's ridiculous. Mitch McConnell is, I mean, and that was his point. That's crazy. That's you know, obviously that's crazy. Trevin also says more people are working than ever. Actually, it's the fact that Mitch thinks that because we're working, we're saving and not just barely scraping by, which is what's pissing Anna off. He's out to lunch. Fair. So okay, out of 4 videos, we finally found something, and it's about Mitch McConnell. That okay, we can all agree Mitch McConnell's a piece of shit. I'm feeling a little better about the news in general, because again, maybe just, you know, Joe Rogan's a sore spot, and maybe you know, Roe v. Wade is a sore spot. So okay, I'm with it. I'm on board. Okay.
Now let that sink in for a minute. $1,400 won't even cover half of the rent in most metropolitan areas of the country for 1 month. For 1 month. Homeboy's cashing checks from his corporate donors. He's trading individual stock.
Don't say homeboy. Please don't say homeboy.
buybacks based on insider information, which we would go to prison for, but senators get to do it with impunity, of course. He thinks that $1,400 from like literally 2 years ago is what's persuading Americans to not work? What world does this guy live in? No, and by the way, not a word about the Federal Reserve printing money, handing it over to corporations, handing it over to private equity firms. Not a word about how that led to record inflation for assets, record inflation in the housing market, record inflation, and I say inflation, but I mean, look, honestly, the reason why we're experiencing turbulence right now in the stock market is because the value of those shares are not, like, based on nothing. It's not based on productivity. It's not based on sales. It's not based on the health of these corporations. It's based on corporate stock buybacks that happened with money that was provided by the Federal Reserve. Not a word about that, because that helps his stock portfolio. Mitch McConnell's chilling. He loves those corporate stock buybacks. Loves.
Don't say chilling. Don't say homeboy. Don't say chilling. Just stop.
It. He's heavily invested. But he's super salty about that $1,400 you got from the federal government years ago. We got to find a way to make them desperate. Got to pave the way for these corporate executives to exploit them. That's who Mitch McConnell is. That's right-wing populism for you. Disgusting. By the way, unemployment as we speak sits at a historic low of 3.6%. What is he talking about? Now, Moody's Analytics estimates that households.
So I definitely, we're all on the same page. Finally. But we're only a third through this video. Unless there's, I haven't read this. So unless there's more to the story, then that should be the end of the story. Hey, Mitch McConnell said another dumb thing. Let's see.
Did in fact build up extra cash, totaling $2.6 trillion from the beginning of the pandemic through the end of 2021. But let's also consider the fact that savings increased generally, right? Like, they're not looking at a specific group of American workers. They're not looking at minimum wage workers and saying like, whoa, wow, look at this. During the pandemic, minimum wage workers were really stacking the cash. No, that generally speaking, Americans, including those who were lucky enough to work from home, were able to save a little extra money, because where would they spend it? Everything was shut down. Okay, but what is the situation today? Because remember, inflation is the other thing that these right-wingers complain about day in, day out. Understandably, inflation is hurting everybody, right? Okay, we should probably focus on corporations that have just decided to arbitrarily price gouge us so they can increase their corporate profits. Not a word about that from Mitch McConnell either. But let's take a look at the financial health of ordinary Americans today. So,
wow, wait a minute. Are we actually going to get some facts and statistics here? We're actually going to get facts and figures from the Young Turks. All right.
There have been some Americans who quit their jobs. Over the past 2 years, Americans have been quitting jobs at near record rates, but hiring and job openings remain strong.
Never mind. I thought we were, but some.
That indicates that many people
near record
are quitting for higher paying jobs. Good for them, especially in low wage industries and the service sector, which.
Well, wait, but that's how that's always supposed to work, right? That's not like that doesn't. What does that have to do with Mitch McConnell?
Seems to have struggled the most to hire and retain workers. Maybe they should consider paying their workers more to entice them to go back to their restaurants or to whatever service industry job they previously had.
So this whole fucking thing is about how people don't have money. And her solution is to pay people more money. Okay, if you're Amazon or Walmart or whatever, sure. But you just said restaurant. She knows that restaurant owners are not like millionaires just because they own a restaurant, right? Like, restaurants run on tiny margins. So your whole point about people not being flush and price gouging and all that, yes, I agree with all of that. But that's precisely why business owners cannot afford to pay more. And I am not happy with my most recent raise at all. But like, I mean, money doesn't grow on trees. People are not calling to get their dog trained right now. So like, if I were to ask my boss for more money, he would say, I don't have it. Just like you don't have money, I don't have money either. We're all in the same boat. Jarvin says, I watched the Joe Rogan video TYT already, but none of the others because I know their stance already. I'm glad I got to watch this video on Mitch now. She smokes, so she says cool lingo, dude. What? Yeah, I mean so what did you think of the Joe Rogan one? And does that so when you said you're getting to watch this now, do you regularly follow the Young Turks? Because that is definitely an issue. Just because we found a news report actually being somewhat news doesn't mean they're good at doing news.
Turns out that they found work that pays them better. Free market, baby. What happened? Suddenly, when the free market,
but nobody. But what do you mean free market? What happened? That none of that was in the quote about what Mitch McConnell said. She's moving the goalpost from what Mitch McConnell said to now her characterization of right wingers. Come on. Even when you're right, you're full of shit.
Is used to the advantage of labor. Don't love it so much anymore. Let's make them desperate so they have no choice but to go back to jobs where they're not paid enough and they're treated poorly.
Mitch McConnell does not represent the average conservative voter. That's why conservatives stopped calling themselves Republicans and started calling themselves conservatives, because of people specifically like Mitch McConnell.
But let's get to the real heart of what's encouraging Mitch McConnell's dumb argument here.
Why? If you're outside of Kentucky, why do you care about Mitch McConnell? If you're inside Kentucky, why don't you get rid of this fuck?
Kentucky, McConnell's home state, was briefly the epicenter of the Great Resignation. The sheer number of workers quitting and leaving the workforce was powered by structural conditions that existed long before the pandemic and were exacerbated by COVID-19. That includes lack of affordable childcare, a low minimum wage, and worries over safety during a still raging pandemic. Let's focus on minimum wage and childcare. If you've got kids to take care of, and you also have a minimum wage job, you can't afford childcare. It makes
then get a better job.
A lot more sense for you to stay home and be with your kids. Because again, your wages wouldn't even cover the childcare necessary.
Where do we stand on that? Give me a one if you think that is unfair to say get a better job. If you're working minimum wage and you have a child and you are not looking to get a better job, you are not a good parent. Period. I would love if we lived in a society where a minimum wage job was enough, but it's not. We got no freedoms in the building. So that's why I don't have kids. That is exactly why I don't have kids. I'm doing quite well, no freedoms. How are you doing? But you're right. That is exactly why I don't have kids, because I don't want to have to do the things that are included with having kids. I don't want to have to pay for kids. I don't want to have to get up early and worry about fucking anything. I don't have to do any of that. Morty is enough. He's a fucking pain in my ass. I love him, but sometimes it's like, all right, dude. Like just this morning, I knew, like I said, work's been super slow. So I have two active clients. I got a text that I haven't looked at yet. So maybe let's call it 3. I have 3 active clients right now for the entire week. Exactly. Why bring in kids if you can't feed them? And then exactly, JH, even jobs above minimum wage won't cover childcare if you have multiple kids. So get a better job or shut the fuck up. Frankly. What are you doing? If you're a cashier, then you have 8 hours a day where your mind is doing nothing. Pull out your phone, have one, they say not to copy and paste your resume, but you can't really be, individualizing your resume if you're working two jobs like that. You're working two bullshit jobs, right? So just have one, have it down here, boom, send it off this company, boom, send it off that company, boom, send it off that company. Or stay at your minimum wage job and you and your kids starve. That's how it works. It's not my fault. It's not Mitch McConnell's fault that that's the way it works. But it is your fault for not putting yourself in the position to take care of yourself and your family. Yes. Probably not, but yes. Bull Rush said, especially with how many people need employees nowadays. Yeah. Too many entitled kids want the moon. And it's not even Lopaka, you're right, but it's not even when I say that, right? Notice how I very simply answered it. I was asked a direct yes or no question. And what did I do, Trevin? I answered it. And in case you missed it, I'll answer it again. Yes, I could be wrong. I don't think I am. I would need to be convinced that I am. But yes, it's possible. But yeah, Lopaka, there are a lot of entitled kids, but I think it's a bigger issue with entitled adults who think they're kids and act like kids. The fact is that it's a matter of, thinking that you're entitled to some six-figure lifestyle without having to do the work. If you're working minimum wage, then do better. Do better. There is nobody, show me anybody who is capable of work. Like if you have some kind of disability, some type of mental health issue, then we're having a different conversation. But if you're capable of working a minimum wage job, then the probability that you are only capable of doing a minimum wage job and nothing more is slim to none. Slim to none. There are so many different types of jobs, and especially in a post-Rona world where so much is done online and remote these days, there is no excuse. There is no reason to be in a minimum wage job for longer than whatever the purpose is to get to the next stop. You shouldn't enter a minimum wage job without a next goal. The only reason you should take a minimum wage job is because it's between you and whatever that goal is. That's it. No Freedom says, actually, we are entitled for more things. However, for some reason, we all agree it should be used to make bombs. However, they won't vote against that. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it sounds good. So let's leave it up there.
Necessary for you to go to work. Mitch McConnell in that same speech bragged about defeating Build Back Better, which was the social spending bill that would have provided a social safety net for people, but more importantly, it would have provided childcare for Americans. So if they choose to go back to work, they could easily do so. He bragged about defeating that in the same speech.
Well, yes, because that was about allowing or making people who otherwise don't have to pay for those kids pay for those kids. You had those kids. I don't have kids. I'm not paying for your kids. I mean, unless you want to buy me some dog food. That would be ridiculous, right? That would be ridiculous if that was a law that you had to fucking buy my dog food. But when it comes to children, I'm going to guess you're talking about Trump. When Trevin says, the orange dude is right. We are okay with crumbs, so we get crumbs. Some are finally asking for more than just crumbs.
So which one is it? Do you want people to go back to work? Because if you do, a
Yes.
great way for you to use your position of power is to support them in that effort. But people like Mitch McConnell actively work against the American people.
So this is, again, being drawn from the original out of touch statement that we all agree is out of touch, and that he thinks, people are flush with money because of the stimulus checks. Okay, if that, assuming that is the real position, because I kind of don't really think that. I don't know enough to debunk that, but I would bet money that that's not exactly what he was saying. But the original statement was, okay, these people have so much money that they're good. Hopefully, that when they do run out of money, we'll be able to bring them back into the workforce. So yeah, I can see, okay, that's not super cozy to be talking about when people are going to be running out of money. But what are we talking about now? How did we get here? So Mitch isn't happy that we're asking for more. Well, I'm not necessarily either. I mean, I think that the stimulus checks, were, I think they were bad in general, but they were necessary because they decided to shut down the whole economy. I would have much rather that they kept the economy open so they wouldn't need these checks. But since they decided to close down the economy, absolutely those checks were necessary. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So No Freedom says we spent more than $40 billion to a country that we're going to a close that we spent more than 40 billion to a country that are going to close a war. I don't know what that means. And billions on pointless wars. However, people will still say vote blue and red. So I guess they really don't want change. And that was precisely why I did the stream yesterday that I did. One of my worst performing streams. Because, it's not super exciting, but I do think it's important. So even if, even if you weren't there, I do really recommend that you go check out yesterday's stream about the Libertarian Party. Because No Freedoms is exactly right. As long as we're voting red and blue, nothing's going to change. JH says, I'd rather pay for people's childcare than munitions in Ukraine. Yeah. I mean, if I had to pay for one, I would definitely choose the former, but I'd rather not pay for either. Trump says, if our wages kept up with productivity since the 60s, it would be 24. I assume you mean the minimum wage. It's not about doing better. It's not about doing better, we as Americans. That's not a sentence, brother. It's not about doing better. We as Americans have increased productivity and we haven't seen the rewards for that. Well, productivity is not necessarily the productivity of an individual person. It's the productivity of a company, an entity, or whatever. So with technology, of course, productivity is going to go up with the same amount of human labor. So it definitely, the minimum wage could stand to be higher for sure. That's not really a hill that I'm willing to die on, but I do think I mean, 24 is ridiculous, but I would be okay with $15 minimum wage. But the point is that the minimum wage jobs are not there to support families. They're not there to support families. And if you are trying to, it's like trying to use a car jack that only carries up to 2 tons, and you're trying to lift an 18-wheeler. That's not what it's for. It's not going to be able to handle that. That's not what a minimum wage is for. Now, Freedom says, damn, this is sad. The word close was supposed to be lose. Okay, so what did I say? So we spent 40. We are going to lose a war. Gotcha. Yeah. And Trevor says, we've done better. Please, commas, brother, commas. We've done better, yet haven't been paid accordingly. There's a portion of Dems and Republicans that are beholden to the corporate state and want to keep us from recouping those lost wages. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. And it's, so I think that's an important point, Trevin, that, you and I disagree on a number of things. But when it comes to the, the oligarchy, the corporate overlords, we definitely agree that there's, maybe we don't necessarily agree on exactly what's going on, but we agree that there's fuckery afoot. We agree that there's something going on. But we've got to be careful, both you and I. I'm not just saying you. Both you and I have to, and everybody has to be careful, because people, we don't really know what's going on. And so we're listening to other people who purport to know what's going on. But they only know as much as they can read, and as much as, what they read informs them. And that's why, if you're only listening to Tim Pool, if you're only listening to Stephen Crowder, if you're only listening to David Pakman, if you're only listening to the Young Turks, you're not in a good way. But if you spread out the information that you take in, you'll be able to better, okay, wait, all of these 5 people said this thing went this way, but the Young Turks said it was that way. Does it make sense that all 5 of these trusted sources are lying, or that the Young Turk says it wrong? Or flip it the other way, that all of these people said it was this, but Tim Pool said it was the other way. Is it likely that Tim Pool is wrong and all these other people are right, or that everybody else is lying and Tim Pool is right? You've got to be able to do that. And that's what we're doing. I don't like the Young Turks at all. They're ass. They're trash. And I didn't even, I didn't really get it at the beginning. I came in a little hot, and I was looking to disagree. I'll admit when I'm wrong. But even still, it's very crooked, the way that we are approaching this with the Young Turks. So Trevin says, do you think people are still spending that $1,200? How long do you think it lasts? Yeah, of course not. That's not enough to be sitting on, but for, that's not enough. I mean, clearly. But that's why, if he had said this even a year ago, I'd be like, wow, he's really out of touch. But it almost makes me think that that's not really what he said, or that's only part of what he said. That wasn't actually his message. If it was anybody else besides Mitch McConnell, I might actually be like, I might actually want to take the time to go and find wherever this quote was from and get the whole context. Because it's Mitch McConnell, I don't care enough. Even if he did say something different, he's not any less of an asshole. But I don't know. Seems a little iffy. Freedoms says, I listen to Alex Jones sometimes. However, I don't know if it's a good thing or bad. I debate sometimes. And yeah, that's exactly what you want to do. That's the whole idea behind freedom of speech, the free marketplace of ideas. That if you have people to listen to that are a little bit out there, you can listen to that in the context of everything else that you're listening to. And if it's completely out there, then you can disregard it. But if it's touching on some other things that other people are talking about, there's conspiracies happen. And there's always one person who's first. So, I mean, take that for what you will. Let's dive back in here.
And what's amazing about all of this is the fact that even the United States Chamber of Commerce, the very business interests that fund these disgusting politicians who work against us on a daily basis, realizes, man, childcare is a little bit of a problem. Our businesses are having a little bit of an issue getting people back to work because childcare. What are we gonna do? Don't believe me? Here's a headline from a study done by the United States Chamber of Commerce. Data deep dive. A decline of women in the workforce. Data show that women who left the labor force during the pandemic often to take on childcare duties, have not yet returned. Wow, what a shocker. Let's take a look at.
Well, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Because if the children are being taken care of and the family no longer has to pay for childcare and everything's working, then isn't that preferable to having both parents work and needing to pay for childcare? Hold on. Come here, Bubba. Come here, Mark. Okay, hold on. Coming in hot. Alrighty. Yeah, doesn't that ideally we wouldn't have to have two parent or two income households. If not saying that. Oh, sorry, the dog's on the chair. He's getting the pillow all messed up. There we go. That's a good boy. If I'm not saying that women shouldn't be allowed to work. I'm saying the majority of women don't want to have to work. Specifically, women who are married and have children. They don't necessarily want to work any more than any normal person would want to work. I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting stuck on that point. But the level of disgust that she has with talking about, women just leaving the workforce and just being, you know what? I'm good. I don't want to go back to that. That's the world that we had for a long time, and it worked just fine. Trevor says Alex Jones is a roly-poly and got thrown under the bus by Joe during Lex's interview. And I listened to Timcast and I listened to Shabibo. I don't know who Shabibo is. Listen to Tucker. I listened to all my ops. Well, good. Bull Rush says the more perspectives, the better, in my opinion. Really allows you to build your own. Well said. Well said.
Some of the data provided by this U.S. Chamber of Commerce study, many women resigned their careers due to lack of childcare. 58%.
But again, that's not inherently a bad thing. Even if you thought that you wanted to work and then you're like, oh, I can't get childcare. And then you're like, hold on, this is actually fucking dope. I don't have to go to work. I just hang out with my kids all day. I get to spend time with my family. Unless you're going to say that people can't be indoctrinated, then I believe that is probably what we saw happen. A lot of people couldn't get childcare, so they had to quit their jobs, and they changed how their family works. Whatever, how the money comes in, and they're like, we can do this without sending our kids to strangers for most of the day. Now, of course, that's not everybody, but what's the breakdown? You're just giving me the raw numbers. The raw numbers don't always tell the story, and certainly here are not telling the story that it's telling the story that you wanted to tell, but and from earlier, Trevin says, you got the whole context of his statements. It's okay. You mean I didn't? I'm trying, brother. You got to do better. Because this might be a good point, but I don't know what it says. Pocket says, if I was a chick and you say stay home all day, I would say hell yeah. I'm not a chick. If you tell me to stay home all day and you'll pay me and take care, pay my rent and food and all that, then I'd say hell yeah. And Bull Rush is saying defend that position to no freedom, saying I believe women should not be allowed to work in some jobs. Interesting. Like what jobs would those be? Oh, honey, I'm gonna let you guys handle this one as we continue into the video. I know you won't let me down.
Of parents unable to find childcare, 26% of parents unable to afford childcare. In the last 2 years, 16,000 childcare centers were forced to close their doors, and many more were operating at limited capacity. This diminished the accessibility and affordability of childcare across the nation. In many cases, parents, most often women, stayed home to care for their children. half of all workers and nearly 60% of parents cite lack of childcare as their reason for leaving the workforce. So go ahead and brag about defeating social.
We got Tyler in the building. What's going on, brother? Coming in with the bomb. Exactly. Epstein is probably the biggest thing that Alex Jones was right about. And I thought you said that you saw the Joe Rogan thing earlier. But he talked about Joe was saying how Alex Jones was talking to him about Epstein a decade ago. That was long before James O'Keefe and Project Veritas got their hands on that video of the ABC newscaster say, we had it, we had the story, we had it. And that was how many years ago? So there's your answer on that. So Tyler Smith, thank you for joining us. Are you the same Tyler 12345 from Discord? Because if you are, then you definitely are going to be happy where we're going with this. But Tyler Smith says, from what I've heard to Trevin, there could be more Epstein and babies parts being sold after procedures. Freedom and Pizzagate and so word up. Thank you, Tyler, for we're gonna watch that right after. So basically, I wanted to do a just another stream about Rogan triggering the left, and then I figured let's go through a day of what the Young Turks report on. And so this, we went through 3 videos. It was all bullshit. Here we have something that we superficially agree on, but and then we're gonna go to what you sent. So I think you guys are talking to each other, so I apologize.
Spending programs that support families and make it easier for people to go back to work, Mitch. But you don't then get to turn around and paint people as lazy individuals who are just sitting on the sidelines.
Guys, if you haven't, I would love if you could hit the like button. Thank you so much.
People who should be punished because they're allegedly flushed with cash. We live in America. There's only a few people at the very top who are flushed with cash. The rest of us are already either dealing with bankruptcy or are living on the edge or are just one health emergency away from joining those going through bankruptcy.
Yeah, you're so close to bankruptcy, Anna. I'm sure you're so close to bankruptcy, with your corporate Russian donors and
That's what America's about. Unlike you, Mitch McConnell, ordinary Americans are not privy to insider information that they can just easily trade individual stocks on.
Fair enough.
So if that story made you angry, I feel you. Want to provide a little bit of relief by going to the final video here. Let's go to video D2. This will make you feel better, then we'll go to break.
So we all know, because Biden just fell down, that they wouldn't be doing this with Biden. Not all pundits are the same. So, all right, let's see. I missed a bunch here. So, what's wrong? Bull Rush says yes and yes to your last questions. What's wrong with it if they can qualify just as well as men? So I guess this is to gotcha. Okay. So No Freedom said Bull Rush. Hey, if we have all women's spaces, I don't get why men don't anymore. Boy Scouts is no more, etc. Also, have you seen female firefighters and army women? And then Bull Rush said yes and yes to your last questions. What's wrong with it if they can qualify just as well as men? I think that's an important part. I don't have an issue with, women doing anything as long as it's appropriate. If we're talking about, firefighters and army soldiers, then as long as we're not dropping the qualifications, then I personally have no issue with it. Boris goes on to say, there are still all men spaces, and if you find them inadequate, make your own. That is a great response, Bullrush. I like that very much. Charlie says women should work whatever job they want to. whatever job they want to or whatever job they can do. And I meant Mitch's statements. There's nothing they're leaving out about what he said. What about what he said? He didn't end with a power to the people. Yeah. So, and Freeman says, you do realize if I was to make an all-male gym, I can get sued or have the woke crazies coming for me. Let's be real. Most women can't compete with men. Just look at the military. And so going back to Alex Jones, yeah. Did he have the scoop on Epstein? Because I'm pretty sure, yes, he did. Because I'm pretty sure Epstein was in trouble a decade ago. Well, yeah, but no, you're right about the fact that he was in trouble and he was on the news and he got arrested for being an abuser, let's say. But people didn't know that he had a secret island where he would fly elites and blackmail them until Alex Jones. I mean, that's where I heard. That's where I heard of it. Boulder says, so why would you want an all-male gym in the first place? Would you be doing this for something other than money? You can create a private group where you work out with only men if you want. Yeah, it's a good question. If you are, I don't know why you would want an all-male gym, but you could. I don't know exactly how the laws would work on that because if you're having a private group, obviously you can do whatever the hell you want, but I don't know what the threshold is to say, okay, now we're worried about civil rights and you have to let these people in and so on and so forth. Interesting. So Alpaca says we have the Rainbow Army now in the military. We even pay for your bottom surgery. Come and join. Yeah, it was Epstein in the news way back in 2008. Yes. But again, people didn't know Epstein was Epstein at that time. It is too late already to drop the qualifications for many women who joined the military. We even had a few strong women who did pass, even stated this. Why do women need all women jobs? I don't think they do. I think that's the real solution, is not that we need to now have all men spaces because there's all women spaces. I just think it's jobs, speaking specifically about jobs. I just don't think there needs to be all women jobs. Like what? Yeah. I don't know. So you guys can argue that out.
Just illustrative of leadership in this country in every way. Doesn't matter if you're talking about Democrats or Republicans. Just absolute goofs, absolute lunatics, people who don't fight for us, people who don't work on our behalf, people who fight against us and just use their position of power to enrich themselves.
All right, well, him falling is not really something I care about politically. So, all right, I'm not going through 4 more of these videos because there's something else that I want to show. So we'll do one more. So I want everybody to put a 1, a 2, a 3, or a 4. And whatever video, whatever number is most popular, then we'll go with that video. And then we have something else that Tyler sent in that we will end the show on. 1, 2, 3, or 4, or I'm going to pick at random. I'm going to pour my next drink while you guys decide. Okay, we got a 3. We got a 4. There's not that many people here, so if I were you, I would go with 3 or 4 to edge that out. Because we have a tie, I'm just going to pick. And Lopaka coming in with the 3. Beautiful. All right. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. So this one could be quite interesting. JH, I'm sorry. Thank you for voting. Bullrush, thank you for voting. The winner was 3. So what we will be checking out here is the video 2-year-old becomes an orphan after Highland Park parade pew-pewing. Obviously, that's not the name of the video, but... And I curse way too much to care about the algorithm anyway, but let's do it.
Ben, would you...
God damn it, I do that every time.
A 2-year-old boy lost both his parents in the Highland Park, Illinois mass shooting.
So let's do this. So since that video, I went in with certain expectations, and that clouded my judgment. And, that happens. Happens to all of us. Happens to the best of us. There's no shame in admitting when you fucked up. It's not like I ended the world. I came in with some biases, and that clouded my judgment. So since that is likely to happen again here, with a video called 2-year-old becomes an orphan after the Highland Park thing, I'm going to guess that they're going to go straight into the right wing, the right wing, the NRA, and all that. And then it's going to go into direct emotional arguments about gun control. So let's see if I am right. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong.
Took place over the 4th of July holiday break.
Hey, we got our biggest diggers in the building. Bah, 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 bah. What's good, brother? He says, how do they get so many pew-pewings on demand around elections? Like clockwork. Interesting. No Freedom says, people do realize half of the country is not mentally stable. In addition, since the lockdowns, more and more people are suffering from mental illness. It's kind of hard to stop some when there are millions of people like him. Wow. Very good point there. I mean, I'm not willing to say that lockdowns are... I was wondering where the fuck you were. I'm not willing to say that lockdowns are directly, directly tied to these type of events, but definitely an interesting thing to point out.
He was found bloodied and wandering alone after the shooting. In fact, when he was initially found, he was right by his father, who was bleeding out from a gunshot wound. So friends and authorities confirmed that the boy's parents, Kevin McCarthy, who is 37 years old, Irina McCarthy, 35, were among 7 people who were killed in this mass shooting. The little boy, Aiden, again, 2 years old, was later reunited with his grandparents. His mother's parents will be taking care of him now that he doesn't have his own parents because they were shot and killed in yet another mass shooting in this country. And Aiden...
She's not fake crying. Please tell me she's not fake crying. Come on.
Isn't unique. There are many people in this country who have lost their own children, who have lost their parents, who have lost their loved ones as a result of the so-called pro-life individuals in this country feeling that their little gun hobby is way more important than human lives. And by the way, literally no one is calling for a ban on guns. No one. So,
except Beto O'Rourke and a bunch of other people, right?
Not only is their little gun hobby more important than human lives, not only is their gun hobby more important than the lives of these 2 parents that are now gone, okay? They just can't be inconvenienced with something like a background check. They can't be inconvenienced with things like, red flag laws to ensure that the severely mentally ill who might carry out these random acts of violence don't get their hands on a lethal weapon.
And I'm so sure that she would be super down with stop and frisk. Oh, wait. I've heard her come out against stop and frisk. But red flag laws are basically stop and frisk on steroids, because now it's not just if you get caught walking out on the street, you can get stopped and frisked. You're not safe even in your own home. Not even in your own home. They can come for you. Who do we think that's going to disproportionately affect? Just you wait. It'll be not even a month after this shit goes into effect that she's going to be railing against how racist everybody is because they're doing this, that, and the other, and using the red flag laws to disarm the black and brown people and whatever. Jenny Dean says she's almost there. She just needs to understand that the gun hobby is to protect human life. Exactly. From tyranny. Yeah, exactly.
want to be inconvenienced. They don't want to be inconvenienced. Because fact
Do you want to be inconvenienced? Since when are people supposed to want to be inconvenienced?
the matter is, no one had a discussion, no one's engaging in a debate about banning guns. We're having a conversation about common sense laws that will, in the very least, minimize the occurrences, the mass murders that we're experiencing on a daily basis.
Will they though?
But they can't be, inconvenienced by that. They can't. By the way, they want to tell you what you can and can't do with your body because they're supposedly pro-life.
You were fine with that when it was about a jab, right? You're totally, right in line with all your principles that have that you've had for the last 2 years when it comes to bodily autonomy, right? Right? Or maybe not.
Garbage. And I'm sick of journalists taking what they say at face value and not calling them out on their hypocrisy when they claim they care about the lives of zygotes, but don't give a damn about living, breathing, Bible outside the womb human beings who are being gunned down in this country on a daily basis.
But that's not what the argument is. Who says that they don't care about this child? Ask any Republican or Democrat. Do they care that this child is now an orphan? And likely, they will say yes if they are a normal functioning or at least emotionally functioning human being. That's not the same thing as wanting to allow the Second Amendment as it was originally intended. CMT sick vase boss? I don't. Oh, this. Thank you. Jeremy Dean says, Anna, no one is trying to ban your guns. I can't wait until she finds out who the current POTUS is. Yeah, exactly. Didn't they all stand on a stage and raise their hands? Raise your hand if you would like to completely get rid of all guns. And they're like, nobody's trying to take your guns? Not quite. I'm trying to quit. I'm about to get rid of this shit because I'm addicted as fuck. And this is only the 1.8%. But I've heard a lot of ads from part of the problem about Fume, which is supposedly better and supposedly helps you quit. So I'm looking to finish out the things that I have, the pods that I have left. This one's fucking full, and I got like two more boxes. But trying to get rid of that shit. Don't smoke unless it's weed. Pregnancy is not contagious. Correct. Now, Freedom says 56 million people die each year. Why should I care about this when America is killing millions of people and children? It's a good question. Also, I think about 100 kids have died this year where I live. Exactly. This is strictly a straw man. We have a cute kid who is now an orphan, and because his parents died at the hands of a gun, now we can make it seem like the people who have rational positions on guns want this child to be orphaned. That's what's happening here. That's precisely what this is. This is not about being fair. This isn't about anything about convincing anybody. This is about preaching to the people who already listen to you and nobody else, and just getting more views. The people who watch this unironically continue to watch it unironically because they are served exactly what they want, and they come back because they don't know, nothing else will scratch that itch. Unfortunately, the world isn't as perfect as you want it to be. And even in that imperfection, it's not as imperfect as you want it to be. Not all of the imperfections have such an easy solution. If the right wing would just do this, then the world will be perfect. That's what the Young Turks exist to say. And it's just not that simple. Yeah, right. This is that'll last me 5 days. 5 days.
Just so they can enjoy their little hobby. just so they can enjoy their hobby with no inconveniences.
And again, the condescension. Your little hobby. Your little hobby of making sure that the government doesn't come and kill your family, or in that matter, that nobody comes and kills your family. Isn't that so cute? I know more than you and everyone. I'm better than you. I'm better than you. Can somebody please find that clip and send it to me somewhere so we can all bask in? I mean, look at that face. Look at that face. I'm better than you.
So Lauren Silva found 2-year-old Aiden. My boyfriend handed me this little boy and said he was underneath his father, who was shot in the leg. They were trying to stop the bleeding, so I brought the boy downstairs into the garage.
Oh, she's pretending to cry again. Shout out to Amber Heard.
Aiden was protected from the gunfire by Kevin's body, even as the
Notice how her face is not on camera right now.
man lay wounded. Irina's father and Aiden's grandfather said. So here's 2-year-old Aiden, who doesn't have parents anymore.
Hey, we got Jesse on fire in the building. What's going on, brother? Yeah, I'll send that right over.
Because the right-wing, disgusting zealots in this country don't care about his parents. They don't care about Aiden's.
So Trevin says, we want y'all to be okay with being inconvenienced so mass shootings like this don't happen again. We want y'all to be okay with gun reform. We want y'all to care as much about fetuses as toddlers. So this is the straw man that you've fallen for. We do care as much about fetuses. We wish you would care as much about fetuses as you do toddlers. We wish, sit on that for a second. We wish you would care as much about fetuses as you do toddlers. You don't care about fetuses. You don't. You've said it as much. And nobody is cheering the fact that this child is now an orphan. I would be okay with being inconvenienced so mass shootings don't happen again. But that's not how the world works, my friend. The guns are there. They are going to happen. So inconveniencing people and also having mass shootings is less preferable than not being inconvenienced and also having mass shootings. That's what you don't seem to get. We got Jesse loving. We got love for Jesse in the building. Yeah, exactly. That's exact. Give up your guns or you hate your kids. That's the argument. Thank you, Jesse. That's exactly what she's saying.
Life. They don't care about living in a country that's actually safe and free. There's Irina and Kevin McCarthy.
Motherfucker. It's a chick crying. Don't be such an ass. Oh, yeah, because when women cry, and notice how she's not crying anymore. I don't know about you, but every time I've cried, number one, there was tears. And number two, I wasn't perfectly fine the next second. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Like, you need some men in your life, Trevin. You need some real men in your life. Desperately.
There's a GoFundMe fundraiser to raise money to help support Aiden, to help support his grandparents who will now be raising him.
Oh, you made the mistake. You did it. So you want us to give up the handguns, is what you're saying, because most mass shootings occur with handguns. Right? Or are we just saying the ones that are on the news? Because it doesn't care if it's just a group of black people in Chicago or Baltimore or something, right? Those don't matter. It's only the ones that are on TV. Is that what you're saying, Trevin? Gotcha. I understand you now.
And if you would like to contribute to it, you can go to...
oh, there's the crying again.
You can go to GoFundMe, and we'll provide a link for this fundraiser.
And Jimmy Dean, actually, you know, I would not be against raising the age of, owning a gun to 21 if the draft age was also raised. I think that, we definitely have a super immature populace right now. And, 50 years ago, an 18-year-old and the majority versus the majority of an 18-year-old in 2022, it's not, well, opposite. It's not the same. It's way less. So I would be okay with raising the legal age, but the draft has to be up there too, because there's no way you can say it's okay for this person to go overseas and fight for the country with a gun, but can't hold a gun here.
In the description box for the story. So apparently when
before we're gone, Jesse's still here. Thank you for hanging out, Jesse. So Jesse says, lucky Rittenhouse had a legal firearm on him in Kenosha or would have gotten murdered by a white convicted child arpist. Yeah, exactly. You know, this is, you know, arguably he didn't have to go down there, but based on what we know of this kid, which is, you know, the trial and a number of interviews, he really wanted to go out there and help protect his community. So he likely would have done so without a gun if he didn't have one. Maybe not. That's pure conjecture. But he seems like the kind of person who would do that. And just as Jesse said, he'd be dead at the hands of a child abuser. Is that what you want? Is that what you want, Trevin? Sounds like that's what you want.
they first found him, the little boy was asking for his parents. He kept asking, are mom and dad coming back soon? And he kept saying the same thing to his grandfather. When I picked him up, he said, are mommy and daddy coming soon?
Oh my God.
He doesn't understand.
I swear to God, they better show her face with tears.
We are living in hell right now.
All right, all right.
This country is a disgrace. The leadership in this country, yes, I'm talking about Democratic leadership because they are in charge after all, disgrace. Republicans are part of a massive death cult in this country. They proved it to us during this lengthy pandemic when they were unwilling to do the bare minimum to keep themselves, their loved ones, and their community safe from a highly contagious and lethal virus.
Which is what? Doing the bare minimum at what cost? Why would we? This is the framing that I keep talking about. It's not just about whether it's true or not. You wouldn't do the bare minimum of giving up your entire life and injecting yourself with experimental shit that we don't have long-term studies on? How dare you? And yeah, the great comparison. You know, if we saw Don Jr. doing half, even one of the instances that we'd seen with Hunter, it would be a media circus for years. And we know that. How? Because it's been years since Trump's been in office and they're still talking about him. Jamie Dean says, I don't know where a 19-year-old can go out on the world and their own world is too complicated. You know, I think, you know, you know, your average 19-year-old is going to be able to make it. The point is they're not primed for that. They're not used to thinking about the world like that. At 19, they're still living at home. They're still, you know, doing kid shit. Whereas, you know, not even my generation, you know, it was the older Gen Xers and the boomers who had the millennials that made this fucking bullshit generation where I think it was like 2 or 3 of my friends that didn't live at home at 30 years old. I'm like, how do you survive? How do you live? I can't, I don't have a great relationship with my parents, but like, Jesus Christ, go away. Give me some time to myself. You live with them? Crazy. Let's see. Anything, So Trevor says, you snapped again and started talking about men in my life. Yeah, because you don't have a way of looking at the world that coincides with a healthy masculine view. You look at the world like a woman. So I'm not. I said okay. What did I say? They better show her with tears. And what did I? As soon as they showed her face, and she was really crying. What did I say? All right, okay, I was wrong. What have you said that about, Trevor? That's what I thought.
They've proven it to us when they continued pushing the use of pharmaceutical drugs to treat COVID when there was no scientific evidence indicating that it did in fact effectively treat COVID. We experienced it as they refused to wear masks. We experienced it as they refused to even entertain a conversation about common sense.
Oops, who was the ones that, what was the side that was unwilling to entertain a conversation about ways to do things? I'm pretty sure, I don't remember, because it's not like my life was directly flipped upside down by this, but I'm pretty sure it was the left wing. I'm pretty sure it was just today, Anna, that you were making fun of Rogan's thing with ivermectin. Right?
Gun control. I believe in the right to bear arms. It is in our Constitution. I believe in having a weapon to protect yourself. I've talked about that on the show. I'm not an advocate for banning guns. I am an advocate for legislation, for laws that can help prevent the kind of mass shooting that the people in Highland Park, Illinois experienced over the 4th of July weekend. I'm a proponent of doing what's necessary to keep parents alive so they can raise their own children. So we don't have 2-year-old orphans running around. That's what I'm a proponent of. I'm a proponent of actual freedom, actual liberty. I'm a proponent of what this country was.
Are you though? And of course, how brave to come out for all of these, fringe ideas that, are really for liberty, but nobody is, you'll get in trouble if you say that.
Supposed to stand for, despite the fact that we have well-funded, right-wing organizations in this country that have slowly but surely chipped away at everything that this country was supposed to be about, everything that was supposed to make this country great. I know I'm all over the place with my commentary here.
What the fuck does this mean? How did I get Jack Murphy? What the fuck? What is that? No, I'm not going there. I was gonna tell you something, but we're not going there. Oh wait, okay. So we got. So Trevin says, I'm just saying, there are things that both sides can agree on, and guns are one. Yeah, I would. Okay, continuing. Can we all agree we need to change this mass shooting culture we've become resigned to? No. I'm not. What do you mean Rogan was wrong about the horse paste? I don't remember Rogan ever talking about horse paste until he was accused of eating horse paste, which would be ridiculous. But that was on CNN, and that they wouldn't come up with such a blatant lie, right?
What else is there left to say? They're doing what they can to burn books, to silence teachers, to censor social studies and history curriculum so they can rewrite history to their advantage and pretend like we're all morons and we don't know what's going on. As if we don't understand that there is one very specific group of people in this country who have shown us time and time again that their hobbies, that corporate profits, that pretty much everything that they value will take priority over human lives. Little Aiden's life was destroyed that day. And while the right wing pretends to care about babies, they pretend to care.
See, there you go, the bait and switch. It's not about the shootings. And again, no, I'm not okay with mass shootings, Trevin. Do I think there's nothing that can be done? For the most part, no. Unfortunately, crazy people exist. Unfortunately, tools to hurt other people exist. Welcome to reality, my friend. What is it that you think that can be done that will actually stop these shootings? The background checks that they already went through? Raising the age of the people who didn't get guns legally? And again, are we counting the real, all of the mass shootings, or just the ones that you know about because they're on TV? Because again, most mass shootings happen with handguns. Most gun deaths, thank you, no freedoms. Most gun deaths happen from suicides, and most homicides are also with handguns. And No Freedom says, in addition, handguns have caused most of the deaths. Oh, and take away guns, And people will find a way to kill people like a car or a Boston bomb. Just like in the UK, where homicides went up. Homicides went up when they banned guns.
Oh, the precious babies, the precious babies. That's why we need to be authoritarians and take control over women's bodies. Those precious babies. You don't care about babies. The right wing doesn't care about babies at all.
No, they don't care about babies. They just care about the sanctity of life. There's a difference.
They don't care about.
They don't care about. Yeah, exactly, Anna. That is what. Stop trying to get people to care about you. Nobody cares about you. They're not. It's not anybody's job to care about you. You have a husband. It's his job to care about you, but nobody else. It's certainly not the government. So that's where you fucked up. Is trying to get the government to care about you. That's not how it works. And Trevin, the TSA is the most useless fucking organization ever. Have you ever read anything about the TSA and how every time they do a study testing them, that all the guns get through? TSA doesn't do shit. TSA does not do shit. So if you ask me, would I want to get rid of TSA? Yes.
Human lives, they will watch you wither away, suffer, waste away on the streets with your entire family, suffering from extreme poverty, and they'll point to you and be like, bootstraps, where are your bootstraps? Learn to use those bootstraps.
Yup.
We have endless gun deaths in this country, and they don't care. They don't care. They don't care about any of us.
Right.
And I'm sick.
It's not their job to care. It's their job to make laws so that we can have a society. That's it.
Of the fact, sick to my stomach, that all we have as a line of defense to protect us from these monsters in this country
is guns. The only line of defense we have are guns, Anna. That's the fucking point.
Country is sleepy Joe Biden. Homeboy couldn't even be bothered to visit Illinois. He said, Kamala Harris, gotta take my nap.
Exactly. That's why we need fucking guns.
Too busy scheming with Mitch McConnell to provide a lifetime judgeship to an anti-choice right-wing zealot in Kentucky. That's what Joe Biden's up to. That's the Democratic leadership that's supposed to protect us from the authoritarians, from all the death, all the pain, all the suffering that's very intentionally implemented upon all of us by the right wing in this country. I do this show every day. And I'm supposed to come on screen and pretend like I'm some sort of robot with no emotion. I'm supposed to read about a 2-year-old boy who is an orphan now and pretend like, no, I'm just here to give you the news. I'm just here to give you the facts of the story and let's move it along. What's the next story? What's the next issue? Ooh, news cycle is always moving. This country is broken. It's an embarrassment. And every time someone says exactly what I just said right now, you have right-wingers up in arms. You have Republicans up in arms. How dare they say that this—
Kevin, you're done with the gun argument? You're just going to move on to something else? You're not going to address the fact that No Freedoms gave you something directly in response to what you said before him? You're not going to give him the respect that he gave you? Okay.
Country is not great. This country is not great. We are a laughingstock. We are an embarrassment on the international stage. We aggressively support policies that kill members of our own communities. That is what this country is about.
Well, that's more the rhinos and the corporate Democrats, but
half of it is part of a death cult. The other half is just weak, embarrassing, pathetic, lays down and lets all this happen. That is what America is. Ain't nothing to be proud about. What are you guys proud about? I want someone to tell me, what are we supposed to be proud about with America and where it's at in this very moment?
Okay, well, we have got, the greatest country that's ever existed. We've lifted more people out of poverty than ever in history. We have a melting pot of multicultural backgrounds that all coincide and need I continue? Okay.
We're a 2-year-old becoming an orphan as a result of politicians' failure to do the basic minimum, the bare minimum in protecting Americans. Like, are we supposed to be proud of this? How are we supposed to claim that we're living in a free country? Do you feel free when you're afraid for
Yes, I do.
your life every time you're at a public event?
Yes, because freedom and safety are very different things. Freedom and safety are very different things. You are not entitled to safety. To entitle safety, you have to get rid of freedom. And the only way to get rid of freedom is with violence. So yes, I feel free, even if I don't always feel safe. And I like it that way.
Because a mass shooter could just open fire with no problem? Do you feel free knowing that any lunatic can go to a gun show and buy whatever weapon, however many weapons they want from the back of
Oops, that's not right, is it?
someone's truck? No background checks, nothing standing in his or her way? But let's keep it real, his way. Let's keep it real, ladies and gentlemen. All the fear-mongering about Muslim terrorists in America, how laughable is that? When, I don't know, I feel like every week there's another 20-something white guy who decides...
Why do you always need to racialize everything? And No Freedoms brings up an amazing point here. That America is one of the most, is the friendliest place in the world for the alphabet mafia. Go to any Muslim country. Oh, but that's just respecting their culture, right? We just got to respect their differences of culture. Jamie spitting knowledge as always. You cannot have freedom without the possibility of danger. Unless you want to be locked in a cell with padded walls, there is always danger.
I'm depressed, or I'm worried about immigrants, or I'm worried about this, I'm worried about that, so let me just go and murder a bunch of people. Because what's gonna stop him, right? You got Tucker Carlson almost defending the shooter, claiming like, can you blame him? I mean, poor white.
Did he say that? I don't think he said that. Did he say, can you blame him? I would bet, again, I don't know, I don't watch corporate news. But I would bet money that Tucker did not say, can you blame him? I'll give you $5 Cash App if you can find that clip right now.
Guy living in an era where all these women are telling him how unfair the world is and how he's a privileged guy. Yeah, it's the women's fault. It's the women's fault that a 22-year-old white guy decided to take the guns that he purchased legally, okay? He purchased guns legally after the cops showed up to his home on 2 different occasions. Once after he threatened to kill himself, once after he claimed he was gonna kill everyone else with his massive inventory of swords and knives. After that, let me repeat, after that, he purchased guns legally and then proceeded to destroy the lives of the individuals who were at that parade.
Now, of course, obviously, I'm in favor of saying, okay, if this guy has been on some kind of watch list or whatever, then he shouldn't be allowed to get his weapons. But the default has to be the right to carry. That is the law of the land. You can try to change that law if you like. There's lots of laws that I don't like. They just legalized marijuana in my state. And I have needed marijuana to keep me off drugs for almost a decade now. I didn't like that it was illegal. But I talked to other people in the community. We organized events. We did shit. And I'm not going to take, I'm not going to take credit like I fucking legalized it. But we did something. And guess what? We changed the law. That's how it works. If you want to change the law, then go ahead, change the law. But stop asking for whatever municipality to break the law and ignore the Constitution. That's how you get fucking, you know, this broken country that we're already in. I don't know.
In Highland Park, Illinois. What is there to be proud of? Someone tell me.
I already did, Anna. You already did this bit.
We control people's bodies.
By making them get a jab.
We sow hate and division.
By talking about everything is racist.
Overthrow democratically elected leaders in other countries. What is there to be proud of? I'm not proud to be American.
Then fucking leave, bitch.
I have so much embarrassment in my heart every single day, sitting on this, at this desk, sharing these stories with you, because this is where I was born. This is my.
So Lopaka says if he'd used an AR-15, the body count would have been higher. I don't know much about guns, so can you explain that to me? How would the body count have been higher with a different gun? Unless one is fully automatic, then yeah, maybe you can just spray bullets. But if we're talking about two semi-automatic guns, how would the AR-15 automatically be a higher body count? I'm not getting that. And I don't know a lot about guns, so I'm genuinely asking. Now, Freedom says, why is it okay to talk bad about males? Like, that is really going to help anyone out here. Yeah, it might make things worse. It will. It does. But that's okay because nobody cares about men.
Country, this is my identity. And all we do is engage in actions that lead to pain and suffering, both within our borders and outside our borders.
So wait, Lopaka, how many people were shot but not killed? As far as I understand, there weren't any survivors in the room. I thought everybody he was around died, no? Because if they all died, then it doesn't get more lethal than that.
And then we puff up our chests and pretend like we live in the greatest country in the world. No, we don't.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. We really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube.
So I can't. I just cannot do another one of these. But I don't want to leave you guys hanging, even though we've been here for almost 3.5 hours. I don't know how far we will get into this, but Tyler sent this in, and I think it is a perfect way to really get a picture of who this person is and what they're doing. So let's just dive right in.
Memberships.
I'd like to introduce Anna.
Sure. So this is Anna Kasparian. She is, and first of all, big round of applause for Anna because this is a Chamber of Commerce meeting. Anna's quite famously a Bernie Sanders supporter, so it takes a lot of guts to get up in front of a business.
How am I projecting when I say I want to be here and she's saying I don't want to be here? So I'm telling her to leave because she doesn't want. I'm saying everybody should be where they want to be. I want to be here, so I should be here. She doesn't want to be here, so she should not be here. What is the... I don't think you understand what projection means. Projection is when I'm feeling something and I'm accusing somebody else of doing that same thing. And in case you haven't picked up from the video so far, this is a debate between the great Anna Kasparian and Ben Shapiro.
This audience, and she really deserves a lot of credit. For sure. She's the co-host of the immensely popular Young Turks, which is a show you can find on YouTube. It's also a podcast, and it's available pretty much everywhere. And she's also the producer of that show, executive producer of that show.
Thank you, Ben.
Anna, your turn.
All right. First of all, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here, and everyone's been so hospitable and incredibly polite and nice, and I really appreciate that. Ben, I just found out, based on what Jean told me, suggested me to be a part of this conversation, and I really appreciate that.
Little did you know that he's like, oh, let me just get the easiest person to slam on.
Ben is the co-founder of
and I like this little idea of, oh, why don't you guys introduce each other? It's a cute little thing. Let's see if we get that same energy that we just saw when she's got a real right-winger right in front of her.
Daily Wire, incredibly well known, especially in the media space, the new media space specifically, but he certainly made his rounds in traditional media as well. And he has really popularized a lot of conservative ideals, conservative beliefs that I think were getting a little played out by some of the old guard of conservatism. So, you know, Ben is known for being sharp, being able to defend his viewpoints without engaging in personal attacks. So looking forward to having this conversation with Ben and, you know, sharing our ideas with one another and, you know, with everyone here. So thank you for having me.
Well, we love civility, so thank you.
Yeah, because we know if there's anything that we know about Anna Kasparian, it's that she is very civil when it comes to politics.
So for those of you who looked at it, you know our topic is leading political voices of the next generation of leaders. So you're thought leaders within your individual within your generation, a generation that's much younger than mine. What would you like the people of your generation to know moving forward? Anna, let's start with you.
Well, I think that my generation is certainly pretty passionate about changing things, certainly changing the way that they work and live. We're seeing that play out currently with the pandemic and the labor shortage that's taking place. And I'd like them to know that we don't really need to reinvent the wheel. We've seen strategies and solutions that have worked in the past. This country has gone through many terrible things in its history. It's a very short history, you know, relative to other countries. And despite all of those awful things that have happened, things like the Great Depression, for instance, the country was still able to pull through. And I would suggest looking to history at the solutions that worked, specifically a strong labor movement in order to, you know, really rework the power dynamic that we're seeing right now in the workplace. I think a lot of the reasoning for not going back to the jobs that workers were previously working in prior to the pandemic has to do with the fact that, hey, you know, we've been staying home during the lockdown. Now we realize that spending time with our family, having a little free time for ourselves, being able to go outdoors and do recreational things, that's important to us.
It's important to you. So when Mitch McConnell is saying, oh, we need to get people back in the workforce, and then you're complaining about people not being in the workforce, you seem to have forgot about this point. But this is just a couple months ago. This is from October. Did she forget about what it's like to spend time with your family? Or is she bullshitting?
So they're reimagining what their lives could be like if they take a little bit of power back in the workplace. And I think that that's definitely possible. They just got to fight for it. They got to organize. They got to work together and not get distracted by manufactured culture wars that we see play out in the media every day.
Ben, how about folks on your side?
So, I mean, I think that for folks on my side, I sort of have the same message for everybody on all sides, which is that the world did not begin spinning when you were born. And there's a great amount of wisdom, accumulated wisdom, that has built up over literally thousands of years, in the United States over hundreds of years, that is well worth going back to as a source of both inspiration and understanding of exactly why the system is supposed to work in a particular way. And that requires a certain understanding of human nature, of human beings, as both capable of amazing things, but also as inherently flawed and ambitious, and why you need a governmental system that is capable of checking ambition with ambition, checks and balances, subsidiarity, the belief in a federalist system that allows for experimentation on a local level without attempting to cram one-size-fits-all solutions on everybody from the federal level. But that begins with reading history. It does begin with understanding some basic philosophies about how the United States works, because if it feels like the country is coming upon, it really does feel like that more and more every day. That is because I think that there is a failure to agree on some of the central bases for the country. So we're either going to have to clarify where the disagreements are, or we're going to be in serious trouble as a country.
I love the answers because it leads directly into what I want to ask you about next. It's going to be the most obvious statement I want to make tonight. The last 18 months have seen significant turmoil, not only with COVID, but with our social, our cultural upheavals, as we've seen people, protesting some just horrible, egregious acts. As you noted, the future of work, how we work, all those things are out there for discussion. Trust in institutions and trust or an understanding, as Ben said, of literally the basis of our society. And I saw a great quote. I mean, we've had the 1619 Project, we've had the book called 1620, 1776 Commission, all of them designed to push back on that. I saw a great quote from a noted political scientist who said, America is not a lie, but a disappointment. But a disappointment because it is.
Motherfucker, I listened to him at 2 times speed. Y'all don't even know what kind of motherfucking machine you are dealing with. Yeah, this is when I was watching after Tyler sent this in. I obviously didn't have time to watch the whole thing. This is what YouTube in general normally sounds like to me. Complete.
Is a hope. Would you agree that that's a good description? And would you also agree that the U.S. is an exceptional country? Ben, I'll start with you.
I mean, obviously, we believe the United States is an exceptional country. I think our history is filled with moments of glory. It's also filled with some terrible tragedy and some terrible evil. There's no question about any of that. To suggest that America is a disappointment is to suggest that.
Sorry, I saw a great quote. I mean, we had the 16.
So that is what it usually looks like for me, because I'm a fucking gangster. So you'll have to deal with the 1.25, otherwise I'll blow my brains out.
19 Project, we've had the book called 1620, 1776 Commission, all of them designed to push back so quote.
Sorry. See, it took me a second because it sounded so natural.
A noted political scientist who said, America is not a lie, but a disappointment because it is a hope. Would you agree that that's a good description? And would you also agree that the U.S. is an exceptional country? Ben, I'll start with you.
I mean, I obviously believe that the United States is an exceptional country. I think that our history is filled with moments of glory. It's also filled with some terrible tragedy and some terrible evil. There's no question about any of that. To suggest that America is a disappointment is to suggest that utopia is a real place. Or that...
Woo! Coming out hot. To suggest that America is, I don't know, what, not perfect or whatever. To suggest that America is not a good, let's get the actual quote. Let's get
about any of that. To suggest that America is a disappointment.
To suggest that America is a disappointment is to suggest that utopia exists. Yeah. This is the best, this is life. This is as good as it gets. You don't get utopia. You can believe in some afterlife if you want to, if it makes you feel better. But there is no such thing as utopia. You know, Freedom says, yeah, I had to stop watching things at 2x speed. By the looks of it, I also started that, dude, that was a huge problem for me when I started doing this stuff, is that because I'm so used to exactly what you're saying, you know, because I'm so used to watching stuff at 2 times speed, my brain would be working. If you go back, you can see I talk a lot faster. I stutter a lot more. I'll be like, and the you know, the thing, and then I'll go out because my brain or my, you know, my mouth needs time to catch up to my brain. So I definitely feel that. But we just talk so goddamn slow. Other than that.
To suggest that utopia is a real place, or that whenever you say somebody's a disappointment, you have to say compared to what? And what exactly are you shooting for? Compared to the ideal, of course, everybody's a disappointment. Saints are disappointments compared to the ideal. But if what you're talking about is America as a whole is somehow disappointing compared to, for example, what other countries around the world stand for, or what they have provided to their citizens, or what they have provided to the globe, then by no means is America a disappointment. America is a tremendous success story. In fact, it's the greatest success story in world history.
So there are parts of that I agree with, some parts that I disagree with. For the most part, I just want to note that the idea of America is an incredible idea. I think that the country has failed to live up to its ideals. I think that there are certain things that are transpiring as we speak that go unchecked. You know, we are supposed to have a system of checks and balances, but I think more often than not, we see a system that is in fact rigged in favor of the powerful. I'll give you specific examples.
Oh, please do.
In the beginning of the pandemic, there were lawmakers in the Senate who engaged in this minimalizing, just completely minimizing the severity of the pandemic to the point.
Oh, you mean like being honest about the 99.99% survival rate? Sounds pretty minimal to me.
I actually didn't think that COVID was a serious threat to me, my health,
it's not.
Family's health. In fact, in February, I went on a cruise with my in-laws and had a great time and didn't think that COVID was going to be an issue. Then I find out, of course, a month later, everything starts shutting down. People I know get incredibly sick. And then news reports come out in regard to members of the Senate who had a classified briefing, closed-door briefing on the severity of COVID, and immediately turned around and started selling their stocks. They started buying tech stocks, realizing that people are likely to work home, so they might need to invest in technology or companies that offer
how dare they
technologies that make that possible. Basically, there's insider trading happening within the Senate. And I'm saying it out loud, and I'm saying it on a regular basis because that kind of activity, that type of behavior, first of all, is illegal for the average American, should not be legal for members of the Senate. The fact that we have...
Again, such a strong person to say such an unpopular opinion. What, you don't want the elites to be able to trade on inside stock tips? What? You because the rest of us want the politicians to have all the money. So thank you, Anna, for showing us a different way. Wow, she's so brave.
The fact that we have lawmakers who are personally invested in businesses that they're deciding legislation on is unacceptable. So when you talk about the lack of trust in our institutions, I understand that lack of trust. And that lack of trust has led to the situation that we're experiencing today with COVID, where people don't believe in what the CDC is telling them, where people question what journalists are reporting about. They just assume, because of the lies that have been told, because of the system being rigged against them, they just assume that they're being lied to.
Yes.
And now we find ourselves in this difficult position where we're trying to find solutions. We're trying to come together so we combat COVID effectively, get people back to work so people can thrive, families can thrive. But that's incredibly difficult to do when people don't.
So you understand. So she gets it. But she still wants to call you a dumb fuck if you don't agree with her.
Trust our institutions.
So earlier this evening, three of us had some interesting conversations about the way that our culture is broken, the way that civility has broken down. Let me give you a couple of numbers that are actually pretty scary. 15% of Americans have terminated a friendship over political differences. The reality is 53% of the R's have a Democrat friend, only 32% of Democrats have a Republican friend.
Wait. I want to, what were those numbers?
Percent of the R's have a Democrat.
So
Americans have terminated a friendship over political differences. The reality is 53% of the R's have a Democrat friend, only 32% of Democrats.
So over half of Republicans have Democrat friends, but not even a third of Democrats have Republican friends. Makes sense.
Democrats have a Republican friend. Granted, a lot of that is reported as being related to former President Trump. Kevin Drum, who I don't know, but is a liberal journalist with Mother Jones, said, quote, "If you hate culture wars, blame liberals." He wrote that in Washington Monthly. Is it fair to blame more liberals for the culture divide, or is it one that both sides have to take blame for?
I think that both sides certainly engage in manufactured culture wars, and it's frustrating to see it. Full disclosure, I myself have engaged in it, and I think instead of being oblivious or delusional about it, it's important to acknowledge when you've made the mistakes, right? And so
so we agree that you are a fake grifting bitch. All right, word up. I'm glad we're on the same page. You know, I've engaged in culture war bullshit as well, but I don't make it my job.
Demonizing doesn't help. At the end of the day, we have to realize that we're all Americans. We all want the same thing. Fundamentally, we are the same. We might have different.
That used to be such a trivial statement that we're all Americans and we all want the same thing. But I don't know that that's true anymore. Some of us want the same things that people have always wanted. But it seems like a larger and growing swath of the country wants something completely different all of a sudden. And there's no grace in saying, hey, I know that the world that you want is the world that you have, but we would like things to be a little bit different. So let me help to explain my position so that you can decide if you agree or not. It's, I don't like it. You agree with me or else you're horrible. That's it.
Different solutions, different ideas. Demonizing the other side doesn't help to accomplish any solutions. Again, we're seeing that play out in real time as we speak. I think that there's a market for the division, and that market is being exploited by our media. It's being exploited by politicians. And I mean, Facebook is in the news today. I think that Facebook, it makes money based on engagement, and people are engaged in the constant conflict. So it's important to be honest about what the real threats in society are. I think it's important to focus on why it is that, certain industries, including the media, engage in this culture of division. And we got to talk about how the incentives are in the wrong place. I mean, there are no incentives to engage in, friendly conversation or friendly debate. I hate that my chair keeps, and I'm short, so I'm trying to figure out how to do this.
I don't know.
I hate turning my back to people. Here, I'll just do this. I'll sit on the very edge.
Or you could just put your feet on the fucking bars like a normal person. No, like
back to people.
There's
Here, I'll just do this.
There's a fucking thing right here for your feet. Just put your feet there. Like he's doing. And like he's doing. Like a normal person. Is she a robot?
Sit on the very edge.
So Trevin,
we gotta be.
Did you hold this? Were you able to answer this question the same way you would answer it right now 18 months ago? I'm curious what your opinions were on the jab. Because if you were not for the mandates, then, fair enough. That's, something about, being able to control other, people's own bodies, even if you don't understand the argument that other people are making. It's still a coherent thought. But if you're for vaccine mandates, then you don't even qualify for your own question.
Be aware of why.
Exactly, Jamie. Exactly. It's one step away. And it's not even one step away. It basically is. Everyone I don't like is a Nazi. That is what it is. It is what it is.
Is that people engage in the divisive rhetoric that they engage in. There's a profit motive behind it oftentimes. I see it play out in the media. It's really, really hard not to fall victim to it myself, right? But when I take a step back and I look at where the country is right now, it's shameful. We don't.
Ooh, Jamie Dean. So what was the question? Do you want to live and let live, or do you want to control others and their bodies? Jamie Dean's answer, it's complicated. Of course it's complicated. It's nuanced. It's not as simple as some people are trying to make it out to be. So Jamie Dean says, it's complicated. I want to live and let live right up until someone tries to use their body to put a knife in my kidney. Makes sense to me.
See each other as fellow Americans. We don't see each other as even fellow colleagues or workers in the workplace. Everyone has a political identity, and that's it. And that's not helpful. I think the division in the country is incredibly embarrassing, especially on a world stage. And we got to be more.
What? Okay, this is the second time we're doing this. How is this relevant? How is the fact that pregnancy not being contagious have anything to do with bodily autonomy? Do I have control over my body or not? I thought you wanted to live and let live. You have masks. You have the jab. No? But it's only when it goes in your direction. You're not qualified. LOL. That, my friend, is projection.
Cognizant of that as we engage in political discussions.
Boom! 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 Bam, 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 bam. No freedoms with the correct answer here.
I certainly agree with an enormous amount of what Anna is saying about the nature of sort of the world that we live in, where people feel as though they're going to be ostracized socially. They feel that they might be fired, depending on their political point of view. They feel as though if they make comments openly, and this is true for pretty much everybody across the political aisle, actually, with the exception of people who consider themselves on the far left. According to Cato's study, basically every political subgroup in the United States feels uncomfortable speaking openly about what they believe, except if you're on the far left, because then you get to find people's old tweets and do that sort of stuff.
So, what say you, Trevin, about that notion that everybody is afraid to speak their beliefs, except the far left? Is that maybe because the far left is aligned with the establishment narrative, and everything outside of that is wrong think? Or is it just that people have different lives, so they think different things, but only one of those things is accepted, and all of the other things are deemed to be automatically incorrect?
I'm not going to pretend that I think that the culture wars are irrelevant. I don't. I think that many of the culture wars are highly relevant, and not just relevant. I think that they may be indicative of sort of where the country is going. Because the way that most people experience interactions with the government, particularly the federal government or politics generally, is not always based on tax rates or the very minute internecine debates that we have over $3.5 trillion bills that nobody knows what's in, and then everybody just votes before they read the thing. A lot of the way that people engage in politics, I'm sure we'll get into it, but I think that a lot of the ways that socially, there's been a pretty strong push from the left over the course of the last 10 years in particular, and it's driven a lot of reactionary resentments on the part of people who are on the right. And I would suggest that a lot of the support for President Trump, for example, was driven by precisely that. It wasn't just about his economic program, which differed from sort of the traditional laissez-faire Republican economic program. A lot of it was about the idea that he was a culture warrior who was going to punish enemies and all of this. And so pretend that the culture war either doesn't exist, or that people are making it up in their imagination, or that they are overestimating the impact of it on their life, is to ignore how people are being treated in the spaces that they treat with every day, on Facebook, on Twitter, in the workplace. I mean, one of the reasons that my family and I left California is not just because of the living standard, although Florida is way better. It is also because we left a place where we felt as though our children were going to be socially ostracized for a place where we feel our children are not going to be socially ostracized, and that's a big thing.
Yeah.
So, Trevin, No, it wasn't the first time mandates were talked about, but it was the first time mandates were talked about with an experimental drug. Yes, it was the first time.
No, I mean, you actually brought up a few issues that I agree with. Number one issue is the constant policing of people's past, what they've said in the past. I think holding people to the current standards based on the current culture. You know, if you're looking at tweets, for instance, from 2009, and you're judging that tweet based on what the current culture or the current standards are, it's a little ridiculous, right? So going around demonizing people based on their past statements, it shuts down a conversation that could be had, right? A conversation about, oh, hey, look, society has actually progressed on this, and, you know, look at what was okay. I mean,
remember we just watched a video about how she was judging somebody else's thoughts from his past. That's how this whole thing started. Everything she says is like, I don't know how somebody lies this much. It has to be some kind of condition. I don't know that you could do this on purpose. You would have to accidentally tell the truth sometimes, right?
You have late night hosts who were in blackface not too long ago, right? But the culture has changed. I think that, you know, society as a whole, not everyone, but society as a whole has realized, oh, well, blackface has a pretty terrible history, and maybe it's not a good idea to dress like that as like a cute little Halloween costume. But beside the point, you know, I don't think that the culture wars are fake. I think the culture wars are taking place. The point that I'm trying to make is that oftentimes, whatever the culture war is of that moment is manufactured as a distraction. A perfect example will be, you know, critical race theory, which is not taught in elementary schools. Critical race theory is a graduate level curriculum. And the fact that it's turned into some weird, like, oh, we need to ban critical race theory in elementary schools, it's ridiculous and a massive distraction that I think is intentionally meant to be a distraction.
Is it though?
From what people are really feeling frustrated about, the precariousness of their lives, of their work lives, the fact that people feel overworked, that they have no control over the work that they're doing, that they feel alienated over the work that they're doing. These are very real issues, and I think that, you know, the fact that it's really largely been ignored by both the press and the very political leaders who were elected to represent them in the first place has led to the anger that we're seeing bubbling up both on the left and the right.
Ben, I think you wanted to make a couple comments.
Yeah, I mean, this will be a very quick note. I mean, I obviously disagree with you about critical race theory and whether it is taught in the public schools. Critical race theory, which I studied in law school, it started off as a legal theory, but it has an element of practice that was meant to be implemented, which is why it is taught in education schools as well, and why
in elementary schools.
Yes, a very boiled down. I mean, Ibram X. Kendi.
So you don't know, even in elementary schools. So you don't know. So you just made a statement based on, at best, incomplete information.
Is preaching a very boiled down version of.
I don't disagree with you, Trevin. I don't disagree that the culture war is by and large a distraction. But as Ben said, it does matter. These things matter. And if you take each individual issue, then there's really only a certain crowd that it matters to. But when you broaden the culture war in general, the fact is that the issues of the culture war do affect it's effective because it affects people's lives. And so whether it's a distraction or not, it's relevant and it needs to be addressed and it needs to be talked about, so that it's not the only thing that we should be talking about, but it needs to be addressed.
Critical race theory, and his book is assigned in elementary schools. And the fact is that when you are having elementary school students who are having to check off boxes with regard to their race and then explain.
Let's make sure we know exactly what happened here.
Practice that was meant to be implemented, which is why it is taught in education schools as well, and why
in elementary schools.
Yes,
in
elementary schools. Ibram X. Kendi is preaching a very boiled down version of critical race theory, and his book is assigned in elementary schools. And the fact is that when you are having elementary school students who are having to check off boxes with regard to their race,
that's a huge thing. And she just nods, like, "Oh, okay, I didn't know that."
And then explain to each other whether they are historically privileged or not in 4th or 5th grade. That's a very dumbed down version of critical race theory. There's sort of a game that gets played with regard to legal theories that ends up being boiled down. Intersectionality is another great example of this. Kimberly Crenshaw writes a very intelligent law review article about intersectionality and how you can be a member of more than one minority group and be discriminated against in a variety of ways. And then that is used as the basis for a much broader move in American political life. And then as soon as you point that out, they say, well, that's not intersectionality. It's the original law review article. That's a bit of no true Scotsman games playing. And so I objected that. And look, it is relevant.
How many of you how many of you caught that? Okay, so drop a 1 if you do not know what the no true Scotsman fallacy is. Let's start there. Because if you didn't get that, because what he just said was super important. And so let's do this first. So No Freedom says, Trevin, we also we got to see how racist the whole world really is. When African doctors said Omicron was not that bad and that we need to support more healthy lives, you all question their education. Ooh, yikes. Yeah. So we do all know what the no true Scotsman fallacy is. Let's listen back as to what yes, exactly. So this is a perfect example of the no true Scotsman fallacy.
It's used as a bait and how you can be.
Again,
we're another great example.
We're talking about Kimberly Crenshaw and Ibram X. Kendi and their works in elementary school. And you know, the argument that there is no critical race theory in schools. This is well, that's not really critical race theory. Like, okay, I don't care what you call it. I just don't like the checking off of, you know, that what he's about to say. Ben will do it better than I will. So.
Review article about intersectionality and how you can be a member of more than one minority group and be discriminated against in a variety of ways. And then that is used as the basis for a much broader move in American political life. And then as soon as you point that out, they say, well, that's not intersectionality. It's the original law review article. That's a bit of no true Scotsman games playing. And so
exactly. When people have an issue with what their children are being taught, and Fox News or whoever it is says, hey, they're teaching your children CRT. So then parents are getting upset. Like, what is this shit? I don't like this shit that I'm looking at right now. Oh, it's called CRT? Okay, let me go to the school and tell them that I don't want this CRT. And then all the liberal elites will actually, they're not teaching college level law theory in elementary school, you idiot. That's the no true Scotsman. I don't care what you call it. I'm looking at a worksheet. It says check off what race you are and whether or not you're oppressed. I don't care what you call it. I don't want this thing in elementary school. That's the argument about CRT. So if you're about to tell a parent that what their child is learning that they don't like is not CRT, that's a no true Scotsman fallacy. And being such is a non sequitur and will not get you anywhere because that parent doesn't give a fuck what you call it. They just don't want it to be taught to their children. Karen says it matters because they say it does. No, like if you have children and they're being taught things that make them hate themselves because they are lesser than, then that matters because you don't want your children to hate themselves. Or flip it around. If you are an LGBT person and you're being told that that's not normal and it's not okay and you don't exist, which is, not anything that anybody's ever told a trans person, but that affects that person. Do you disagree with the fact that trans people need their identity affirmed? Or are you saying that gender affirmation is bullshit as well? There's two sides to the culture war, brother. There's two sides. You love to open your mouth without thinking.
I object to that. And look, it is a relevant issue when you have Terry McAuliffe, who's running for governor of Virginia, literally saying in open debate that it should not be parents who are making the educational decisions for their children. It should be the people in education. I mean, that is a culture war issue that I think is of key importance to people who have kids, right?
Well, see, I mean, I think that's part of what leads to the lack of trust in our institutions. I mean, yes, as a parent, you get to make decisions about which school you want your kid to go to. If you're uncomfortable with the public school curriculum, you can take a look at private school options. If you don't want that, you can homeschool. But who gets to be if we're talking about parents making those decisions, who gets to be the arbiter of, which parent gets to be the arbiter of what gets taught in any particular public school? I'm not really buying that they're learning.
That's called a straw man because nobody is saying that an individual parent should be able to dictate the curriculum. They're saying the collection of parents should have more power over what happens to their own children than the government workers. But I wouldn't expect you to understand that, Anna. You're just a lowly
about critical race theory, or even a boiled down. I'm sure, I'm positive that elementary schools are not learning about systemic racism, and even if they are, even if it's a
Journey for the win. Oh,
boiled down version of that, learning about systemic racism is important. I think that that's something that's an issue in this country.
Do you agree, Trevin? Do you think learning about systemic racism is an important issue, or is that also just a distraction and everybody just mad that nobody really cares about?
Gets ignored or completely denied, and I think that's wrong. I think that's what also leads to the division that we're experiencing.
Well, that's going to be the major cultural issue, right? Because the fact is that I, as a parent, believe that if you're going to...
You think there's no systemic racism?
I believe that it depends on how you define systemic racism. So if you're talking about legal regimens of racism, no. If you're talking about history, has after effects, of course. So I think there's a real problem with semantic overload in a lot of our political conversations. So when people say systemic racism, sometimes what they mean by systemic racism is history has consequences. You can't have 150 years of, 300 years of slavery followed by Jim Crow and that not have after effects, which of course is true. And sometimes what they mean is that every inequality in American public life is due to some systemic inequity that is currently taking place in the United States, which I think is absolutely 100% false.
I mean, we certainly see that playing out in our criminal justice system. Are you going to deny that, or are you going to say that, let's say, African Americans or Latinos are just inherently more criminal? Or
I'm not going to say either of those things. I'm going to say that.
So why are they overrepresented?
That's called a false dichotomy. See, it's important to know when, and I'm typing and doing other things, looking at comments, all of this shit, and even still, I can tell when somebody is giving a logical fallacy. Are you going to say this? Or are you going to say that? That's called a false dichotomy. When you offer two options when there are more than two options. So let's go back. I want you guys to hear that and pay attention to the false dichotomy.
In our criminal justice system, are you going to deny that, or are you going to say that, let's say, African Americans or Latinos are just inherently more criminal? Or
I'm not going to say either of those things.
I'm not going to say either of those things because there is another option. There is another option. And you have tried to trap me into saying one of two bad things when there are other things that are not bad that are available to say. So let's go through some of these. Where are we? So this, I don't know what this means. The upper countries denied the southern ones rights to create their own jabs. They wouldn't lift the patents because they some greedy fools. The upper countries? What are the upper countries? And the southern, are you talking about the northern hemisphere? The upper countries? I've never heard anybody talk like that. No Freedom says, what is with this gender crap? Look around the world and you will find no one believes this crap. If trans rights founders are being called transphobic for stating there's only two genders, yeah, even trans rights, exactly. Charlie says, what term called? See, this is another thing, Trevin. Again, I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that you're engaging, and I'm glad that you're enjoying your time here. But I can't spend the time to have dead air while I'm trying to read your comment to figure out what it actually says. I'm pretty sure I will assume that you graduated high school. You seem like a smart enough dude. Take the extra half a second and please just type out what you're saying as if you were submitting it to a college professor. I'm not asking for anything long. I'm just saying with the syntax because there's a lot going on. So now I have to sit and try to figure out what it is that you're saying, and everybody else has to wait. And that's not fair to everybody else. So what term called when you create something out of... So what is the term for when you create something out of thin air just to justify your beliefs? Is that your question? Who's teaching kids to hate themselves? The teachers who are giving CRT work. Who's saying they're lesser than? The CRT people. What teachers? The people with CRT. Where's that evidence? The CRT. See, you're not aware of this stuff. So you just assume it doesn't exist. But it exists. You're just not aware of it. You just don't know any better. So where do you get the gall? Where do you get the audacity to say, this isn't happening? I haven't looked at any of the examples of this. I know this isn't happening. Jamie Dean always coming in hot. Oh, we got Darshan in the building. What's going on, brother? No Freedom says, Trevin, the same people who made children do a homework assignment saying being hetero is bad and that all men are ARPists. Yes, exactly. This is happening. You just don't know about it. And that's okay. I'm not saying, oh, you stupid idiot, you didn't know this was happening. No, that's why I'm here. I'm showing this to you so that you guys know this is happening. Trevin says, I love to open my mouth without thinking. I know you do. Kids need teachers because they are being told at home they don't exist. What? Yeah. We're both equally confused. Salute, brother. We're gonna I'm gonna let you know, Freedoms. You seem to be handling.
So why are they overrepresented in our prisons?
I mean,
especially when you consider.
This may be beyond the scope of our conversation, but the answer is because not all groups commit crimes at the same level. That has nothing to do with genetics. That has everything to do with circumstances.
If you guys hold those thoughts on education, because I do want to get back to some of that too, but let me move on to something else we talked about. We talked about the trust issue, and there's some very interesting surveys out there on trust. Gallup did a survey. There's a drop across the board in trust in all institutions, except law enforcement, which is very interesting. Congress, sorry for my friends there, is the lowest.
He's a bitch. He won't. I know. Let's do it. I'll drop the link. And Trevin or whoever's got balls, come on up. Links dropped.
Media is down there almost as low as Congress. Those that rank the highest were small business and the military. So this low media rank, is that fair or is that being manufactured as part of a culture war?
Oh, it's fair. I mean, it's entirely fair. I mean, it's.
So I missed this entire.
One of the things that we've seen from both good and bad, the fragmentation of media is a result of systemic distrust in the media, and that's existed for a very long time. I mean, that's nothing new. And I think that it's completely fair for people to look at the media. I know there are people on the left who think that the media is too right wing, right? Obviously, we on the right think that the media is far too left wing. But
hey, women can have balls too. Okay, it's a colloquial expression. I'm not talking about testes. I'm talking about balls, bro. I'm talking about balls. You got balls? You don't got balls.
I think that sort of distrust in media sources is very often justified.
I told you.
I think that we're requiring more of people than we used to in the past, because once people have realized that there's an infinite political angle to how people cover the news, now we're asking them, if you want a full rounded diet, you actually have to choose it yourself, right? You have to
I identify you that way as well.
Cultivate yourself to watch the Young Turks and then watch my show and decide who you agree with, and where there's sort of a common locus of fact. That's the fact and everything else is the opinion. That's asking a lot of viewers where we didn't used to ask very much of viewers at all, right? You just turn on the evening news and buy whatever Walter Cronkite is saying, whether it's true or not.
So that's an important point. I know we're kind of joking around, but the media apparatus has changed so much, and that's exactly that's the heart of my point here. Is exactly what Ben was saying, is that you used to be able to just switch on the news and you get the news. Now, it's an actual activity that you have to do. You have to do the news. That sounded weird, but you have to actually, you know what I mean? You have to be engaged. It's not a passive process anymore. And the first thing is that there's an entire, the older, let's say half of the population doesn't realize that has switched. Then there's a lot of people from the younger half of the generation who also don't realize that has switched. So let's call it, I don't know, pull a number out of my ass, 70% of people just out here watching what they think is Walter Cronkite, but legally is designated as entertainment and not news. And then being confused when people have other opinions. I'm like, oh, well, if you think that, you must be some crazy person, because what I heard on the news is something completely different. So Trevor says, so what if half the country is LGBTQ? They won't be. That's the point. So what if half the country has 4 arms? They won't. Like, what do you mean? Live and let live? Like, yes, if for whatever reason half the country was LGBTQ, then of course we would want people to be happy. I don't like it. It's offensive that you would assume that you need to ask that question. Just like Anna, you have this moral high ground that you think you sit on. But you don't. You just have different opinions. That's it. As No Freedom says, that is not normal. You people are grooming kids. It's gotten to the point where we're now calling pedos maps. I saw a meme the other, I don't know, it was today. I saw it today. Shuan had did a video about how bi people are, I don't know, just not respected in the LGBT community. I don't know. It was in my fucking subscription, so I just watched it. And somebody said there was a meme about how maps are part of the LGBT community, but bi people are not. Let me repeat that. That maps or minor attracted people, aka pedos, are part of the LGBTQIA plus whatever community, but that bisexual people are not. That's the level of logic that we're dealing with the alphabet mafia. I don't have time to triple source and cross check. I'll defer my opinions to Tim Pool, please and thank you. I feel like you're, being a little bit facetious, knowing that Tim Pool is my guy. But if you do that, you'll be in good company. Maddow and Carlson and Crowder are not news. Agreed. As a fan of Crowder, Crowder is not news. Are we really going to do this, bro? Are you really going to make me? Okay, all I'm going to do, through Google, mind you, through Google, elementary school CRT. Let's see what comes up. Okay, so these are all like stock photos. So the first result says yes, children are being taught critical race theory in K through 12. Last year, the idea that American school children at state schools were being taught the tenets of CRT became a major political flashpoint. Youngkin attracted widespread, blah, blah, blah. I'm looking for examples. Let's see. Because I just let's do this. Worksheet. Can we see this? So it's can you see it? All right. Well, let me find something a little clearer. A critical race guide, a critical race theory, a guide for educators. We've got let's do this. See what you're doing? I see what you're doing, Trevin. You're derailing the entire show because you didn't do your homework.
I think most Americans waking up to that is a good thing.
What the fuck? That bugged me the fuck out. The scroll button is also the play button. That bugged me out. But one of you, if you guys, so I don't want to hold the show up. So if one of you guys could, just find an example, shouldn't be hard to find if you just take a minute, and drop it either in the comment, drop a link in the comments or Discord or social media, and we'll take a look. Because we all know that, of course, these worksheets exist. Not seeing them, or your incredulity, is not an argument.
The systemic lack of trust in media has some bad downstream effects sometimes, because when there are no gatekeepers, there are no gatekeepers. So I like the fact that there are no gatekeepers, because I think the gatekeepers were very often biased, but without gatekeepers, sometimes bad stuff gets through.
Yeah, I mean, I think that right now we're experiencing people existing in various filter bubbles. So if you are, for instance, consuming most of your news online, if you like a particular brand of programming. If you, let's say, lean more conservative and you're watching mostly conservative news, algorithms offer up more and more conservative news. And so when you get if you have preconceived notions and all of a sudden you're hearing or reading something that challenges those preconceived notions, you're gonna have a negative reaction to it. And you see that playing out across the board. I'll give you an example. I mean, I have family members who are constantly consuming news online. My mom's a good example, right?
All right, well, you asked for it. You asked for it. So video is called, so I searched this. Yeah, right. Yes, Trevin, that is true. You people are grooming people. So school cancels Halloween because racism. Promotes BLM and 2SLGBTQIA plus instead. I don't know what this is. This came. I searched this on Google, and this came up. But let's see what it is.
To act like you care so much about people that you know nothing about.
The fact that you don't know the answer to this question, Trevin, means that you, as with the CRT, you haven't done your homework. You need to understand your opposition before you can claim that you are correct. If you don't know why people think your views are immoral, then how do you know they're not? I hate that I have heard of this before. God damn it. God damn it. How fucking gay is that?
All right, welcome to our couch. Today we have a news story for you about how Halloween is racist. Now, originally we thought this was going to be a funny story to cover. Oh, look, Halloween's racist. Oh, it's so funny. You know, and then we look deeper into it because we always do research when we cover topics. And it's not so funny. It's actually deeply concerning. But let's get into it.
Okay, so Benjamin Franklin Day Elementary School in Seattle, Washington has essentially banned Halloween. They banned dressing in costumes and they canceled their annual parade because they claim that Halloween marginalizes people of color.
And some of the articles said that the school administration said black males don't celebrate Halloween.
And so on the surface, it looks like they're basically saying the poor kids in our school can't afford costumes. So when Halloween comes up, everyone dressed in costumes and these students feel alone. They feel marginalized because they can't.
This never happened, right? This never happened, right?
Wear a costume.
At best. That is a generous assessment of what's going on.
That's what they want you to think.
At worst, they literally, well, not at worst, but another take is they literally think,
whoa, 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 whoa. Does this say what I think it says? We're not trying to conflate atheists and groomers, right? No freedoms. Come on. Come on. You know I'm a hardcore atheist. Don't be doing that. I'm going to assume I'm misreading this. Because I know that you would never think that I'm a groomer. And you know that I'm an atheist. So you would never say that about atheists, right? You my boy, Blue.
Black men don't celebrate Halloween.
Yeah.
And so they're going to be left out. Yeah, I mean, I really never met a black person that didn't like dressing up for Halloween and things like that. And I understand that they're saying, you know, kids can't afford it, so they're left out. You know, I get that take.
Am I the only one who's stuck on trying to figure out what the fuck YKWIM means?
No, maybe that's true for their school district. I don't know, but it doesn't really seem like that's... It seems more to me that it's about certain minorities don't celebrate.
Yeah. Like I used to volunteer in one of the poor school districts in St. Louis, and I can tell you the kids whose parents could not afford costumes, they would make their own. They would literally tie stuff around their waist and it's like a big difference with the poor kid costumes versus the parents who could take their kids out shopping for a costume. But still, it's like I think the kids would rather still do Halloween and either get free costumes from the school, just like they can get free lunch and free aftercare and whatever, or they would, they would rather do Halloween than just cancel it all together. No.
Now, you see near the top of the page, there's a Black Lives Matter at School link. Click that, it goes to an organization that is Black Lives Matter at School. I mean, it's a pretty junky website, powered by Weebly. You can't see because our screen's covering the Weebly thing. But yeah.
What did it say? A week of action, a year of purpose, a lifetime of practice.
They're committed.
Okay.
They are committed to Black Lives Matter.
They got the fist and everything. They got a quote from Assata Shakur, a member of the Black Liberation Army, who was convicted of first-degree murder of state trooper Warner Foster in 1973. Shakur is wanted by the FBI, and there's a $2 million reward for apprehension. She's been on the FBI's most wanted terrorist list since 2013. Interesting.
Yeah, so that's in a quote on their website.
The school links to another website that's quoting Asada Shakur.
Yes, they support this organization, Black Lives Matter, at school.
Okay. That is alarming. That is very alarming. And then it says, the year of purpose. In the wake of the murders of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, Tony McDade, and others named and unnamed, a great uprising for Black lives has swept the nation and the world, enticing new urgency and radical possibilities for advancing abolitionist practice and uprooting institutional racism.
Yeah, this is all made up, right, Trevin? This is bullshit, right? This is just nothing. This never happened.
Yeah, so you guys have been paying attention to Black Lives Matter and their verbiage. So it's shifted from defund the police to abolition.
Jeez.
So, I mean, everyone knew that. Everyone knew what defund the police meant, but now they're being more overt about it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess sending your kid to school is kind of like sending them to a Black
radical
Lives Matter
training camp for Black Lives Matter abolition fighters.
Right.
Great.
So they also have a list of demands on this website, and they have 4 demands and 0 tolerance.
A list of demands on the school website?
Discipline and implement restorative justice, hire more Black teachers, mandate Black history and ethnic studies in K-12 curriculum, fund counselors, not cops.
I'm super, super curious how many Black teachers are in the school district versus the proportion of students. And because I mean, they're not it's a very like a middle-class white area.
Right, but from when I saw the school, it seemed like it's 19% Black students, but that was in 2012 or 2017.
2017. So
but the actual area where the school is was like 2% Black at best. Some websites say 0.76%. So I'm guessing
we're literally watching it happen, Trevin. So it's fair. It's fair if you didn't know that this was occurring. That if you didn't know, you didn't know. Whatever. We can't all be on top of everything all of the time. That's not realistic. But we've been telling you, this is what it is. This is happening. This is there. This is real. You've just seen the evidence. You said, show me the evidence. You said, show me the people. I showed you the evidence. I showed you the people. So are you just going to remain in denial? Or are you going to be an upstanding man? Tuck your tail between your legs and have the masculine frame to say, shit, I was wrong, but now I know better. I'm not going to waste the show.
You'd be surprised she's my mom because she's on Facebook. She clicked on a link to, let's say, the Daily Wire. Perfect example. Well, Facebook is going to be offering
nice little dig right there.
Up more Daily Wire type content. And then all of a sudden, when she's watching The Young Turks, she'll be like, well, I read on Facebook or I read on the Daily Wire or whatever that X, Y, and Z happened and you're wrong. Right? That conversation.
Trevin, we already went over how this is the No True Scotsman. I explained what it was. We watched Ben talk about it twice. So either you're not watching or you're too dumb.
Conversation doesn't actually happen that often. But I'm giving you an example.
I was hopeful there for a second.
Right? And so look, there are all sorts of issues with the media, right? I mean, the media for the longest time completely ignored the very real frustrations that workers have been feeling in this country. I mean, the Federal Reserve released data indicating that nearly half Americans can't even afford a $100 emergency. At the same time, you tune into CNN, CNBC, MSNBC. I mean, it doesn't matter, across the board. And they're like, the economy is doing great. We're seeing record growth. And what they're specifically talking about is the stock market. But the stock market is disconnected from the reality that the majority of workers are experiencing. So I think that type of stuff leads to people feeling, distrustful toward the press. At the same time, they exist in these filter bubbles and have their preconceived notions. It's hard to challenge that. So there's a lot of different things happening at the same time. I don't blame people for not being so trusting of the media.
I don't blame people for not being as smart as me.
Thing that I'll note is that the incentives are always in the wrong place. The kind of stories that I want to talk about on the Young Turks and do talk about on the Young Turks get no attention. They don't do well in terms of the number of views. I want to talk about international news. I want to talk about.
So your Joe Rogan story didn't do well. Oh, that wasn't something that you want to talk. That was a fundamental story to America. That's why you reported on Joe Rogan saying that he wasn't going to have Trump on his show, because fundamental that Americans know what Joe Rogan thinks about Donald Trump. That wasn't what you wanted to talk about? Okay.
Happening in Brazil, I want to talk about what's happening in Ecuador. It'll get like maybe 40,000 views at most. You know what gets a lot of views? I don't know. Anna Kasparian destroys this person, or here.
Trevin, what state do you live in? There was no mention of Tulsa, Emmett Till, or Juneteenth in your history classes? I mean, hey, I will happily say that that should be taught in history classes. But I was taught all about that. And I don't think I know anybody who wasn't. And maybe that, maybe that's a Jersey thing. Maybe that's score one for Jersey. But I highly doubt, and you're younger, right? What state do you live in?
Here's the latest cat fight. Like, I hate it. It's garbage. It's garbage. Because it leads to people not trusting the press, but at the same time, the profits are there. The money is there. And I think you see that play out across the board, whether you're talking about cable news or online media.
And at the dinner table, we're having an interesting conversation. It's clearly a generational thing. My generation grew up watching Walter Cronkite and Huntley and Brinkley and all these folks. And one of the things that I saw in your bio was that you got interested in this field because of Barbara Walters. So what happens now to the Barbara Walters? I mean, where does news reporting go? Will the nightly news be a thing of the past? And are we simply going to continue to retreat to those mediums that demonstrate that we know everything already? Where's this going to go now?
Well, let me just note, I loved Barbara Walters on ABC's 2020. So I remember as a kid, like getting super excited after TGIF was over because ABC's 2020 would be on. And I was like fascinated by the fact that this woman was getting paid to talk to these incredibly interesting people from around the world. And I was just fascinated by the conversations. That's how I got interested in journalism and the media. But I just feel like the type of conversations that she had, or just news about world events, they don't seem to attract the kind of attention that they used to. And it might be because of an oversaturated market. It might be because conflict tends to sell.
It might be because I, completely lied to my audience and I have 5 million subscribers, but only 100,000 views, and they know better by now.
Manufactured conflicts tend to sell. But I wish we can get back.
Like the one that I have with Joe Rogan.
To a place where journalism still really existed, where there was like ethical standards that were that reporters abided by, anchors abided by. I wish there was a clear distinction between opinion and actual hard news journalism. This is what I talk about with my journalism students whenever I have the time to teach. I always tell them, I'm like, look, there's a difference between what I do, which is analysis, opinion, and what you should be doing as an investigative journalist, for instance, going out there and actually gathering the news, talking to both sides, not equating both sides and acting as if, you're completely neutral, but making sure that you gather the facts on the ground and report them as they are. It's really hard to find that these days. There's still great journalism taking place. I wouldn't be able to do my analysis or my job without that great journalism taking place. But these are the people who are oftentimes not paid well, ignored, and don't get any of the benefits that someone might in the media if you engage in the conflict nonsense.
Can we go back, Ben, and separate the...
Wow, so we got a hot take here from No Freedoms. In response to Trevin asking about reparations, I am not in favor of reparations. Not in favor of the whole sins of the father thing. No Freedom says Juneteenth holiday was bullshit the left wanted to give for votes. Also, the KKK was created by the left, and that the Tulsa massacre was covered up by everyone left and right. So a lot of different things there. So Juneteenth itself is definitely not bullshit. The fact that it only came up when Biden was in office, like officially, like federally, is definitely shifty. And even if it was even if I, am a couple years and it was during Trump, then same shit. But Obama was not celebrating Juneteenth. And I'm 1,000% behind celebrating Juneteenth. I think there's no reason not to. Why wouldn't we? But to pretend like it's just something that we've always done. We, meaning everybody, federally. There's a lot of people who have a history with Juneteenth and have celebrated it for years. But that was not there was no, ubiquitous celebration before the last few years. And No Freedoms also says, reparation is needed, but sadly it won't happen. Why ask people who enslaved you to buy you? Wow. Very interesting take. Why ask people who enslaved you to buy you? Wow. Yeah, we pay everyone else, but come on, the left and right won't do that for blacks. Wow. That is an interesting take. I don't even really know what I think about that. I'm going to sit on that. I'm going to leave this up while we go a little further. That's a very interesting take, No Freedoms.
Fact-based from the opinion now, or is it going to be conflated for the foreseeable future?
I mean, I think
I'm just going to back this up because I don't remember where we were.
And don't get any of the benefits that someone might in the media if you engage in the conflict nonsense.
Can we go back, Ben, and separate the fact-based from the opinion now, or is it going to be conflated for the foreseeable future?
I mean, I think the truth is that was a relatively modern construct. I mean, if you go back to the foundations of the Republic, the people who were reporting were also doing opinion, and that was true all the way through the beginning of the 20th century. It was really only with Walter Lippmann in the 1920s that you start talking about objective standards in journalism. And there's a difference between an objective standard that you apply to how a story is reported and being an objective report, meaning you have no politics at all. And I think, frankly, if you want to reinstall some sort of institutional trust, it would be good for reporters to say, here's who I voted for, and then here are also the facts that I am reporting on, because otherwise it ends up being a gotcha, right? I see how you're reporting that. I see what you're doing. I know what you really think about the story. So that's a major issue. I think the other big issue, obviously, I mentioned gatekeepers before. I'm very wary of the reinstallation of institutional gatekeepers, because if you want to talk about market incentives, the big players have all the incentives to ensure that they're the ones who maintain their access via the gates. And this is one of my great fears with some sites that we've been very successful with, like Facebook, is that reestablishing the idea that there are quote-unquote trusted news sources, and those all coincidentally are legacy media sources, means that everybody who's not a legacy media source, somebody who started up a company in the last 10 years, right? We opened our doors in 2015. We're not legacy media. And so we don't have that legacy. So now you're shutting out all the players who are actually entering the market.
So
Trevin is still saying here that despite the fact that on demand, we brought up an example that somebody that No Freedoms off the top of his head had, and we were able to pull it up and substantiate it with news articles. Trevin says, you showed me a couple talking about a website. No, we showed you a couple reading the news about a website that was directly relevant to their children being fed CRT. That's what we showed you. Where are the teachers telling these kids they are less than? Do you think that these people? So, in order for you to think that what we just saw doesn't show you that there are teachers telling the kids there's lesser than, then you would have to assume that those people in the video are just making a video based on nothing, and that they found a website by chance that goes in line with their fabrication. Obviously, the teachers are the people who let them on to this shit. They wouldn't have a reason to be looking at this shit if they didn't have the teachers who gave the kids the shit to worry about what they're looking up. That is the evidence for what was said. If you are not smart enough to understand evidence, that's not my problem. It's really not my problem for you not to even know what's going on in the world. But given that that's what this channel is about, is talking about this stuff so we can all be more informed, I was willing to stop the show to give you this evidence that you're asking for. But if you're not going to accept it simply because, I don't know, you don't like it, I don't know what to do for you. But it was there. Like, what do you mean? What else can I do? What else can I do? You tell me that.
you actually mentioned, again, just a little bit of a shift because you got my attention earlier. You're both born and raised in California. You left, you stayed, but we had an interesting conversation at the dinner table that maybe your perspectives on California aren't all that different. Ben, I know you said you were afraid your kids weren't going to have a difficult time because of their political views. So are you sad that you left California? Or
I have not thought for one day about that decision. That was it was one of the best decisions that I have ever made for my family. We are overjoyed. Florida is a wonderful state. Basically, because of my Orthodox Jewish faith, that means that I had to move to a place that had some significant Jewish resources. And so I was looking for a place that had those resources, was in a red state, preferably with 0% state income tax. And that narrowed it down to basically Dallas and Florida. And so we ended up in Florida. It's wonderful. But I mean, it wasn't just that. It was really a lifestyle thing, because my wife for years was saying, yeah, we're paying higher taxes. We make a lot of money. So, that's fine. But the problem is you don't get any of the public services back in California. So in our area, which is a fairly decent suburb, you had just an inundation of homelessness in the area. Like, my kids could not walk around the neighborhood. We'd open up our front gate. There'd be a person shooting heroin in their foot literally in front of our house, or a person passed.
Am I sure? You calling me a liar? What do you think that I can do from here in 2022 in front of the camera to learn more about what I learned about in school 20 years ago, to be more sure? Did I say that I learned about it in school? That's what I said, right? There's a reason I said that. If you think this is a place where I'm just saying shit because it makes me look good, be gone, motherfucker. I don't need you here. Be gone. Am I sure? You're goddamn right I'm sure. I am 1000% sure. In case you were curious. Yes, I am sure.
Out on the street. We had our business on Ventura Boulevard. We had to board up windows during the George Floyd, some protests, some riots. We had, there was a homeless person who smashed the front plate glass window of our establishment. When we left and we moved our main business to Nashville, then my family and a small core of the business moved to Florida. When we left, we thought that we were going to lose probably half the people working for us. Instead, I think over 90% of the people were like, "You're going, get us out of here." Everybody wanted out. There's a reason people are leaving California.
Well, Anna, you shared some concerns too. And California, like Pennsylvania, lost another congressional seat. So their population is not growing, certainly not at the same rate as Texas, Florida, et cetera. So share some of your concerns, because you talked a little bit about it before.
Sure. So California is poorly governed right now. I was pretty blunt and transparent about the fact that
So, Jamie, we all have love all the way around, but please refrain from advertising other channels in my chat.
signed the petition to recall Gavin Newsom. So
I signed it too. We were on exactly the same page.
Right. Now, unfortunately, the individuals running against him were worse than he was or is. And so, unfortunately, when the ballot showed up to in my mailbox, I ended up voting against the recall. But I was hoping that there would be a better candidate to challenge him. I didn't like any of the candidates. Now, the reason why I've decided to stay in California is because I love the state. I know what the state is capable of, and I would much rather stay and fight to make the state better in any capacity that I have. But with that said,
That said, what I really mean is that I know that all the people that are dumb enough to listen to me live here. So why would I leave?
The issues in California are endless. You have corruption. I mean, literally a city council member had his office raided by the FBI because of,
like, if I went somewhere where things were going well, then I wouldn't really have a job, now would I?
The pay-for-play scheme that he was engaged in. You have real estate developers running amok. You have this effort to build public housing.
Running a what? Amok. What does that mean? Somebody name that quote.
To alleviate some of the homelessness, but at the same time, you have the lawmakers in the state giving these sweetheart deals to developers who are very clearly inflating their prices and taking forever to build said public housing. So there's all sorts of mismanagement. I disagree with the way that they're handling the homelessness issue as well, although I think my solutions might be a little different. I think that this idea of being incredibly lax with camping has been pretty disastrous and has attracted. Look, homelessness isn't just a California issue; it's an issue throughout the country. But when other states are pretty strict against encampments and California is very lax, what do you think that's going to do? It's going to attract homelessness in the state as well.
So again, she knows that you attract homelessness with the policies that California has. And it's not about caring about people. It's the fact that homeless people exist and they will go where is best suited for them.
I want to provide housing for everyone. I consider it a human right. But I think the way that the state is doing it through a public-private partnership has not worked out at all.
Thank you. So let's move on to another public policy issue, one that's being debated in Washington right now. Tax the rich is a very popular sentiment. It's also now a fashion.
No freedom's gunning for everybody.
Statement, I guess, which we've all seen. So when President Biden looks into the microphone and says, "Pay your fair share," what does that mean?
It means that if you're one of the 55 corporations that literally paid absolutely nothing in federal income taxes in 2020, and in fact received $3.5 billion in tax refunds or rebates, or tax refunds, I should say, maybe you should pay your fair share.
You did say that. But you did say that. And then you said rebates. And then you said, actually, I should say the thing I already said.
Here's the thing. If the tax code is written in a way where corporations can legally take advantage of loopholes and incredibly low effective corporate tax rates, they're going to do it.
Right. And which side of the aisle is creating these regulations that allows businesses to take advantage of them? The left. Oh, God. God damn it. Thought we had the right there for just a second.
Right? So it's one thing to say pay your fair share. It's another thing to actually write a tax code that is a little more equitable and ensures that everyone is, in fact, paying their fair share.
Ben, what's pay your fair share mean?
I don't know enough about corporate tax law. But as I understand it, this notion of corporation, the biggest corporations don't pay any taxes. As far as I understand it, the conversations I've heard around it, they actually very much do pay very high rates of taxes. But there's other subsidies and things that you can offset. But in terms of net profit, there absolutely is money that comes out of net profit that goes to the government. As far as I understand it, I could be wrong. But it would be really shifty, even for the American government, for their biggest, cash cow to just not take any money from them.
The obvious answer would be a flat tax, but the longer answer is that the United States has one of the most progressive income tax systems on planet Earth. Most of the systems in, for example, Northern Europe are far less progressive. The top tax rate kicks in a lot lower on the income scale because you have to pay for the large-scale social services. The people who are at the top of
I didn't know any of that.
The income bracket in the United States, the top quintile essentially pays all net taxes in the United States, not some.
That's what I thought. The top quintile, that's the top, of 5? Oh yeah, Bull Rush. We go, baby.
Not most, all. And the reason for that is because there are tax transfers, and the transfer of payments that are inherent in public services do not accrue to the people at the top of the tax bracket. They accrue to everybody else who's receiving that sort of funding. When we talk about higher taxes on corporations, we do not have one of the world's lowest corporate tax rates. We are somewhere in the middle. Look at the OECD countries. We're certainly not the lowest on the totem pole in terms of our corporate tax rate. In fact, right-wing sources like the Heritage Foundation will say that it is much friendlier to do business in places like Denmark or Sweden in many cases than it is to do business in the United States.
So, just based on this video alone, just based on this debate alone, any disagreement has to go, to the silly, stupid, voter, whatever you want to, just as somebody watching. If I don't know any better and they're disagreeing, then based on what's already happened in this conversation, specifically with the CRT stuff, one person knew what was going on and the other person didn't. So if they disagree, I'm going to go with the person who knew what was going on. And what was the last thing he said?
Will say that it is much friendlier to do business in places like Denmark or Sweden cases than it is to do business in the United States.
Tax rate's pretty high in Denmark and Sweden.
The personal income tax rate is very high in Denmark and Sweden. The corporate tax rate is basically near or on par with that of the United States.
So it's not that corporations don't pay any tax. It's a little bit more complicated than that. Well, that makes a lot more sense than the American government just saying, "Oh, if you're a corporation, you're good. You're good. Nah, don't worry about it."
If we were to raise our corporate tax rate the way that President Biden is talking about, we'd actually have a higher corporate tax rate than China currently does. The notion that corporations ought to be paying tax at all, in my view, is mistaken.
The funny thing is, No Freedoms, is that for me, It's better to say, just think about companies like drug dealers, because I know drug dealers. Anyway, so just think about drug dealers like companies. Is it true that drug busts happen? Yes, but both sides are still making money working together. Always so much wisdom there. Leaving that up. Hell,
The fact that the income is immediately either reinvested in the company or passed on to people who immediately pay all of that tax. By the time you actually receive your income in this country, the income's been taxed about 7 different ways. Right? You're getting taxed through the corporation, then it's passed on to you as salary, which is taxed. If you invest it in the stock market and then you sell your stock, that is taxed as capital gains tax. When you die, the government taxes that as well.
That.
So how many times can you tax the same
I was gonna go to the death tax, but good old Ben.
Before people begin to disinvest.
And look at the awkward smile because she's like, oh, fuck, how do I do this? What do I do? What do I say?
Let me,
I'd like to respond to that, though.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, okay. She was, okay. So, again, there's my bias. Because I was assuming that when the moderator was like, okay, so let me, whatever, she was going to be like, oh, thank God. Thank you for saving me. Oh, my God. I would no response to that. But she says she would like to respond. So, let's see.
Okay,
yeah,
go ahead.
To argue that the corporate tax rates in the United States are too high, or that, I mean, first off, let me just touch on the comparison you gave regarding progressive taxes in European countries versus the United States. I mean, yes, the taxes might be higher in those European countries, but what do people living in those countries get in return? They get incredible childcare. I mean, listen, the average American family, 2-income household, spends a whopping 22% of their household income on childcare alone, right? So when you're talking about European countries that offer quality childcare, that, by the way, that opens up the opportunity for people to go to work, something that we should maybe think about as we're dealing with this labor shortage. 64,000 women left the job force in April alone. Not because they want to, but because they can't afford childcare. Everything in this country is privatized. Everything has a for-profit model. And there's
As it should be. Not everything. But the more that can be privatized, the better.
consequences that come along with that, including for the business community that might want, a more robust social safety net.
Who was here? Who was here yesterday when I was talking specifically about this? Specifically, I was talking about how people think that because we have empty homes and we have homeless people, that we could just put the homeless people in the homes and that we fix that issue. Who was here?
Program or social safety net to ensure that people feel comfortable enough to go to work, but we don't have that here. So yes, people might pay more in taxes, including those lower on the income scale, but what they get in return is far greater than what people in this country have been getting.
The United States has spent, since the beginning of the war on poverty, since...
So remember, her contention was that, so Ben was saying that we have, corporations pay a lot of taxes. And we don't have the lowest corporate tax rate. And so she went on this whole thing about, well, other countries pay this and that, but actually what they get is more and da-da-da-da-da-da. That doesn't mean the tax rate is lower. It might be a fair argument, but it doesn't mean the tax rate is lower. I don't really, then I kind of lost, what she was saying because she was kind of babbling, but let's see.
$22 trillion in the war on poverty. We spend an awful lot on social services in this country on a per capita level. In fact, it is very much on par with what the European countries spend. It's just not spent particularly well. When it comes to things like childcare, a very young Elizabeth Warren, before she became Senator Elizabeth Warren, specifically wrote about universal childcare, and she said that it actually was contributing to what she called the 2-income trap in a book that she wrote in the early 2000s. And what she talked about is the fact that there are a lot of women who, for example, may not want to work, and what you're actually doing is incentivizing people to have to go to work because we're now providing childcare, as opposed to providing a competitive advantage to, for example, families where one parent is working. I agree with you, by the way, that childcare is a very difficult issue. I also agree that this is why we used to have, for example, family structures that were conducive to allowing people to help out. There are many businesses that do provide for some form of childcare. We certainly have many businesses that provide for some form of maternity or paternity leave. The European countries, which obviously have been used as a model by a lot of folks on the left, between 1970 and 1993, they experienced exorbitantly low rates of growth. And the reason for that was because they...
Right, so I'm trying to look for a spot to pause Ben, but it's Ben Shapiro. So No Freedom says, actually, we should house the homeless. We save more money when we house them. Housing them lowers property damage and healthcare costs for them, since they are not going to pay that. That may be true. but is not sustainable. The idea that you can take people who are mentally ill, willingly homeless, not willing to do what it takes yes, there's a not willing to do what it takes to maintain having a home. Yes, of course there are people who are down on their luck, and if you give them a way out, that they would use that to their advantage, of course. But you can't just put a mentally ill person in a home and then, okay, we fixed it. You can't have somebody who's a drug addict, who is homeless because they are a drug addict and they spend all their money on drugs. You cannot house them if they have no money to give to the whatever entity is providing that home. If you do, and that's incentivizing drug addiction. Of course, Trevin agrees and says conservative SCOTUS rolled back EPA regulations on businesses. That side of the aisle is removing restrictions because they've got clean air and clean water where they are. I don't know what that means. I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know. Think of each chat as its own self-contained thing. Try not to reference other things because other people are saying things. So I know that you're referencing your last chat, but your last chat may be 5, 6, 7 chats up. And Freedom says the system we have is not unstable. If it can save the taxpayers a few million, then cleaning up piss and drugs, everyone is better. Why? Where do you think those people who are on drugs and are pissing in the streets, how do you think they're going to treat the building that they live in? Are you going to live in that building? So it's just homeless people living in that building. So now it's, one step lower than Section 8 housing. Or no, so that's why you make mini houses. So that's the big reason why there's so much homelessness in America is because the houses are too big. Come on, dude. You're smarter than that. It's not the size of the house. It's the ability to maintain a household, period. Again, I agree. There's a lot of people who would be helped if they just got, they're homeless right now, and if they just got into a position, they'd be golden. There's a lot of people like that, yes. But the money that it would take to house every homeless person and the percentage of those people that would stay housed is simply not worth it. I'm not gonna do a deep dive on the water crisis right now, but
overburdened their social safety net systems. It created enormous social problems. It created enormous immigration problems. They had to scale a lot of those back. And
why would?
And again, I mean, Trevin, you keep trying to posture me as some right wing person when I will happily criticize the right. I just don't see the things right in front of my face that need to be criticized coming from the right. There are things to criticize, but the things that are right in front of my face right now are coming from the left. And when 15 years ago, when I was talking about what little I knew about politics, of course, I was talking about the religious right. But it's to just assume that because I have an issue with something, that I'm automatically on the other team is part of the issue. You need to get out of this false dichotomy. There's more than two options on how to live and how to create a governmental system. And not everybody who disagrees with you is against you.
Create immigration problems.
It created immigration problems because a lot of people were coming specifically for the benefits.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yes, that would be my point, which is it creates more problems.
Let's back that up a little bit. I don't remember what they're talking about.
On the left, between 1970 and 1993, they experienced exorbitantly low rates of growth. And the reason for that was because they radically overburdened their social safety net systems. It created enormous social problems. It created enormous immigration problems. They had to scale a lot of those back.
Is this aimed at me or at Trevin?
And
why would it create immigration problems?
It created immigration problems because a lot of people were coming specifically for the benefits.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yes, that would be my point, which is it creates more problems very often than it's.
Sure, I guess that's like.
Yes, if I put a free donut sign in my shop, people will come for the.
No, but if you have a robust.
Yeah, I would love to hear the argument against that. Because she agreed with it. She said, yeah, people are coming for the benefits.
If you have a society that actually takes care of its workers, right? If you have a society that makes your life a lot easier, people are going to want to immigrate. It's part of the reason why people wanted to come here. People are going to want to live in countries that have both economic opportunities, but also social safety net programs that, again, just make your. I mean, we talk about freedom. If you look at the World Freedom Index, okay, we like to think of the United States as the freest country. We're not the freest country. You look at that list, we're like pretty low down compared to a lot of these Nordic countries. Denmark is top of that list. So look, Denmark has a mixed economy. When we have these debates about socialism versus capitalism, I think that those debates are a little ridiculous because every country is not every country, but most countries are mixed economies.
Right, the United States,
right? Mixed, sure. Exactly. Yep. Now, the issue with the United States is there used to be a time when public universities were free, right? You didn't have to dig yourself into a massive hole to get an education. There was a time in this country where there was universal childcare. That was cut down to the point where it's like no longer in existence unless you're desperate and have like no money and need to take advantage of some programs that are available in some states. But my point is, like, we have an issue here where on one hand, we're experiencing a labor shortage. We want people to go back to work. On the other hand, people literally can't afford the childcare necessary in order to put their kids in a daycare, put their kids in childcare, and be able to go to work without their.
So Trevin is talking about on 4th of July, we did we watched a Stephen Crowder video, and he was talking to a homeless couple who, long story short, pulled themselves up by their bootstraps, got some help from a friend, and didn't need all of us, the entire country, to fix their situation because they were good people, found friends, and got help from people who actually care about them. So he says that homeless couple had the help of friends and family. I think they shouldn't have to rely on them, and their government should help. Okay, see, this is the straw man. Nobody hates the homeless. When did I say that? Did I say, oh, I hate homeless people? Did anybody here say that? This is called virtue signaling. Hey, just to let you know, if you like to kick puppies, you're morally bankrupt, okay? Just to let you know, if you like to smack children upside the head, you're morally bankrupt. Wow, so brave. Going back to the rational thing that you said. See, this doesn't work as Jamie, bro. You gotta be Jimmy. It doesn't work as Jamie. Nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about. Why the fuck are you talking about sausages? Nobody knows. Anyway, the idea that nobody had to rely on anybody. They made the choice to be the type of people that other people decided on their own free will that they wanted to help out. At no point, unless you're a fucking millionaire, at no point, and even then, I don't know what it's like to be a millionaire. So let me not even say that. But at no point can you not benefit from the help of family and friends. And if that's financial help and that's what you need, fuck you, Jimmy. Then I don't understand why you would force people. Because I don't know if you understand this, but the government and specifically the government's money is not the government's money. It's our money. It's your money. It's my money. It's Jamie Dean's money. It's No Freedom's money. Why should we all be forced to give money to people we don't fucking know? Are you in a position to help a homeless family, Trevin? If you are, then why aren't you doing it? And if you're not, then how can you push for the government forcing you to do that? We were just talking about how out of touch Mitch McConnell is for thinking we've got so much money and that we're all hurting. Yet you want the government to force us to pay not only for our own lives, but for everybody else's lives too. That is what you are saying. You know, you can joke, but it's sad because
higher paycheck. The Biden bill removes many work requirements for many of the payments that are being made to people, and it's incentivizing people not to go back to work, which is why we have 10 million open jobs in the United States and people not coming back to work.
That is not what that bill does. In fact, that's not what that bill. Are you talking about the $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill?
I'm talking about the $3.5 trillion bill.
The $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill offers universal pre-K, which opens up the opportunity for mothers to go to work if they want to go to work. The $3.5 trillion bill, by the way, has all sorts of subsidies for corporations, which I don't really understand why the business community isn't salivating over that, because rather than just going full force with public programs, which I think would be the right way to go, it's offering all sorts of subsidies in these, public-private partnerships. Now, the physical infrastructure bill has a lot more corporate giveaways, which is why the business community absolutely loves it, offers the chance to privatize public infrastructure, which is why the business community absolutely loves it. But at the end of the day, if we don't create a society where Americans can actually have families and go to work, then we're going to be in a lot of trouble.
So to go back to your immigration point, you made a mention a moment ago of people immigrating to the country for the benefits. That's just abjectly untrue. The fact is that the United States' great immigration growth throughout the beginning of the Republic, all the way up through about 1930, was entirely driven by people who were leaving places that in many cases had broader benefits, places like Germany, to come to the United States where there was no social safety net. The fact is that the vast majority of people who used to leave and come to the United States were coming specifically to build a life knowing that they really didn't have a lot of social safety net. Now, that's not an argument that there shouldn't be some state and local possibility for social safety net, but the notion that the way that you build a successful country that is a world power and is capable of not only making sure that the citizens are taken care of, but essentially making sure that the entire Western world is taken care of, which we did throughout the Cold War, the idea that you do that simply by raising the number of social security payments that you're making to people or benefit payments that you're making to people, that this is the way that you build that sort of economy is just not borne out by empirical.
Okay, we've had a real far-ranging conversation.
Yes.
Ben, let me ask you another question. Our organization is one that on a daily basis supports whatever you want to call it, the free market system of economic choice. It was disturbing to me, and I think to our organization, when the National Education Association looked at a resolution, I believe it passed one of their committees, that called the free market system one of oppression, but didn't call out other totalitarian regimes. So what does it say when our educators don't seem to believe in the free market system?
So the whatever, I missed exactly what entity it was, but they said that our free market system is oppressive, but that actual, like dictatorships are not. That sounds like, the people who buy into white privilege. I don't know.
Obviously, I love this question. So I will say that the National Education Association is a very far left group. And so it's not a particular surprise that they're characterizing freedom of the market in that particular way. It also goes back to the conversation we were having earlier about what sort of control parents should have over the education of their own children. There's a reason I send my kids to private school. The notion that capitalism is a system of unfreedom, while government largesse is a system of freedom, ignores the fact that somebody actually has to pay the bills. It
Go off, Ben!
also ignores the fact that all growth, not some, all growth that has ever happened is a result of capitalism, meaning it is the result of free market transactions in which people consent to services and goods from other people, in which people innovate and make new products. There's a reason that we're not still riding horses and buggies around. That is because of innovation. It's because of incentive structures. It's because people get to keep the fruit of their own labor and then use those fruits of their own labor in order to invest in things. The true growth in the American economy was never just a question of dollars and cents. It was what you got for those dollars and cents. All of that is driven by entrepreneurs who are willing to take risks. And when you disincentivize risk, you end up disincentivizing people from taking those risks. As we become a much more wage-based society, and that has happened for a large segment of the population, that means that you are incentivizing people to not take those risks. And countries that don't have people taking those risks end up being countries that economically stagnate.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I missed what you're referring to, but was Ben talking about people moving away? I thought he was talking about how well I don't get this question. So maybe I missed what you're referring to, but I don't know what this means. Jameson says our free market is just about as free as the Democratic Republic of Congo is full of elected leaders. Well, that was a big part of the conversation earlier about a truly free was it earlier or was it yesterday? I don't even remember. But a truly free laissez-faire capitalistic society versus the society that we have right now, the oligarchy, corporate, whatever you want to call it. Definitely the free market being really free would definitely do better than what we have now. But that doesn't mean that because what we have now is not as good that we should usher in communism.
So those are the ideas that actually, funny enough, have been repeated.
Yo! No freedoms. Oh, man.
Over and over again in our education system. The idea that, children or students in this country are taught that capitalism is evil is new to me, because I certainly did not get that type of education. Quite the opposite, in fact. Freedom is an interesting way of framing it, because the fact of the matter is, if you are financially stable, if you are, in the top 10% of this country, for instance, you probably feel incredibly free. You have options, endless options available to you. You probably have a nice nest egg. You have a little.
For how long, Jamie Dean? For how long? How long would it take for the people to overthrow the Rockefellers or the Waltons? How long? I believe you. They would have been presidents, but for how long?
Bit of that economic freedom. But, there are two different things at play. Number one, well, when you look at what is incentivized under capitalism, it's actually led to a lot of our own civil liberties being violated. For instance, data collection that takes place on a regular basis without our own knowledge by these social media companies, by these tech companies who make their money not off of advertising, for instance. They make a majority of their money off of selling our personal information to data brokers. It's part of the reason why there are infinite websites right now, so-called data brokers, that just sell our.
So, Trevin, I can directly respond to this, and I would say the Christo-fascist agenda is not nearly as palatable as the neo-fascist, anti-fascist agenda that is being pushed by the left wing. So, yes, the right wing is better. They both suck, but right now, in 2022, as much as I has hated the right wing all through my life, they're doing better right now.
Personal information, including where we live.
Exactly. And this is what it comes down to. Both sides are so terrible that it's, okay, which side is promoting pedos? Let's go with the other side. That's where we're at.
What our phone number is, where we work. I don't really feel very free when I'm terrified about my own safety, because there's a company that's literally making money off of selling my personal information. So there are certain incentives under capitalism that actually do infringe upon our civil liberties and our rights. So that's one thing that I want to note. But the other thing I want to note is,
what a fucking stretch. You don't give a shit. You don't give a shit about any of that.
How free do you feel if you're on the precipice of financial ruin, if you can't afford paying for a medical emergency that you're experiencing? What do you do when you don't have health insurance, which tens of millions of Americans right now don't have because of the exorbitant prices associated with it? How free do you feel if you're a wage worker who has not experienced your real wages increase in literally decades? Wages have not kept up with inflation. So how free do you feel when you want to leave your job, but you can't, because your healthcare benefits are tied to that work?
What? Well, why would you leave your job without getting another job first? You know that your benefits are tied to your job, so you secure another job so that you can leave the job that you don't like.
To that job. I mean, freedom, again, is an interesting way of framing it, because I would venture to say that there's a significant portion of the population in the United States, significant portion of workers in this country that do not, in fact, feel free, in fact, have experienced the precarious nature of a capitalistic system that forces them to work endlessly, if they're lucky, in a full-time job, if they're unlucky, in several part-time jobs that they cobble together with no benefits just to make ends meet.
Let me give you 30 seconds because
Yeah,
I want to look something like that.
I'll just say I think that there's a bit of a definitional game that's very often played with the word freedom. Freedom obviously has two separate meanings. Isaiah Berlin talks extensively about the difference between positive liberty and negative liberty. What you're talking about are things that people need and things that people want, and that is not the same thing as liberty.
I'm talking about what people need. People need healthcare.
I don't disagree that people need healthcare, but to characterize that as a freedom is a very different thing. If the goal of the government is to provide you the opportunity to seek things, right, then that is not the same thing as the government providing those things to you directly. Nor is it the same thing as the government seizing that thing from one person and giving it to you here. To characterize it as freedom is a real mischaracterization. Again, I'm happy to discuss whether or not we should change the programming here, but I think that the sleight of hand that's played by equating freedom of speech, for example, or freedom from being murdered on the street, or freedom to dispose of your capital as you see fit, to characterize that in the same language that we use to discuss why you need a house. It's a difference in kind. It's apples and oranges.
Yeah. So let me just quickly
Okay, go ahead. I want to ask you a question.
point,
Go ahead.
because this idea of taking something from one person and giving it to the redistribution.
Trevor, are you really saying that worrying about pedos is somehow not normal? It seems to be, yeah, like it seems like you're arguing against being worried about somebody abusing your child. I'm going to assume you don't have children. I don't have children either, but I can imagine that even if I can't imagine the level of anger that I would feel, I can imagine that I would feel an unimaginable level of anger if somebody was trying to do that to my child. You are twisted, bro.
Issue, which I think oftentimes is framed inaccurately. When we talk about
what have I said about how smart Ben is? Oh, just more assumptions. Gotcha.
Redistribution of wealth, I mean, look at the amount of money that gets invested by our federal government in the form of research and development, whether we're talking about pharmaceutical companies or even companies like Tesla. The seed money from Tesla did not come from private investors. In fact, the same year that Obama's administration invested in the failed Solyndra project, they also invested the same amount into Tesla. And guess what? Tesla ended up being a massive success. The only downside to it, though, is that now you have Elon Musk who's whining and crying about having to pay his fair share of taxes when, during the pandemic, he became, for a brief period of time, the richest man literally in the world, right? So
I agree with you about subsidies, by the way.
Right. So, look, those investments need to be made. That research and development needs to take place because private investors are not willing to take the risks necessary. It's true.
That's fundamentally untrue.
The federal government's research and development.
Oh, okay. So when she makes a point and then he undercuts it, well, yeah, but like we have to do that because, like, like the government, like totally.
Development is what's led to the internet. I mean, it's a huge part of it.
The fact that the government is a grab bag of cash doesn't mean that the government will eventually invest in some things that are worthwhile. It will also invest in an awful lot of enormous piles of crap, right? The fact is, if you don't bear the risk of the downside, you're going to make a lot of bad investments.
We got a few more questions that I want to get through, and we've got 4.5 minutes. So, Anna, you had said earlier, comment about education, that people can choose to send their kids elsewhere. We are an organization that firmly believes in education choice, and we've got a lot of kids in this state and others that are sentenced to underperforming schools solely by virtue of their zip code. We tell families in this Commonwealth, that's your school. We would never tell them that's your supermarket, that's your doctor, that's your dentist, you get to choose. And a lot of that, to be blunt, is because of the collective bargaining agreements with tenure teachers and how much you pay. Can we really get to educational choice? Because a lot of these parents can't afford to send their kids somewhere else. Can we really get to that real education choice, given the current state of collective bargaining in this Commonwealth and in this country to a large degree?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to say something that's incredibly unpopular with this group, and that's totally
It's about time.
fine. The best education in the world currently takes place in Finland. They have the top.
Whoa, so unpopular. Whoa.
Education model, and they have completely banned private education. I would do the same.
Okay, so first,
I love there's one person clapping. The one retarded person who actually watches her outside of this context.
First of all, Finland is not the United States, and there's a frequent attempt that it does happen a lot, where people will take something that has worked in Sweden or something that's worked in Norway or something that's worked in Finland, and they'll say, what if we just take that, import it here, and it'll work exactly the same way? And it typically does not work.
Yup.
Fact is that Finnish Americans make more money in the United States than they do in Finland, for example.
Oh, coming with the receipts.
They have longer life expectancies in the United States than they do in Finland. It's true.
Oh.
Swedish Americans, it's true for Nordic
Life
Americans.
expectancy in Finland is much higher than the United States.
No, you're correct.
That's not what he said. She can't even listen. She's sitting right in front of him, and she can't even listen.
Hold on.
Only 78 years, which is, by the way, comparable to Cuba. 78
Hold on a second. You're correct. The life expectancy in Finland is longer than the life expectancy in the United States. That's not what I said. I said the life expectancy for Finnish Americans is longer in the United States. That is an apples-to-apples comparison as opposed to comparing completely different populations, and that's kind of my point. Okay, the fact is that the United States has an incredibly diverse population, and that diverse population encompasses an enormous number of people who have very different beliefs about how education ought to be done. To suggest that any national standard of education is going to not only please all of those people, but prove to be successful in such a wide variety of circumstances for some 330 million people, we've tried this with a radically increasing federal education budget over the course of the last 30 years, and what we've got is failing public schools all over the United States, except in specific...
You are, bro. You are.
Local areas where there have been attempts to take back control locally. I'd love to see more localization, and frankly, I'm quite pleased that if COVID had one decent effect, it was more people taking their kids out of the public schools.
Okay, I want...
Facts. If COVID had one positive effect, it was taking their children out of public schools.
We got 2 minutes, and so before I get in trouble, so let's go real quick. And this might not be a quick one, but so we've had this discussion in this country, and a member of Congress has called for, and many others have, universal basic income. And her comment was, we should institute basic universal income for those unwilling to work. Would that be supported in this country?
Would that be supported? Yeah. I think.
Hell no. That was what was it part of? Let me run it back because I remember hearing
for those.
Universal basic income for those unwilling to work. Unwilling, unable, sure. If you're unable, then what can we do? You're unable. But if you're not willing to work, you get paid the same as somebody who works. I mean, yeah, if you don't understand how money works.
And her comment was, we should institute basic universal income for those unwilling to work. Would that be supported in this country?
Would that be supported?
Yeah.
I think on a broad level, the answer is no. Although I think that as time goes on and people become more dependent on government, then the answer is probably getting closer to yes.
Beautiful answer. Beautiful answer. And that is exactly what scares the shit out of me. Is that these ideas that are held by people who don't really understand how giving more and more and more and more power to the government inevitably leads to an issue with you not being aligned with the government and them having the power over you. Continually, like you just continually want to give that exact government more and more power because let's just make it easier on me. It's easier if the government just gives me money instead of me having to work for it. What you say that may lead to things? Oh, I'm not worried about those. Just it's easier. It's easier.
Should it be supported in this country that people who are unwilling to work should be paid not to work? Absolutely not. I don't see why the government should be incentivizing people who don't want to work and have no excuse not to work.
I mean, look, this is an opinion. I have a different view of humanity, and I think most people want to live lives with purpose. So I think most people do, in fact, want to work. I mean, for me, universal basic income is not the end-all, be-all of dealing with the economic issues that people are having. I know that there's been a lot of focus on that because of Andrew Yang and his presidential run and his demand that people get at least $1,000 a month. I don't think that that's going to solve the issues. I think that we have deeper problems that we need to deal with, and just throwing money at something in the form of a universal basic income is not going to solve that issue. But if we decide, okay, maybe we're going to experiment with this on top of providing a much more robust social safety net, then maybe we're having a conversation. But to me, the issue of UBI is less interesting.
Okay, final question. We're almost out of time. They can't go over too long because then I get the hook. We talked a lot about where we're going and a lot of pessimism and a lot of concerns. What gives you hope right now?
What gives me hope is the younger generation and just how fired up they are about experimenting with different solutions. Finally, we have a generation that's looking at what's being done in other countries, what's working, what isn't working. We're now seeing more worker co-ops being developed. In fact, there are as many as 1,000 worker co-ops in this country. About 500 of them are in the startup phase. But that is exciting news because now we're seeing companies being formed with workers actually owning the means of production. We're not talking about, the federal government owning the means of production. We're talking about actual workers making decisions democratically within the workplace. I think that's the right way to go about it. I love that it's being experimented with among younger workers.
Oh, honey, sweetie, baby. Oh, Trevin, my sweet, sweet, innocent child. Trevin says, you're not a serious dude if you think that the left is promoting or protecting pedos. That ain't our bag. That's the religious right. I dare you to find a bigger anti-theist than myself on this entire platform. Not just somebody who's more angry about religion, somebody who can calmly explain why religion is the worst thing ever to happen to humanity and why it needs to be, to use your word, eradicated over time. And find the person who is that person who is afraid of pedo support from the religious people. Oh, you can't. Oh, okay. Because that's ridiculous. Oh, I see what you're saying. I get it. Because of the Catholic Church. So the Catholic Church protecting their pedos means that everybody who, now that we've talked broadly about how even Christians these days aren't really Christians, and they just call themselves Christians because they don't have another word for good person. And, that's what you're, gotcha. Okay. I'm talking about real society, real actual people in America who go about their lives. They have a job. They might have kids. They have hobbies. That's what we're talking about. You're not a serious dude if you don't know the things that what you are propagating. If you don't understand the groups that you're propagating, what they're propagating, you're not a serious dude. I'm sorry, brother. And exactly, that's that. Yeah. Name a Republican candidate or just somebody on the right who is in favor of what the Catholic Church has done with their abusers. Oh, you can't. Oh, you can't because it's not actually supported. Okay. Trevor says, we protect teachers and librarians from weirdos who project their weird desires onto them. I don't even know what that means.
I think that's the right way to go.
Ben, what gives you hope?
What gives me hope is the fact that because this is such a diverse country and because what we are actually watching in real time is one of the great sorting features that we've seen in American public life in quite a while, right? We're seeing people like me move to Florida. We're seeing people who are in blue states want to stay.
Boom.
In blue states. And what that's going to lead to is more diversity in terms of the attempted policies. And that in turn, I would hope, would lead to a couple of things. One, better empirical evidence as to what works and what doesn't. And two, I would really hope that it would lead people to look at the federal government and say, this is just something that cannot control the entire country at once with one giant rubric of rules. We have to let California be California, and we have to let Texas be Texas, and we have to let...
That's important. I know we're getting caught up in the chat here, but remember, we're actually watching something here. We cannot expect the federal government to be able to have a rubric for the entire country. It is just too big. We need to let California be California, Texas be Texas, and we have to let Florida be Florida.
Florida be Florida. And if we can't agree to do that, when we're going to be locked in a never-ending battle for supremacy, and things are going to get very, very, very ugly before this is over. And I think that the great threat to the country right now is the widely held belief that the solution is not at the local level and it's not at the state level, that it is all at the federal level. And what we ought to be arguing about each and every day is how much money and what sort of regulations we ought to pursue for 330 million people. The longer that continues, the more we're going to decide we don't actually want to be part of that body politic, that the rewards of being part of that body politic are not worth the risk of people you oppose taking control of that giant gun that is the government and pointing it at you. So I'm really hoping that some form of subsidiarity is going to return, and that there will be some governmental figures who are willing to sort of reestablish the checks and balances and localism that were the hallmark of the Republic at the beginning and should be the hallmark of it again.
Look, I've enjoyed this conversation.
So what I meant to do was drop the link again before this ended, because I didn't expect anybody to come up because y'all are bitches. But just in case I'm wrong, the link has been dropped. Again, it is panel time. Y'all got a lot to say with your fingers. I'm not, because of all of you guys here. I know that you're actual people. I don't even care if anybody cams up. But y'all had a lot to say with your fingers. Now is the time to open your mouth. So I assume there's a Q&A part of this. We're going to go through the Q&A. And if nobody comes up, then I'm just going to dip out. But if you got something to say, now's the time. And if you're too scared, then you just don't care enough.
Please thank God.
And that's fine. That's fine. If you don't care about this stuff, that's fine. Not everybody has to care. We need people to just be lemmings. We need people to be sheep. And if you want to be that, that's totally cool. But if you have something to say, the link is there.
Ben, for being with us. It certainly was a lot of fun. And thanks to all of you for coming out. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Good evening, everyone. This is Alex Halper from the TYT chamber.
Oh, it looks like we're getting another 17-minute debate. All right. Well, you've got 17 minutes.
I'd like to welcome our online attendees to the exclusive virtual speaker Q&A with Ben Shapiro and Anna Kasparian. Just wrapped up an interesting, robust, passionate...
Actually, fuck you guys. Since you're all going to be little bitches, I'm going to keep it in this view.
discussion. We're live here in Hershey, Pennsylvania, known as the sweetest place on earth. I will say, when we announced our speakers for the dinner, I think some of our guests questioned whether that name would be put to the test with this group. But I counted at least 10 times when the word agree or in agreement was used, which I think is encouraging. You also talked, however, Anna, about the incentives that are built in that almost encourage polarization.
Mm-hmm.
I know Gene asked you at the end what gives you hope, but talk about how you see the trend in terms of polarization in our country and where you think things are going.
Well, I mean, I wish I had a little more hope in regard to the polarization, but I don't see it really getting any better. I can say that among leftist circles, certainly when it comes to the issue of labor, there's a lot of talk about how, listen, if you want to organize in the workplace, you got to understand that you're going to come across people who share certain economic interests with you, but might be different culturally, might be different religiously, might have, some characteristics or behaviors that you might consider unsavory. But at the end of the day, we're all workers and we need to work together.
Oh, wait, hold on. Something's going on here. I don't know what this is, but oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, no.
Right. Those are the kinds of people who get that rise out of, attacking others, putting other people down. Those are miserable people. Right? They're not happy people. And so this is how they get joy in their life. And I feel like if you see memes like that, or if you see people getting attacked, or if you will sit back and have no emotion when you see unarmed individuals getting shot and killed, well then, I mean, look, you're a sociopath, right? And so I feel bad for you more than anything, right? And so if you want to attack me for being overly emotional or for passionately, defending those who are defenseless, then go ahead, you can attack me all you want.
But am I saying that I'm better than you? I guess I'm going a little further than you are. Yeah, I'm fucking better than you, okay? Much better than you. You are garbage, okay? If you get a rise out of attacking the powerless, you're garbage. And you can call me a social justice warrior. You can call me whatever the fuck you want. At this point, I don't give a shit, okay? That's it. That's who I am. And it is what it is.
Well, we heard it right from the horse's mouth. Oh, Jesus.
Going back to the...
No, fuck you.
Look, I've come to the realization that the people...
All right, there we go.
Conversations that give me a little hope in regard to polarization.
So, obviously, and Jimmy Dean didn't let me know that he had dropped that link in the Discord. Otherwise, we would have watched that at a more opportune time. But, yeah, Trevin, I am I'm not surprised that I'm the first atheist that you have found that is... I wouldn't say a predominantly conservative. I would say predominantly anti-woke. I don't. I am a libertarian by definition, and I understand that to you, anybody who doesn't agree with exactly what you say, is an evil right winger, conservative, Republican, libertarian. They're all the same because they don't agree with you. But there are distinctions, and not really a conservative, but. If we're going on a spectrum, I'm certainly closer to, a conservative stance than a liberal one, and we've got no freedoms also as an atheist. So I'm going to assume that what's going on here is that the link's not working. So as we watch the rest of this, I'm going to try to figure out what's going on, because I know Trevin has a lot to say, but we're not going to worry about that because we're not going to worry about reading. Now it's panel time. So we're listening. So if anybody's got anything to say that's important, then they should click the link so that we can hear it.
But those are happening on a very micro level. On a macro level, what we're seeing, on the, throughout the country is just more and more of the divisiveness. And, I really enjoyed the conversation with Ben today. You're actually a lot better in person than I'm going to be honest, than I expected. And I think that
I bet you she's better in person too, because she's a fake bitch.
more of these conversations really need to happen. I'm happy that the PA chamber invited me and was so incredibly friendly and polite, considering how different my point of view is.
Well, that was a nice compliment. That was my strategy. I said, no, I set the bar super low, and then if I surpass the bar by like that much, then that's where it lives. But no, obviously it's an enjoyable conversation when you get a chance to actually address the issues and see where there's clarification and where there's disagreements. I think that's just as important as where there's agreement. I'm from the.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't really care about this. I don't really want to watch this. And I'm fucking over it. The Young Turks is fucking disgusting, and Anna Kasparian is one of the lowest of the low that exists in the world, in my opinion. So, I mean, yes, we agreed on the fact that Mitch McConnell is a piece of shit. Congratulations. You have met the bare minimum requirement of being in touch with reality. That's it. There is a clear distinction between who is closer to being right than closer to being dealing with reality than the other. And because of the increasing diversion, it becomes easier and easier and easier to just say, okay, I guess I'm on that side. And the fact is that the left wing has gone so fucking crazy that as somebody who used to cringe at just the word conservative or the phrase right wing, still kind of cringe at Republican. Like if I was called a Republican, I would not be very happy. But the landscape is changing. And if you are not paying attention, you would think that a lot of otherwise moral people are becoming immoral. But you're just not paying attention. I'm sorry. I wish the bullshit I was bringing to you was fake. I wish I could be like, hey, have you guys seen this thing? And they're like, yo, you didn't know this was bullshit? I'd be like, oh, damn, I got. Good thing that isn't real. But it is real. So we got to deal with it. Because like Lopaka says, they'll go scorched earth. So we have to find a way to engage with these issues that doesn't set off these literal children who don't know how to have a conversation, who don't know how to think outside themselves, and don't know how to engage in a discussion with any other goal than being right. That's what we're up against. Whether you agree with me politically or not, we are up against that. As you have seen, just from the chat, just from you guys, you can see that that's going on. I really hope that what I'm doing here is having some kind of effect. Because I'm scared. I would say we've got a sausage in the building, but we've just got some chick. So let's see what this bitch has to say.
All right, well, first
Nadine, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Things could be better if the left wing wasn't so fucking crazy, but doing all right. How are you doing?
Well, it's also important to separate the left from the very extreme, far, crazy Twitter blue hair mafia. Most of the people on the left, just like most of the people on the right, just want a better world for their kids. In fact, pretty much everyone does.
Yeah, I think that's true. But the way that they intend on getting there, and what their idea of a better world for their kids actually is inherently scary.
Yeah, well, the extreme lefty vision of a better world for their kids is not having any kids at all.
That's a good fucking point.
And also, I'm going to reclassify abortion as self-defense. Smortion as self-defense because it's, protecting yourself from future financial and emotional ruin.
I don't no. I was trying, but that's not what self-defense is.
Oh, it sure is.
Self-defense is imminent bodily harm. It's preventing imminent bodily harm.
Hey, you seen women giving birth? That's pretty harmful.
That's a better argument.
I'm just glad I'm not a birthing person.
I thought you were a birthing person.
I'm not a birthing person. I'm a woman, but not a birthing person.
Gotcha. Well, any words to qualm my worries about what the left wing is doing to this country?
Well,
and maybe why I should be a little bit more amenable to their policies.
Well, it kind of depends. I mean, the progressives have done a lot, and my boy Jay Peets says that the left and the right need each other. Jordan Peterson.
Gotcha. Yep. It took me a second, but I got it. Yep. Okay.
Yes. So you can't have. He talks about the right and the left going too far, right? And they need each other to keep each other in control. Like when the average Joe, who doesn't have their finger on the pulse, so to speak, of politics, starts to say, yeah, no, like that's when you found the center, is what the average person is willing to put up with, you know. And
I feel like we're
are,
there. Are we not there?
Oh, we're there, but it's you've heard of the Overton window. It's
Oh, yes.
constantly shifting, and right now the normies are saying, yeah, maps, the drag queen shows for kids, that's where most people are drawing the line. And we can be outraged about everything that happens, you know, like the Halloween the school districts and the Halloween costume, and those things, because we see all that, but most people don't. And I'm sure in the community, you know, there's been a decent switch from left to right just in the past few years. People are leaving the Democratic Party more than they're leaving the Republican Party. And it's because people are finally realizing the pendulum swung far enough to the left that most people are like, okay, yeah, that's a bit much. So yeah, I mean, have faith, man. Like it's an old enough country. We've been through this before. I mean, I could only imagine how loudly you would have been screaming during McCarthyism.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, about the communists taking over, or the actual Nazi rallies in Madison Square Garden, stuff like that. All that stuff actually happened, and it was bad. And we can look back on that and say, wow, what a crazy time to be alive. But you have to remember that most people weren't that involved in politics. And
what a wonderful time. What a wonderful time that was, when you could live a life and not be in politics.
Well, you still can.
Can you though?
Yeah.
Can you though? Can you though?
But the thing in you know, the argument against the libertarian is that, you know, they can fall to maleficent corporations easily. And that's the same thing with not being involved in politics, is that if you're not involved in politics, you may not know that the OK sign is because of 4chan, now a white nationalist racist Nazi hand gesture. You make it outside your car window and suddenly you're getting fired because of it. That's the crossfire behind everything being so political.
And that's precisely what scares me.
Yeah, and it is a shame. But on the opposite side, and I was telling this to a German a while ago, is that the beautiful thing about America is that the responsibility to be invested in politics and have your finger on the political pulse has been handed down to us. We don't get the bread and circuses. It's a directive. You can choose not to. You can choose to abandon your responsibility, but it's the only way the system works. Is to talk to the blue-haired people, because their vote carries just as much weight as yours does.
That's
and
true.
You know, she was telling me how this lovely German lady, she was telling me how she used to I'm not a man, but thank you. She was telling me how she, you know, lived in California and talked to one of those people who chastised her for wearing high heels, and she just couldn't wrap her noggin around that. Something about the patriarchy and making yourself sexually appealing to men. And, you know,
she's sexually liberated.
There's something to be said about that, though, is like, there's logic even behind that. And you just have to find out where you two are disagreeing on. And the other thing, though, is that, and this is why I like your format so much, and you are making a difference. I do believe that. And if you're not now, you will soon. Is that these conversations have to go down to the deepest level. Otherwise, you'll get stuck on the surface level things, like, what's the definition of the word racism? Thank you. I appreciate that. You'll get stuck on that definition. You have to hash it out. You go down these side tunnels in order to get to a bigger issue. And this type of stuff takes years, decades. It's not something that can be done on TV. And something that Joe's been doing really well is he's been trying to have those conversations and hash stuff out.
Good point. Good point. I guess I gotta just keep my chin up and keep on trucking. Keep on trucking. So just a quick question before I give you the floor. Would you say that CRT is immoral? Or the CRT / whatever it is that is being taught to elementary school children that parents are against? Is that immoral?
Well, there's several layers to that. First of all, what's CRT?
Right.
Secondly, that's not really for me to decide. I don't have kids. And thirdly, that's for the line that's drawn is for each PTA to decide. Parents know what they want their kids taught.
Okay, but I'm asking you personally, as if you did have children. Would you want your children learning that any part of their personality and their value or anything is dependent on their skin color?
Well, value. That's also the side tunnels, the rabbit trails. What does it mean to have value? What does it mean to have inherent value? In order to answer that yes or no, you have to know what that word means.
So you would want to? Do you feel that is a worthwhile endeavor for children in elementary school, or do you think maybe that's a little bit more advanced and maybe you should be older before you're tackling such advanced type of questions?
Well, I mean, tackling these types of questions, the minority children don't have the option to learn to learn when racism is, right? Let me rephrase that. Racism doesn't wait until high school.
Okay, fair.
Like Daryl Davis, one of the first stories that he tells is when he was a kid, he was at a parade. And that's where he got his infamous question that he always asks: how can they hate me when they don't even know me? Right? He was just a kid. He didn't have the opportunity to learn about, systemic racism or Jim Crow or redlining or, anything about slavery. His parents didn't teach him that until
right, but we would, if it was possible, we would have liked for a child not to have to deal with that.
Well, of course, but then you don't need CRT.
Oh, so the idea is that if these are not manifested in the ways that, or rather, if we don't perpetuate their manifestation, then the effects are not going to be as pronounced.
Well, as pronounced and non-existent are two different things. Unfortunately, people always other.
So you don't. So even though it's not going to get rid of racism completely, we should make racism worse.
I didn't say that.
Well, that is what you're saying, though. You said it.
Don't Anna Kasparian me.
It may not make it go away completely, but you do agree that it would lessen the effects.
Well, it'll never go away completely.
I agree.
Because people will always find someone to other. I mean, you just talked about the shoe on head video, which is actually, I saw it too. It's wonderful. And even in the quote unquote community, the ligament is the bis. They said, oh, you're kicked out of the community. You're too straight for us.
So that's something that we should be. Is that something that we should be trying to get more of or less of?
I'm also more of or less of. More othering? Yeah.
So
of course not.
Right.
And I'm also go ahead. Go ahead.
So does what we are calling CRT, whether or not is technically CRT, to avoid the whole no true Scotsman thing, whatever it is that you call what is being shown to children that is, putting their race in a rubric, for lack of a better word. I'm doing my best.
Hierarchy category.
There you go. I don't even remember my question, but that would increase the thinking along those lines if that is introduced to children at an earlier age, regardless of the fact of if there are children at that age who were already exposed to that. Exposing all of the children to that would likely lead to more racist behavior.
Well, it also depends on what you mean by racist. And I'm dancing around the question because we haven't actually defined CRT yet, or what's being taught to these kids. So I can't say if it's immoral.
The things that parents are going to parent-teacher conferences and getting called domestic terrorists for.
Well, it's the Mott and Bailey defense.
I don't know what that is.
So the Mott and Bailey basically boils down to when you're using CRT in a way that you like, it's the Mott, and then when I love it. I love when
it.
parents come and attack it, they're like, oh no, it's not that. It's CRT isn't telling kids that they're racist no matter what, the original sin, right? So when
True Scotsman.
So no, yes and no. They're changing the defense. So when Anna says that CRT is a college level course, she's using one definition for CRT, and then she's using a different definition to say that it's not being taught in schools.
Exactly.
And Shapiro,
that's why I'm getting rid of that whole argument by just saying whatever it is, whatever you call it, that is in front of children, that en masse is causing parents around the country to go and go to their school boards and say, we don't want this. Thing.
No two school boards are the same.
Well, but now you're just playing devil's advocate, because you obviously we know what we're talking about. We're talking about
I don't. Not at all.
So, okay,
because
fine. Okay, all right. So then let me define.
Okay.
So the things that parents are correctly or incorrectly determining as CRT. There is not people going in and saying, I don't like this math, but calling it CRT. There's nobody going in to say, I don't like this chemistry, but calling it CRT. So whatever it is that parents en masse are going to school boards and calling CRT, whether it is or is not CRT, that stuff.
Okay. Would you call learning about Emmett Till and redlining, would you call that CRT?
No.
Okay. Because I'm sure that there are some school districts and some people here.
Well, let's back up. If you're gonna just teach about it historically, then no.
Okay.
But if you're gonna say, if you're gonna add
value
narrative
assessments,
right? If you're gonna add narrative context, if you're gonna add value assessments, then no, I don't want that. I don't want it taught like that either. Exactly. No, Freedom is right. When you add that's I'm glad that you said that, because adding those value assessments is really what makes the difference.
Okay, but we can say in history class that slavery was bad, right?
Yeah.
Like we can say
that's an accepted American value.
Oh.
That's not something new that like, hey, are you down with free trade, or are we not allowed to? No, that's an American value. We don't have to. That's something that we. Okay.
Any value assessment that's inside the Overton window is acceptable to teach to kids. Well, for instance, America is funded.
It's a good start. It's a good start.
Values.
Yeah, it's a good start. I mean, the Overton window is going to shift regardless. I mean, we talk about the Overton window shifting as a bad thing. No, it's not necessarily a bad. Well, I mean, I do. I think the recent shift is a bad shift, but it isn't inherently a bad thing that the political landscape changes over time.
Well, I mean, desegregation was a shifting
Exactly.
of the Overton
So
window.
exactly. So in general, what's inside the Overton window should be fair game, but it depends on how far we're stretching that. Is CRT in the Overton window now? Because then no.
Depends on how you define it.
Well, exactly. But if you're just gonna go and say, well, it depends on how you define that. It depends on how you define, then we're not really having a conversation here. So we've been sitting here for 6 hours. I've been sitting here for 6 hours, and I think, I've been quite clear about what I'm referring to when I'm talking about CRT.
Yeah, but the parents may or may not know.
But why is that relevant? I'm not talking to
because
them.
if they don't know what they're talking about, they point at something, that collection of things that their kids are being taught about race and saying, I'm mad about that. I don't want that taught.
Okay.
First of all, that's different for every school district. And a lot of the parents just hear it on Tucker Carlson. Hey, your kids are being taught CRT.
Yeah.
And they say, herder. And, their school district may not even be teaching that.
Okay, so then we don't have an issue. Then we just have a school board with some cranky parents, right? But if we have an entire, all of the parents who are not woke, I think there's a judgment that we can make between, okay, there's one, at least say that there's a line somewhere between there's one parent. Let's not even take CRT out of it. Let's say it's something about chemistry. There's one parent that comes in and says, I don't like that you're teaching this in school. That's one situation.
Okay.
Then you have literally half of all of the parents coming in and say, this is not acceptable to teach. This is inappropriate to teach your children. Those are two very different situations, right? That's the spectrum. I mean, obviously, unless you're talking about all parents, but we're in a
the majority.
In a political context, we're talking about half. So do you think, where do you think you draw that line as to, okay, it's just one parent versus, okay, this is an opinion held among the populace of parents?
Well, when it gets to such small scale as like a PTA, right? Like the one crazy person, their voice counts for pretty little. I mean, you have to be fairly democratic when you're looking at that,
right?
And on a local enough level, you can assume that most people are going to have the same political ideology,
right?
So, I mean, the extreme minority, as in that one person, you can basically just ignore.
Okay, exactly. So then we're determining, okay, is this an extreme minority, or are most parents asking for this?
Most parents just watch Fox News and are mad about whatever Tucker tells them to be.
Doesn't matter.
Well, they don't have an appropriate definition of what CRT is.
It doesn't matter. We're not talking about CRT if that's not what's being taught. Just because they have the wrong name for some. So let's say that for your entire life, you think that murder is called muck duck. Are you now allowed to murder people because you think it's called something different?
I get what you're saying. Obviously not.
Okay.
But you have.
So if said thing, notice how in my definition of your question, I didn't use CRT. I said this thing.
Yes.
This thing that a majority of parents are saying is inappropriate for this age of child to be taught and is just being brought into the curriculum has no history of being part of what we teach children, has no basis in any of nothing. You're not comfortable saying, okay, regardless of what it's called, clearly the people of the jurisdiction that I serve as a public servant, as an arm of the government, need to listen to these people.
Yeah, well, one of the first things that I said was let the PTAs decide.
Well,
But
the P's or the T's, because they're not aligned. That's the entire issue.
I don't
That's the entire issue.
understand. No,
You said the
the
PTA, the Parent Teacher
Yeah,
Association.
right.
So the parents and the teachers are at odds. So how can you say, okay, well, let the people at odds decide?
So the teachers are teaching CRT anyway.
What do you mean anyway?
So all the parents come out and they say that thing that I'm not defining, but it has the 3 letters. I don't want that taught to my kids.
We're not even calling it 3 letters, but yes.
I don't want that taught to my kids. And the teachers
because it's
teach
been
it
going
anyway.
on for a short period of time, while we just assumed that everything from 20 years ago that's high school. Then you close down the entire world, and now my kid's going to school right in front of my face, and I'm like, hold on, this isn't what I learned in high school. Hold on, what's going on here? Wait a minute. I didn't realize. But now that I know, I'm obligated to say something. I don't understand where the issue is with that.
No, and you should say something, and the teachers should be at the behest of the parents. I'm not incredibly familiar with the PTA or how it works, but that's the way I assume it would work. And if not, you always have the good old trump card of just pulling your kids out of school. You always have the right to educate your own children.
Yeah, that's the big thing. And I mean, you're talking more about the school board rather than the PTA, but
Right.
Yeah. So the school board isn't the PTA is more of like a just like a group that kind of gathers all the things so that when they go to the school board, they can kind of be more organized and keep it short so that the government officials don't actually have to do anything. They just hear the bullet points and they go home. But when parents get upset and then they go to the PTA meetings and the teachers are saying, oh no, well, and then they're not being listened to, then the parents go straight to the school board meetings
and get arrested
for exercising their rights.
Mm,
But no, nothing shading's going on there.
well, pull your kids out of school.
Exactly.
I was homeschooled. Look what happened to me. I'm queer now.
Oh, Jesus. All right. Is there anything that you would like to tell the people? The floor is yours.
Oh. Well, I just wanted to say, Lutch, you're doing really good work, and the interest of truth is one of the fundamental American values that has been lost for a while, and a couple people are starting to bring it back. The Joe Rogans, the Lex Friedmans, Dr. Evil Genius, and Anirudh too. I'll give him credit as well. People who are just looking for, not trying to make a political ideology or point. And it's really nice to see. I just wanted to say thanks. You're doing good work.
Thank you, brother. I really very, very much appreciate that. And I hope I gave you a good conversation. I'll just put it that way. Thank you so much for coming up. There's no social media or anything that people can follow you and find you?
You can find me at any grocery store.
There you go. All right. Jamie Dean, I very much await the return of Jimmy, but for now you will do, and thank you so much for hanging out.
See you later, buddy.
All right, so we went over a decent amount today. Every single time I sit down at this goddamn computer, I'm like, all right, we're not doing another fucking 6-hour stream. I'm doing 2 hours and then we're out of here. And it's been 6 hours. So, exactly. You could have met the dean and you chose not to. That's why you should take use of panel time. But that's okay. I appreciate you guys being here. I know we went over a lot. But really, it was just one simple point that the Young Turks are not to be trusted. The Young Turks are not to be trusted. They are not coming to the table in good faith, and they are not interested in good faith conversations. They are not interested in improving the country, the world, anything like that. They are interested in winning arguments. And that's cool, I guess. But some of us are out here actually trying to fix it. And, you know, I don't know how effective any of us, myself included, I don't know how effective any of us can be, but that is not a reason not to try. That's not a reason not to try. So I really appreciate you guys hanging out. Of course, I do have those the Discord link in the description. Come hang out. The party will continue in Discord. Down there is also them support links. If you are really enjoying the show, I would love if you could help me out a little bit. It is not easy or free to do any of this, but it is free. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe, ring the bell, drop a comment after the show, share it with your friends, all of that good stuff. I would absolutely love if you could do that. I hope you enjoyed the party. I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, you enjoy yourselves. I am out of here. Peace.